enlightening sessions organized by National Institute of Communication Finance at the India Mobile Congress on October 29, 2023. I, Reed Sundaram, IP and Tax Officer Trainee 2022 batch, undergoing training at NICF, welcome you all to the discussions on overarching theme, Spectrum Economics and Policy for a Digital Tomorrow. We will be witnessing 4 engaging panel discussions that span different areas of telecom economics and policy, namely emerging and competing needs for spectrum in today's world, spectrum pricing and valuation for affordable access, evolution of auction designs, and other market mechanisms and feasibility and future of satellite connectivity in India. To begin today's events, I now would like to extend a warm welcome to our esteemed keynote speaker, Shri Manish Sinha, Member Finance, Digital Communications Commission, Department of Telecommunications. Shri Manish Sinha sir, a 1989 batch Indian TNT Accounts and Finance Service Officer, is a visionary leader and sir, I request you to come on the stage. Shri Manish Sinha sir is a visionary leader and a trailblazer in the realm of telecommunications and spectrum management. Sir has dealt with crucial areas like FMS software in MTNL, banking and vigilance in BSNL, planning and procurement division of DOT, as well as licensing and spectrum on policy side. He had a long tenure as DG NICF, playing a key role in establishment of the institution in its nascent stage, apart from being advisor in TRIBE, thus bringing in a rich blend of expertise in finance, capacity building and regulatory domains. He also has an extensive experience of 4.5 years in Department of Posts. His educational qualifications include MA in History from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University, PG Diploma in Financial Management from IGNOU, MBA from the University of Birmingham, and MPhil degree in Net Neutrality from Punjab University, where he was awarded the Silver Medal. Please join me in giving him a warm round of applause. I request Sir to grace the stage to share his enlightening thoughts on the event and set the context for discussions on the subject for the rest of the day. So before that, I request DG NICF Sir to welcome Sir with a planter. Now I request Sir to please share his wisdom.
Good morning. DG NICF, our friends from the COI. I think I need to especially welcome Rajat, who's been an old guide, mentor on everything that I have myself learned from his days in TRAI. And of course my other friends, colleagues from the DOT, Department of Posts, people from the academia, industry. Spectrum economics as such over the years has always been in a kind of a background. Because we are, as a department, as implementers, as providers of the service based on spectrum, we are kind of obsessed with the technology area of spectrum. It was fine when there was spectrum was scarce, and it was even less than what the industry required in the initial years when we started licensing in the first come first served basis in the initial years of this century, and then shifted to auction based methodology. You are all aware that we are barely auctioning 2,000 to 3,000 megahertz of spectrum in the initial years, and that really upset the economics of spectrum and the scarcity premium and what the economists study as the winner's curse, and all those issues were very, very prominent in the initial years of allocation of spectrum, and largely till we had an economist or a bureaucrat economist as a TRI chief, these issues remain unaddressed. They kept arising and yet remain unaddressed for a number of years. Rajat may say it's still unaddressed, but increasingly we are getting used to thinking about it as and when we approach the operators, the other users in the market. So we have in some ways become aware that there is a world outside the IMT which needs to be taken care of so far as spectrum allocation is concerned, and yet not discourage the investments that have already been drawn into the IMT. So it's a very delicate balance that we are trying to achieve now, and what we do today will have an impact in the coming years very soon. So I'm not going to tell you what spectrum means, because we are all knowledgeable people who have gathered in this room. But our foray into 5G technology has largely changed the way we look at allocating spectrum, and economics has a lot to do now, lot more to do now with how we are going to allocate the same spectrum that we found it very convenient to auction in the last decade. I don't know how many of you are aware that we offered as much as 50,000 megahertz of spectrum in the current auction. And if all of it was bought, then perhaps for the next 20 years, or rather the next 10 years till the life cycle of 5G continues, we could have, if everything was sold, we could have taken care of the requirement of the telecom operators. But obviously money doesn't come easy, not even we keep assessing their financial books, and most of you would be aware that making large investments is also a very difficult decision, and they have to strategically take those that are on priority and defer those that can be deferred to a later date. We have kind of, when we planned 5G, one good thing we've done is the life cycle. As you are aware, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, people spoke of the life cycle of these technologies getting reduced over the years. And unlike 2G, which kind of survived for 20 years, you are aware that 3G was a very kind of a damp squib after all the excitement it created in 2010. And then 4G came, and perhaps in 7-8 years we are here to change it again to 5G. We have already some kind of a target we have fixed that 2030 we move on to 6G. So that life cycle planning is almost reduced to a decade now. And that is what is altering the economics of spectrum allocation. An important element is, and you would have noticed in this year's auction that we have allowed an exit option from spectrum after 10 years. So these are significant market forces changes, rules changes in allocation, rule changes within the auction methodology itself, to ensure that the operators and those who are allocated spectrum outside the market, they are all able to sustain the ownership. There is enough revenue stream coming to compensate for whatever they have bid to the government in terms of or how much they have committed in terms of investments for developing this particular technology. So we have a Bharat 6G alliance. It's being talked about a lot in this campus for the last 2 days. And there is a definite plan to move into the 6G technology in 2030. And of course, there will be a spectrum requirement, and there may be humongous spectrum requirement. You are all aware that as the pipe expands, in India, we are more or less committed to this mobile telephony. And as the pipe, we expect the operators to get the pipe to suit the current usage or requirements. And as it expands, it requires much larger investments. And that is why you see these demands of reducing the cost implication of spectrum in the investment plan of the operators, and also ensuring at the same time that there is sufficient spectrum available to meet the scale requirements, the speed requirements, the coverage requirements of the country for the entire life for which we allocate that particular band of spectrum. So there's no doubt that wireless communication now is pivotal to our enabling seamless connectivity to ensure that that there is digital transformation, digital growth, digital assisted economic growth within the country. Spectrum is become the quintessential resource that at all times need to be made available at affordable costs, so that the services and the various kind of services that ride on this network are readily available to all the citizens continuously without any interruption, and also that it continues to provide a sustained tool that is available for economic growth in the country. You are aware of the recent initiatives that we have taken in allocating the mid-band spectrum, the millimeter band, which is, and also combined with the sub-gigahertz band, which is the expensive, the more costly band that is that makes up the inventory which the wireless advisor maintains in his in his kitty for allotment to the various operators. We have done a lot of easing in terms of what is required as a financial obligation to the operators. So there is the spread that we have made. It's when they bid in an auction, it's a 20-year commitment. So it's like a EMI. You can keep paying and utilizing, unlike the earlier upfront payment. So there is an opportunity for businesses to be able to assess what will be their load on their investments and what is the return they can expect from previous years, from their investments. Largely 5G investments have been very good in this country in the last 1 year, and I think the achievements in terms of physical achievements have been stated by various speakers in this conference, but since COI head and others are here, I can repeat those, and they have 3.54 towers. I think Mr. Mittal declared he has 5,000 towns across the country already on 5G. So these achievements have been phenomenal, and perhaps all of you, some of you are managing revenues, and you can see the impact it's happening on revenue. So one of the key milestones which perhaps a few people noticed was the gross revenue of this sector went upwards to cross the 3 lakh mark. So it was somewhere around 2004-05, it was 70,000 crores. In 23-24, which is a 20-year period, it has reached 3 lakh crores. So that's another important milestone that has been crossed by this sector. we have also taken various small steps, the CNPN allotments, they allow leasing of spectrum. We have allowed spectrum slicing and such other measures where there are debates on whether it interferes with the net neutrality principles and such other externalities in the market where people get worried every time a new economic method is evolved. Is it going to cause a disruption in the operations? Is it going to cause a disruption in the pricing of the spectrum? So even the valuations are undergoing tremendous changes. So these are the important sessions that you have today, and I think some will be talking about valuations, some will be talking about pricing. There is a session on auction design. Then, of course, the elephant in the room, or rather the entire spectrum ecosystem in India is the satellite spectrum, which everybody is eagerly awaiting, but also hoping secretly that the most convenient way of making it available to the country is something the TRI is still to express its opinion on how it's going to be done. But that's one area which is very current and being debated all over the government, as well as in large parts of the ecosystem. The operators, the manufacturers, everybody is keen to know how this will actually play out in the coming years. So we have done our bit. We have reduced our the spectrum usage charges. So increasingly tending towards zero now because of the allocation in 2022. I think the next action will also take it further down, because we are actually offering much higher amounts of spectrum than we ever did in the previous years. There's a lot of attention on the R&D, and you must have noticed in the other talks that have been happening since the day Prime Minister inaugurated. Even he was very clearly talking about need for allocating sufficient spectrum for tests, for development, for innovation, for encouraging the abilities of the startups that are coming up in our country. So IoT, M2M, etc. These are areas that in some ways demand some kind of a de-licensed spectrum. Now the real problem is that what I stated before, creating a balance between what is de-licensed and what is allocated to the IMT operators, so that a balance is created and neither of them are put at a disadvantage. But there is no doubt that the arena of the de-licensed usage is increasing a lot, and some predict that on some day, as many human beings, there are 7 billion who are expected to be connected to the network. There will be a similar number of machines that will be connected to each other. So you will have 7 billion human beings and then 7 billion machines that will be talking to each other. So space has to be created within the same spectrum. So, it's not something that wireless advisor invents. It's what the inventory is available with him, and out of that, the allocation is done. Of course, manufacturing and the manner in which we use it, these give a lot of push to the way the spectrum is used, and therefore spectrum usage efficiency and measures to how do we measure the spectrum usage efficiency, that is also becoming a very much a part. And when we make methods to assess whether optimal usage efficiency is being achieved, There will be areas in the economic sphere, and I'm sure in the discussions somebody will address those developing issues. ITU is already trying to evolve methods by which we can put numbers to spectrum usage efficiency, and that can become a basis for refarming, for redistribution of spectrum in the coming years. So these measures are also gaining significance as we move into a world where the assignment to various stakeholders need to be reassessed, maybe in a shorter duration than 20 years that we currently allocate spectrum to. So when there are too many rival stakeholders who are demanding spectrum these days, and you'll see these arguments being frequently thrown at regulators, which is all DOT, and is that you have assigned spectrum to a particular pocket of users and it is being underutilized. And therefore, there is a demand to shift it from there to some other area of usage. But sometimes these things interfere with how you value spectrum, and sometimes it interferes with how much it is going to serve the public interest. So these are understandings that we need to evolve, and I'm sure today's discussion will go further in giving some very, very definite answers to some of these questions that keep arising repeatedly. Every time there is a new step, all these questions get thrown at regulators, and they have to deal with it, or at least be able to give a reasonable, balanced answer to every question that is raised regarding allocation and assignment of spectrum. So it does require a very stable regulatory regime which is able to provide consistent reasoning over a period when this allocation is done and the manner in which spectrum is used. So we do have a challenge, how to make spectrum work more efficiently with greater efficiency and greater service of the public interest as well. So you have auctions, you have valuations, all of it affecting the spectrum regulatory regime, and also creating space for all the new operators. So the real pipe, the data pipe that we have, there is a constant demand to increase its size, because as the usage increases, to keep up with the speed, how much speed the pipe provides. To keep up with that, there is a requirement of increasing the spectrum that is allocated to them, or the operators have to come up with alternate technologies that increases the efficiency of use of that particular spectrum that is assigned to them. We have an industry where they have made 30 years of investment. So we have to be guarded that we don't create a situation of disadvantage to those who have created this wonderful infrastructure that is guiding the digital growth in the country, and then also largely also contributing to the growth of the digital economy as well as the overall economy of the countries, where it increasingly digital economy becomes a major contributor to it. So IMT is our mainstay. It's the backbone of the economy, and therefore there is a certain tilt, I won't call it a bias, but a tilt towards the IMT industry whenever a regulatory decision is taken. And the other stakeholders are always questioning that tilt, and they demand that that there should be greater emphasis on other services. So like the satellite industry today, I think it's a closed room, so we can speak about it, is what the operators say is it's a 500 crore valued sector. And therefore they should be given an advantageous position so far as the allocation of spectrum is concerned. But nobody can predict where they will be 10 years down the line, or 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line. The operators are very clear about the fact that they are also in the business of providing broadband, and that directly competes with the services that they are providing. And what is it that we can do? So not only the valuation at these times, also the time period for which you allow them, even if you create an advantage for them to grow, to be able to be ubiquitous all over the country, you need to fix a timeline where you can treat them equally. So that those understandings, those inputs into the regulations, they also need to come at these times itself before we commit ourselves to a 20-year regime like we did earlier. So how long these regimes have to be? We started with a 20-year regime because we wanted to encourage long-term investments into this sector. Now that a lot has been achieved, we also need to look at these time periods. How long do we allocate on a certain condition? On longer conditions, on longer time period, do we have to have alternate regulatory environment? So these are all innovations within the regulation that are required to meet the economic challenges that will appear for a long period. So I remember when we were trying to price spectrum in 2013, and these economic models are based on a lot of assumption, and when you do assumptions beyond a 10-year period, I think I leave it to Rajat to explain why they are so uncertain, and why you need to be reserved and cautious when you make these long-term assumptions. And sometimes things can turn out to be very different after a short-term period. So we need to be cautious about all that too. I think I've taken enough time. There are a lot of panels that are waiting. So let us, all of us are here, and let us embrace this immense potential that telecommunication, spectrum economics, and wireless communication have. These are the pillars on which the digital world of tomorrow will exist. And I would request to all of you to engage freely and frankly into whatever is being discussed in the 4 panel discussions that you have today. And be ready to contribute more, because your work will undergo changes to absorb a lot of what is happening today, and it's a struggle which Praveen and Shivendu go through now. They are looking at alternate auction methodologies. They are looking at how to package, spectrum so that it can fit into some other auction methodologies. So we need to become aware of not every auction methodology will be suitable for allocation spectrum. So we need to clearly understand which auction methodologies that we can use for a long time. We've been using just one method for a long period of almost 13 years, and treat today as an opportunity to learn of alternative methods, and possibly, without risking failure, can we move into some other method to be able to allocate the spectrum in a more efficient, more optimal manner, so that the usage in the coming years for all areas, the de-licensed, the licensed, the satellite, all areas become, the assignment is very cohesive, and that we are able to lead the industry to a kind of a situation where they have a continuous growth. because this industry is going to contribute significantly to the economic growth of the country in the coming years. So thank you very much. Have a very engaging day today, and thank you to all.
Sir, your eloquence and the depth of your knowledge have truly enriched this gathering, and we are fortunate to have been in your presence. I request DG NICF Sir to felicitate Member Financer with a small memento as a token of respect for his invaluable guidance to this area and NICF in general. On behalf of NICF, distinguished guests, experts, and audience present here, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Member Financer for his keynote address as he provided us with his invaluable time and shared his wisdom on the theme for today. Thanks a lot, for your words have ignited our thoughts and set the tone for a meaningful discussion. Now, if I have Member Financer and DG Sir's permission, we'll be starting with our session 1. Brajesh Lal, sir. I request everyone to settle down. We'll be starting with our session 1. Please settle down. Respected seniors, distinguished experts, please settle down so that we can start our session 1. So without further ado, we'll be starting with our session 1. Let us direct our attention to the experts who will be sharing their invaluable insights on our panel for the first session today on the topic Emerging Needs of Spectrum and Prospective Roadmap to Achieve $1 trillion Digital Economy. It is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists and moderator.
Don't forget the felicitation part at the end. At the end, don't forget that you invite DG on stage to felicitate them on behalf of both IMC and NICF.
After the session.
And just wait for a minute. Keep requesting them once or twice and then start introducing them because अभी तो कोई सुनेगा नहीं. Request कर लो.
I request everyone to please settle down. So our first session is on the topic Emerging Needs of Spectrum and Prospective Roadmap to Achieve $1 Trillion Digital Economy. It is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists and moderator, all luminaries in the field of communications and spectrum management. As I introduce you all, please adorn the stage with your presence. First, we have an able and experienced moderator for today's discussion, Professor Brajesh Lal, IIT Delhi. Sir has numerous accolades to his name that includes a PhD in multi-rate signal processing, coordinator at 2 centers of excellence by Airtel and Ericsson, in charge of IoT laboratory in collaboration with Samsung, and mentor for 5 startups. With Sir at the helm, we can anticipate a thought-provoking and productive conversation. Now, inviting all the panelists one by one, we have Lieutenant General Dr. S.P. Kochar, Director General COAI, a decorated military veteran. He retired as Signal Officer in Chief, the head of the ICT wing of the Indian Army, earlier to which he was the Additional Director General Personnel of the Indian Army. Sir was also the first CEO of the Telecom Sector Skill Council. He holds a PhD, MTech, 2 MPhils, and has been a member on the Executive Council of National Board of Accreditation, Jamia Millia Islamia, and on the academic councils of IGNOU, Weltec, and others. He also served as an adjunct professor with BITS Pilani and IGNOU for several years. Besides, he has also been a member of the interviewing boards of UPSC for civil services and engineering services. Moving on, we have Vijay Christopher, Wireless Advisor, DOT Headquarter. With an extensive career in spectrum management and over 30 years of experience in various aspects of the field encompassing spectrum planning, licensing, spectrum auctions, radio monitoring, and satellite monitoring. Throughout his career, he has worked in different units within the WPC and WMO. He is a forward thinker in the realm of spectrum management, thus bringing a unique perspective to this discussion. Next, joining our distinguished panel today is Rajat Kathuria, the Dean of the School of Humanities. He is the former Director and Chief Executive of the Indian Council for Research on International Economics Relations. He worked with the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India during its initial years. He is currently the co-chair of the T20 Digital Task Force under India's G20 presidency. Our next panelist is Ashwini Kumar. He is currently the head of Spectrum and 6G engagements at Nokia in India. As an accomplished industry leader with 30 years of wide experience in telecom industry, he has served Ministry of Communications as Indian Telecom Service Officer in DOT, BSNL, and TEC for about 15 years, before starting the next stint of career with British Telecom, Ericsson, and Hawaii in senior leadership roles. He has been actively engaged in spectrum standardization since 2014 and made significant contributions in WRC 15 and WRC 19 cycles. He is also engaged in 6G technology development process, driving collaboration among various national 6G programs, including NextG Alliance and Bharat 6G Mission in India. And finally, our last panelist, N. Jairam. Sir is Senior Director, Enterprise Business, Hue Communication India Private Limited. In a career spanning a total of over 23 years, he has been with Hue for the past 20 years, during which he has worn several hats as SME head and marketing head. He has worked on many new initiatives for the company during his tenure, a special mention for the Hue HTS and LEO services in recent times. He is an exceptional addition to our panel today, and we are eager to benefit from his insights. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here today with an exceptional group of individuals who are well equipped to explore the emerging needs of spectrum and discuss the prospective roadmap. It is now my pleasure to yield the floor to our esteemed moderator, Professor Brajesh Lal, sir, who will lead us through this enlightening conversation. Thank you, sir, and over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. I will begin seated. I will go to the podium and speak in the end. Right now, I won't hold you from the very knowledgeable panelists that we have here. I indeed have the pleasure and privilege of moderating such enlightening panel discussion. So the way we'll go here is that I'll request each one of the panelists to come and present their thoughts for a few minutes, 5 to 7 minutes, after which we will have a question round, structured question answer round session where I'm going to walk them through a few questions, and finally there'll be audience questions, assuming there's time. So let's begin. The first set of thoughts that we want are from Mr. Christopher. If you could, set the stage, given the role that he plays in this space. Yeah, please. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, respected member finance, distinguished panelists, and distinguished delegates from various academia and other industries, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm good morning to all of you, and thank you for inviting me to this panel. And present, past, and future, almost all these points. So there are three subtopics here. We are talking about reaching the 1 trillion digital economy. So I will just try to put my points on all the aspects. There are three sub aspects like socio-economic impact, spectrum use convergence, and the needs of the spectrum. So I will try to go through each point, and bear with me for 5 to 7 minutes. Okay. See, driving force of an economy is the growth of these underlying sectors. There are different sectors for our economy. Telecom is one of them, and there are, so each contributes to the economy. So how telecom is going to affect other sectors, that is also one of the important points that we are discussing in this 5G and 6G age. Industrial revolution happened in 19th century, and that contributed to economic growth. Then 20th century we have IT, information technology, and that contributed to the economy. Now we are talking about industrial revolution 4.0, where physical, digital, and biological worlds are meeting together. That is caused by the simultaneous explosion of technology like nanotechnology, miniaturization of electronics, then storage technologies, cloud computing, and many other technologies is simultaneously innovating itself. So this has paved the way for the what you call big data, or which again caused the artificial intelligence. When artificial intelligence came, then there is a need to connect everything, whatever your physical body, your humans, your digital world, everything we wanted to connect. So that that point we will have to think about spectrum. Spectrum is limited. Spectrum does not grow like technology. It is there. So we will have to meet all these demands. How much spectrum is too much? I think there is no limit now. We are all talking about meeting billion, connecting 7 billion humans and 7 billion devices, and so and so. So first, fourth generation technologies, if you say 2G, 3G, 4G, up to 4G, they were only talking about seamless connectivity and coverage. It was limited up to that. So, but the fifth generation is talking about other verticals. We have different verticals come. So in up to fourth generation, the use case was limited to itself. It was inside. But now the use cases are grown out of telecom. So because of the other verticals. So then, in the fifth generation, the new development is, that 5G, software defined network, we call it network slicing. That is also optimizing the use of spectrum. So it is in the network also becoming, very intelligent, just like devices and other things. So 5G was about low band, mid band and high band, millimeter wave band. But now we are talking about 6G, we have low band, mid band, millimeter wave band and terahertz band also. So each time we are expanding our these things. So where do we find the spectrum for all these things? And it is interesting that ITU has already, taking up the IMT 2030, specification requirement, they are going to take it up. So it is better we go one step for this road to the 6G. Because spectrum harmonization is also important from the economical point of view. If the spectrum is not harmonized, then there is no point having spectrum. So we will have to go with the standardized bodies. So first specification requirement, then testing the different models that will come in the subsequent. So in this 23 to 24 to 25, this is the time period, whereas our behind our R&D people are also working. We have seen the enthusiasm in this IMC. There are so many people working on different technology layers. That will happen. As far as the regulation also, we will go along with that. So that way we can finally achieve at the target. Then, when in this 6G domain, we are talking about different convergence, fixed M2M, IoT, V2X, that is in the intelligent transport system, Wi-Fi, everything is going to be converging in this. So when we talk about spectrum, we can think out of the box. Is it possible? For example, IMT, we have been doing auction from 2010 onwards, as he said, 12, 13 years we have been auctioning. But we were all following the same, simultaneous SMRA, simultaneous multiple round auction that we had been doing. That is called British auction, ascending auction, because it came from a British company. Rothschild, I think, gave that. So we are following that. We never thought about the descending auction. We can also think about various auction, like Dutch auction, they call it. Then there are different auctions. For example, we are only talking about LSA. Why don't we talk about counties at the lower level, whether we can do that way, whether it is possible to do the spectrum assignment in a county. So that why I am saying is, see, LSA wise, we are auctioning spectrum, and the spectrum is taken by these telecom service providers. Then their density of usage is only in the urban pockets, whereas that spectrum is not used in the rural areas. So there is not a ubiquitous density of use, whether that can be changed. If you think about in terms of counties and other ways, then we can think about dynamic spectrum allocation. Dynamic spectrum allocation means, because of the limitation of spectrum, it offers dynamic spectrum allocation like cognitive radio, where we can find spectrum holes and in time, frequency and spatial dimension, that is also being tested. But spectrum has to be sensed. There are some limitation for that kind of technology. That means using the same spectrum for different purposes. Similarly, we have license shared access, which is, you must have heard about CBRS radio, where tiered approach for different users, spectrum is allocated to different, depending on the use. But there, it is a complex mechanism of SAS, that is spectrum access system is required, then only so for everything, you know, there is a cost involved. So, but when the spectrum is limited, we have to think about in terms of this thing. And if you think about tourism sector, for example, if foreigner or foreign people come to India, it is very difficult to get a SIM. No, instead of if we can provide Wi-Fi in those particular centers, then the connectivity will be better. That can be improved. And you know, spectrum has two aspect. One is assignment, another point is pricing. Pricing the spectrum rightly, that is another issue. I would like to recall the 700 megahertz spectrum was offered in the year 2016. It was the price that I think 11,400 crore per megahertz in 2016 for a pan-India allocation. Then when it comes to 2021, we have reduced the price to 43%. By 43%, it became 6,568 and 6,000. Yeah, sorry. So, and we could not sell in both the events. Now third is, I mean, in 22 we have brought it down to 3,900 by another 40%, and we could sell it. So the pricing is very, you know, ticklish, very sensitive issue. So now I think I have taken more time. Now we are talking about integration also, you know, whether we can have a different, you know, satellite and terrestrial technology, whether we can integrate, use the same under the standardization. That also we are discussing, and 3GPP is discussing. And recently there was a development, I think it was in China. Huawei has already tested through their Beidou satellite, direct to satellite, they have tested recently. So that those are you know, innovation happening. So, I think these are the areas where both integration of these things can happen. Thank you. Sorry for taking much time on that.
Yeah, please come. So thank you. So that was interesting and of course quite verbose and quite detailed, quite a comprehensive introduction, but maybe too comprehensive. So I'll request the other panelists to take a little less time, and we understand that, you know, everybody has a perspective to present. So now we have the perspective of the person who owns the kitty in a matter of speaking. Sinha sir talked about the fact that we tilt a lot towards IMT. So the next person I'm going to invite to share a few thoughts are a person who's from the satellite space. So Jairam, if you could, you know, share your thoughts here. Yeah, either way is fine. Yeah, thanks.
Good morning, everyone. All my distinguished panelists and member finance and all the members of NICF and audience. At the outset, I'd like to thank NICF for setting up this this session, or the series of sessions, I would say. It's quite relevant, and if you look at the panelists and if you look at the areas they represent, it's the right mix. In fact, there is someone from the regulatory side, others from the industry, and various type of industries, not just wireless and cellular, but I'm representing satellite. So what I will stick to is what I know best. We are a service provider, Hughes, I represent Hughes, but more than that, today I'm representing the satellite industry. So I'm going to give my perspective about as a satellite service provider and what has been, what we have seen so far and what is ahead. Now, in India, satellite has always been and will be in future an enabler or a complementary media to terrestrial. Whether terrestrial, I mean fiber, wireless, terrestrial, everything. Purely due to cost economics, nothing else. And so far we have been starved of supply. But that is easing thanks to DOT's new space policy to a large extent, wherein we are expecting plethora of capacity in terms of quantity and quality coming to India through GEO, KA, KU, STS, very high throughput satellites, LEO, MEO, etc. But even then, with all this coming in, and we are going to get access to hundreds of GPS of capacity in the next 5 years through different technologies and different service providers, different operators, still the cost economics will always be extremely difficult or almost next to impossible to compete with terrestrial. So that is one thing which I want to lay down on the table, and because there is a misconception that when the LEOs come in, it is going to compete, replace terrestrial, wireless, telco. No, it's not true. In fact, satellite industry today works as a great enabler to telcos. There are hundreds of villages, extremely remote villages, not hundreds, thousands, more than 5,000, 6,000 villages, which have access to broadband through satellite. Because there is nothing else available, and fiber is not even possible in the next, it is not envisaged for that fiber will reach those places in the next 10, 15 years. So that is the complementary aspect. There are hundreds and thousands of villages where today through USO funds or USO projects, satellite is providing backhaul to telcos to enable 4G services. Now, that's the complementary aspect the satellite is coming from. So that is what is present today. Now, what we foresee is, and it has been acknowledged by government, if you recall, there is a Bharat industry now, and definitely we are all aspiring this to grow to manifold. But again, even at its peak, even if we become a 5,000 or 10,000 crore industry, we will not be competing with terrestrial or terrestrial technologies. So that remains the fact. And through the course of this session, we can discuss detailed use cases. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So that's an important perspective. There are a couple of things that we must understand here. One, of course, is that even if it cannot compete vis-a-vis the cost, but it still is an important technology for the entire enablement. And for this reason, IMT 2030 itself talks about convergence, and they are looking at NTN very, very carefully. So it's a given. Let us see how it pans out. Next, I'd request Ashwini to say a few words.
The slides.
Can you bring his slides up, please?
Slides are there. Actually, I had given the slide packs.
Oh, he's bringing it up. Just a minute.
Thank you, Member Finance and other dignitaries. So I will present a perspective for a prospective roadmap, especially given that there are competing and emerging, competing spectrum demands from new technologies and existing technologies. And the objective of my session of this talk will be to provide a perspective to the spectrum manager when he is having the conflicting demands from multiple services, how he is going to handle. Next slide, please. So some quick pointers at the start, like how spectrum management will look like going forward in 6G when there are diverse and competing demands. So spectrum is a limited natural resource, it's a no-brainer. Therefore, competitive allocation is inevitable. There is no other solution. Global harmonization is equally important because without harmonization, we cannot have two things. One is that you do not have economy of scale, affordability. Second is you do not have readily available ecosystem or vendor commitment. And this is the reason we go to WRC and ITU processes. Third important learning from WRC processes that the spectrum harmonization is a very lengthy process. Example, 3.5 gigahertz band that we deployed in 5G, it took 10 years to commercialize. We started the journey in 2007 and it saw the light in 2022 only. Therefore, a strategic roadmap by administration is very important going forward. Increasing demand for spectrum, and that is coming from three things. Affordable connectivity is there. Low-cost smartphones is a very, very important lever that it is reaching to every hand. And I am hearing that Jio has launched a Bharat 4G phone, which I think is just 900 rupees only. Then emerging applications. Now we have the MBB. There are more applications which are coming that will spurt the demand. Then large-scale commercialization of extended reality, immersive or augmented reality. For sure, it's not a pep talk now. In 2025, there will be widespread commercialization and it will take huge leap. Lastly, no single technology can address all 6G applications and scenarios as a whole diverse set of things we have in 6G. Therefore, complementing role is important rather than competing. That's the bottom line, and we have to all work together. And since we are talking about digital economy, so I thought that to provide a quick peek to it. In 2022, our digital economy was 175 billion. This is as per the Google and the Bain study, which was conducted in 2022. E-commerce had the lion's share, which was around 74 billion out of that, which is going to go 6 to 7-fold in 2030. And you can see in the Indian economy, the share of digital economy is around 22.4%. It was in 2019. Transactions on networks have increased threefold from 19 to 23. Today, we are having 10.52 billion transactions, and most of them, I can say 96% are running on mobile phones. So, size currently is around 175. We have to go to $1 trillion. It is, I think, 7-8-fold. The bottom line is that there is going to be enormous stress on mobile networks. How we are going to fix this, we have to see in next slides. How this machine works actually. These are the basic. We have developed a unique experiment in the world, India Stack. Everybody is talking about it. Identity layer, 1.35 billion people with biometrics, payment layer, UPI API, then data layer, data governance. It is riding on top of widely available and affordable mobile connectivity infrastructure, which is the key enabler. And why this has fueled this entire digital economy? Only two elements again: affordable smartphones, affordable mobile connectivity. Data rates have gone down to $0.1 in 2023 per GB, and 94% internet access is happening on mobile. So this is the fact. I'm not promoting mobile communication here. These are the statement of facts. Therefore, in last many years, it has grown. Last 5 years, data has grown 15 times. It will grow further 3 times in next 3 years. So we go to next slide. These are some of the numbers where we stand. Out of 826 internet subscribers, 96% access this thing through mobile. And today, we have 853 LTE connections. And we have covered a base of 150 million for 5G with 360K base stations. So that number we have taken with the subscription data, shipment data, 70 million. That will go to 700 million 5G in 27-28. Two other important things: per device mobile data Today it is touching 20 GB per month. It will become threefold, up to 60 GB. Then key application. Today we are having mainstream application mobile broadband, which is 480, 720 kind of thing on the average. This is going to change to immersive extended reality, AR, VR with 4K, 8K. And on the right side, we can see what kind of bandwidths it will require for a good experience for XR. So bottom line, 150 to 200 GB data packs will be a normal thing in India in coming 2-3 years. That's what is my assessment. Next slide, please. Quickly coming to our Honorable PM in March 23, he launched the Bharat 6G mission. 3 important pillars on which it is hanging. It has to be ubiquitous, sustainable, affordable. And the grand goal that PM has set is 100 Mbps everywhere in 2030. That is a vision we set. And from there I am coming. What it requires in terms of spectrum to achieve this. GSMA study has research indicates to deliver this 100 Mbps everywhere ubiquitously, 2 gigahertz mid-band spectrum, especially in markets like India, will be essential in 2030. Second, GSA, which is an alliance of OEMs, it says 500 to 750 megahertz additional spectrum per network will be required for 6G in 2030. So put together, we need this kind of spectrum, minimum 2 gigahertz in mid-band 2030. Sources in the bottom I have listed. We have 2 targets only. WRC 23, we must secure this 6 gigahertz. This provides a total of 1200, but in the agenda we have 700 megahertz. We should not lose this opportunity. Second thing is in WRC 27, for the remaining part for 6G, from 7 to 15 gigahertz, we should offer as many ranges for studies. These are the 2 important strategies for India for WRC, in my opinion. Next slide, please. Now, closing note. Spectrum in 6 gigahertz and lower ranges of 7 to 15. These are important things for India to strategize to achieve this Bharat 6G mission. It's basically the raw material for this goal. We should support this identification for Region 3 in WRC 23. We should adopt a positive outlook for study ranges. As of now, we are only doing the study. We are not doing assignment or allocation. Unless we do the study, we do not come to know what is the potential of sharing. Because sharing is the buzzword tomorrow. Without sharing, we cannot manage diverse allocations with limited supply. And to handle the competing demands, the recommendations from my side is a no-brainer again. We have to resort to convergence. We have to resort to collaboration amongst players. Because spectrum is limited, so that collaboration, convergence is important. Two examples I have given. Evolution of broadcast industry. Today, 3GPP standardized solution provide the complete range of solutions for content industry, including broadcast. There are 3 important legs of broadcast industry: content production, content contribution, and then distribution. All 3 can be effectively supported. And in 5G MAG, which is a global organization, it is doing a lot on this thing. All companies are working together. We can save a lot of spectrum and bring national efficiency through this thing. Second important thing is that a complementing coming together of terrestrial and non-terrestrial is a clear thing. It is going to be there. Competition will not work. Operator knows where is the role of terrestrial, where is the role of non-terrestrial. So selectively, basically the market, demand and the business models only will forecast how it plays out. But they are going to complement. And for IoT M2M, clear suggestion is there is no need for any dedicated network for it. You can use existing networks which we can address all kind of massive or critical requirement. So this is all from my side on spectrum roadmap going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwini. So another very strong and powerful opening remark. Most panel discussions do not have such strong and decisive kind of opening remarks. So this clearly brings out the fact that this panel is actually very opportune, very timely. We've heard the TARI viewpoint, we've heard the satellite viewpoint, we've heard the mobile terrestrial viewpoint, and clearly they know what they want. The issue is that how do we all get so that there's this need for negotiations and thinking and planning. A lot of it that will happen. Now we have 2 more opening remarks left, so I'll first request General Pocher to say a few words, and then I'll come to Rajat.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me thank NICF for getting me here, and it's a pleasure standing here. But I'm also a little awed by the type of people who are sitting here, and by the member S, the way he spoke so eloquently and with so much of knowledge, touching upon almost everything. Thank you very much, and I hope I can say something which matches what you said, or somewhere there. I represent the Telecom Operators Association. So therefore, I will be speaking about the requirements that we have. Important for me to say that all my previous speakers have brought out the role of spectrum, the necessity of spectrum very aptly. So I'm not going to touch upon that. What is important is, what is the end goal that we desire? End goal, whether it is the government of India, whether it is operators, OEMs, anybody. What we desire is to bring the best of ICT services to the worst placed citizen of the country in the cheapest manner. This is the end state. And this is what we are committed to. And if we are committed to that, what is it that is the building block? And this has been aptly brought out during COVID. If you don't have good networks, if you don't have networks which can sustain and which are affordable, and if you don't provide services which are affordable, then this dream will just be an eyewash. And it will be just saying, thank you, sir, 3 bags full, sir. Nothing will happen. So we have to make the networks affordable, we have to make them sustainable. Why is so much focus on networks? It has been proven that telecom is an essential service now. It is no longer a money-making service. It's an essential service like electricity and water, and it has to be nurtured. And nobody, whether it is from this industry or that industry, can find fault with this statement. Without telecom, the economy will come down. The Prime Minister also alluded to it in his opening remarks, that with 5G networks, the schemes of the government which are going for the benefit of the citizen will get a boost which otherwise they will not. So it is our responsibility, professionally, morally, economically, to see that the networks are sound. If you go with the traditional business of a TSP, it has been providing our telecom services to subscribers. Now when we are changing from 4G to 5G, the amount of investments that are going into this new technology are humongous. I won't say that our ARPUs are not growing, our ARPUs are also growing. But if our investments are growing at this scale, the ARPUs are only growing at this scale. And therefore, the gap between what we are earning and what we are spending is increasing, which is not a healthy state. It has been proven worldwide, and I attended the GSMA conference at Seoul last month. It has been proven worldwide that this trend continues. Companies will have started folding up world over. They listed 23 companies which have either been acquired or they have folded up across the world. In India, that scope is not there, that luxury is not there. We are already at the bare minimum 3. We can't go below this. So this has to be sustained, and it is very nice that the member has recognized this fact. In his own pleasing manner, he has recognized this fact that the investments which have been made by the TSPs cannot be let go waste. It is not a question of honoring those investments. They can't go waste. It is for national good. The TSPs, if they have to survive, have to get into different businesses. What I see emerging very clearly, if they continue giving only subscriber-based ARPUs, they are not going to survive. India is a market where subscriber is the king. You can't increase tariff beyond a point. You just cannot. So if we are going to survive only on tariff, we are doomed. So what is going to happen is, in 5G, we will see one vertical, which is the exclusive purview of the telecom industry, other networks. So 3 different SBUs will come up. This first is the network SBU. Second SBU will be platforms. And these platforms may not be the purview of only TSPs. There will be others. Not supported by regulation, the market will support it. It will happen. But if you see, the foundation of all these 3 platforms is the network. If the network is not sound, you all sitting here will not be communicating on mobiles. Is that a situation you want? I'm sure no. So why is it that we are shouting hoarse? कहते हैं ना, बच्चा रोएगा नहीं तो माँ भी दूध नहीं पिलाएगी. तो why are we crying in TSPs? When we roll out networks, there is an input cost to get the wherewithal right, and that input cost is majority spectrum cost and fees and levies. And our spectrum cost is the highest in the world, our fees and levies are highest in the world, and yet we provide services at the lowest cost in the world. And believe me, I travel quite a lot, Indian networks are far and by far the best networks in the world. You go to the most advanced country, you will find that handling a mobile network there is not so simple as it is in India. The services that we provide on mobile networks are much more than any other country is providing. You go to the US, go to UK, go to even Korea. UPI kahan hai? Who's supporting UPI? Networks. People say that internet is supporting. Internet kya hai? Internet is running on the networks. If there is no network, there is no internet. If there is no internet, all these other services which are going to subscribers come flat down. So we must recognize the fact that we have to reduce the input costs, and especially in the 5G era, because in 5G, the TSPs have visualized return on investment after a period of time. But if that period of time gets extended, their pockets are not deep enough to carry them forward. They are not multinational companies who have very deep pockets. They are Indian companies. And therefore, Government of India and the TSPs have to go together to see that the networks survive and are of good quality. Reduce the input costs. How it is done, I have nobody to. You are the professionals. How can I tell the government officials what they have to do? They are the best people to do it. They should recognize that the demand that we are making is fair. Right. The second thing is, if the input cost gets reduced, will we be able to break even? No. Do bring down the input cost, but also shore up our revenues by being alive to the situation which is emerging with 5G. Don't look at 5G with 4G glasses. We carry huge amount of data on our networks. Does everybody pay for that carriage? No. People who carry 80% of the data on our networks don't pay for it. Why is this situation come past? Because they were a fledgling industry and they came up to an extent that they have now surpassed the carriage that we were used to. Why are we increasing our capacities? Because without them we can't survive. Frankly speaking, I mean, let's give the devil their due. But it is an onus on them to sit with us and decide how can we mutually support a network which is supporting both of us, right? We are not saying that government should fix that this is the cost. No, government should come in only when we come to an impasse where we can't talk to each other. But if you expect that we will sit on a table and talk to each other when one party is getting something free, I think that is living in a fool's paradise, because if you're getting something free, why are you going to sit down with somebody else and say, I'll pay? I mean, that is expecting too much. That is another thing which has to be looked at. The next thing is more esoteric, but I will touch upon it. How can we increase the use of spectrum? Now, I will leave a thought which has been going around in my mind because of certain things I did in IIT many years back. Can we use phase shift and various other techniques to reuse spectrum? And the reused spectrum can be at differentiated prices for one category and a differentiated price for another category. Can we do that? With permutation combinations, polarization added. If you have polarization and phase shift, and you have a permutation combination of polarization and phase shift at both ends, which does not interfere with terrestrial communication, you have the entire spectrum band to be reused again. One thought.
Only 5 minutes of audience.
So I leave this with Professor Lal. He can delve upon him. अगर कुछ हो गया तो हमारा नाम acknowledgements में लिख देना. So these are the things, and CDMA, WPC, CDMA, we could reuse the spectrum. If you dovetail that technology or the principles of that technology into what you are saying, going down to Taluk region and reusing spectrum, maybe we can. Device ecosystem will have to catch up. Nokia will have to see that both types of things are available on a phone. With LTE, it is possible. So these are some of the things that we have to start thinking, and let me tell you, people will find solutions. Why? Because Indian brain is the best brain, and we are already transiting from the Prime Minister's clarion call of Make in India to Made in India. We've already started doing Made in India, and we have started exporting made in India products. By the time we reach 6G, believe me, we would have been fully transformed from Make in India to Made in India. So this is something that we are aiming at. I've articulated the major problems that is facing the TSPs very simply. They're not as simple as they seem. Just one more point, sir, for you. And that is, let's not miss the woods for the trees. I'm sure you will agree with me. Up to 4G, if you were treating telecom as a goose that lays golden eggs, ठीक है, you extract money from us by spectrum auctions, good, sir, because within a quarter we'll start getting return on investment. In 5G, we can't do that. 5G, the period is too high, and the stakes are too high. Why are the stakes too high? It is not the subscriber who is only going to gain from 5G rollout. Speeds have reached their zenith today. Whether you get 20 Mbps download speed or you get 100 Mbps, how does it make a difference? आंखें तो आपकी वही है ना, आप मूवी जल्दी डाउनलोड कर लोगे, देखोगे तो अपनी आंखों से ही. For a subscriber, 5G has not brought too much of benefit. Benefits will come to enterprise. Enterprise. And that is what we've been saying, flexibility, adaptability, machine to human communication. That is something which will come. And with that will come substrate, telecom networks, verticals, all the verticals you can think of, medical, agriculture, education, anything. So, if you're only looking at deriving money from the substrate is going to be weak. Strengthen the substrate. the amount of money you will get by all these verticals which are growing exponentially on the telecom substrate is something which will far exceed your expectations and will be good for the country. And the last thing that I'm saying is, don't look at telecom as telecom. I represent COI. My members are sitting here, and I'm sure I'll get a rap on the knuckles for saying this, but I will. There is nothing known as telecom anymore. Just nothing known as telecom. Uppal Sahab, think about it. It is ICTEC as a compound. Information, communication, technology, electronics, and cyber, all going together. Today, can you divorce one from the other? If you don't look at all these elements together, you will come to grief. So please start looking at it together. With that, let me finish. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So those were interesting thoughts, and we got two new perspectives. One was, of course, the cost-related issue, and the second was about when some mentioned that can we think differently, and whatever spectrum is available, can we use it better? For once, this is the first time while moderating a panel, I'm wishing that I was one of the panelists rather than the moderator, but then this is quite an interesting panel that we've had. I will reserve my comments till the end, so I'll now request Rajat to come and say a few words.
Thanks, Professor. And before I make my remarks, let me thank Manish and Ashish and NICF for inviting me here. It's a really privilege to speak to all of you. Being the last speaker, I've heard everything that, I wish I was the moderator. I would. Well, there's so much that has been said, so I'm going to try and say something that, from my experience, so full disclosure, I don't represent anybody. I represent, I work in a university now, but I used to work in the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, where a lot of my experience comes from, and I'm going to sort of distill some of that experience to focus on some of the issues that have been raised today. And what Manish said towards the end was music to my ears, about thinking about different methods of allocation of spectrum, which should also be music to General Kocher's ears and the telecom industry. But I think it should, there should be a large focus made on that, I think, clearly. And with that, let me make my first point about how India, as a regulatory sort of initiative, has taken several regulatory initiatives, and how we've been actually executing them. And there's been a flaw in them. I think flaw in the sense, not a flaw, but I think we need to rethink the way we regulate. Let me cut to the chase and say, and then sort of explain what I want to say, which is that for too long, we've been taking the Western standards as a given and adopting those standards. And this is not coming out of thin air. This is my experience in TRAI, and I can elaborate some of that experience. And it's our experience with other financial sectors also, the SEBI and so on. There's nothing bad, I mean, if you learn from them, but simply to accept that the standards that have been set, regulatory standards, I'm talking about I'm not competent to talk about product standards. The regulatory standards that have been set, and I'll give you an example, a sort of tangible example of what I mean, is something that will work in India's environment. It may work, it may not, but we should question that. That's my sort of first point. And the example that I give, I'm necessarily being provocative because, because you need to think about this when you're doing your own sort of work in regulating the sector. And I think the sector ought to be regulated, and it ought to be regulated more intensely. In the sense where it doesn't need to be regulated, you need to step away. But where it needs to be regulated intensely, in the sense more efficiently, it needs to be regulated more efficiently. And the example I want to give is that when I started working in TRAI, we were told that markets will work, and necessarily the regulator needs to be distanced from the government, the regulator needs to be distanced from the operators. Obviously, the regulator should be at a fair distance from both the operator and the government. And I completely agree with General Kocher when he says that telecom is no longer telecom, it's all digital, right? So we need to think of a larger regulatory setup, a digital regulator, or whatever. But the fact that, we were being told by the Anglo-Saxon model that the best way to regulate is this, and the best way to fund the regulator is to fund it not from the government, because if the government funds the regulator, you will not be able to secure independence, and the best way to fund the regulator is through a percentage of fees that is generated by the revenue. And as Manish said, that the revenue has gone up to 3.7 lakh crores. I remember that 1.76 lakh crores. So my sort of needle stops there, 1.7. So that's my reference point. How much more than 1.76 lakh crores has this sector grown to be? And it's twice that, and fund it out of the fees that we collect from the. Now this is a Western model. I don't know whether they, sort of the Washington, I don't even know whether they themselves use it. But this was a way we were told you would be able to secure the independence of the regulator. Now, I have to use parliamentary language. So I don't think this is true. But when I was working in TRI, markets and the Washington Consensus and way to fund, this was gospel. And I recognized that how flawed in our thinking we were, or at least I was, that we were adapting everything from don't get me wrong, we may still adapt things that they have done, but we don't necessarily need to regulate the Digital Services Act of the European Union, or the Digital Market Act of the European Union, or even the GDPR of the European Union. We need to look at what will work for us. I'm happy to elaborate later, but this is my first point. The second point I wish to make is on what are the learnings from my experience in TRAI. One I've already shared. The second one is on spectrum. And there are lots of things have been said which are sort of very, very germane and important to look at, including looking at spectrum for, as Christopher said, counties and this is not a new idea. It was there in the late 90s. Look at marketing spectrum or auctioning spectrum for rural areas separately from the state. I mean, we got stuck with the state thing because of license service areas and 23 states and 20 states and 4 UTs, etc., etc. So we are stuck with that. Now it'll be obviously difficult to unravel that or change that, but we are stuck because, telecom, the spectrum is no longer, at the boundary of Haryana and Delhi or Punjab. It's sort of seamless, just like the air shed is, just like the pollution from other states comes into Delhi. It's like an airshed, and spectrum is like an airshed. It's just sort of available everywhere, even outside our international borders to some extent. So one has to look at, these alternative models, and auctioning the SMRA, the English auction, was designed to extract money from the operators. That was the design. And I don't think that is necessary anymore for various reasons, including what was said that telecom or spectrum no longer is valuable for its own sake. What is valuable is what does it enable one to do? And that $1 trillion economy will necessarily happen. If you put $1 trillion in context, which is that when we were talking about $1 trillion in 2025 for telecom, simultaneously we were talking about $5 trillion for the Indian economy by 2025. This was pre-COVID. Of course, the sort of estimations need to be necessarily changed post-COVID. So now it may happen in 2030. But that's not the point I'm making. The point is digital will become 20%. That was the estimate, 20% of our economy, 1 trillion by 5 trillion. And it may actually become more because every sphere of life I don't need to tell you that, will be enabled digitally, including coming into Indian Mobile Congress. Everything was available digitally and efficiently. And this was going to simply multiply. So what the point is that, you are looking at a situation where spectrum will contribute much more outside the sector, telecom or the digital sector, than it does within, and therefore a better, I don't know how choice of words I use. You know, what is the sort of reason for an auction? Why do you auction? Of course, to efficiently give spectrum to the most valuable use that it can be put to, and also to maximize revenue for the government. Now, does government need to maximize revenue from spectrum is a question. As I said, it was music to my ears that Manish talked about ways, alternative ways of assigning spectrum without getting into that sort of all the sort of mismanagement of first come, first serve, and yet be able to do well by industry. So that's my second point, alternative ways of, I'm happy to sort of go. And the last point I wish to make is on the socio-economic impact, and I'll bring in satellites as well. And this is sort of my experience, and not many of you will know this because it wasn't very popular then. Mahesh sitting here might remember. You know, when VSATs and lease lines were being regulated simultaneously by TRAI and lease line prices were reduced by 90%, I was in TRAI at that time, the VSAT industry cried hoarse that we are going to run out of business and we are going to lose our business, and nothing of the sort happened. VSAT continues to do well, and it did well even in the aftermath of the 90% reduction in lease line prices. What's my point? The point is that satellite, as Jairam was saying, is certainly a complementary sort of access to spectrum, and it needs to be looked at in this way. And again, when you give out satellite communication sort of spectrum for satellite, it should also be sort of done in the same manner to benefit, create the socio-economic impact, and not look at money for the exchequer, because it's sort of gone are the days when the government would want direct money or DOT would want direct money. The money can come indirectly through all the other services that get enabled. And we've done work which suggests that actually the indirect impacts are going to be larger than the direct impacts. And final point I want to make is that today we don't know what the future is going to be. And if you just look at this example of, you know, when I started working in TRAI, we had 24 million fixed line phones. We got 100 million phones thanks to mobile in about a decade, I think, 100 million connectivity. Then Gmail or email became 100 million in a shorter period of time, right? So from 10 years, you got 100 million users in about 7 years. And then Facebook came, and then you got 100 million users in let's say 1 year. I don't know, I'm just giving orders of magnitude. I don't know the exact numbers. And then you got Instagram, which took, you know, a few months. And then you had ChatGPT, which gave you 100 million users sort of within 2 days or 3 days, I think, yeah? And that's the nature of this beast. And we don't know what's going to happen in the future. What's the message? Regulators, as I said, should regulate. And this is a sector worthy of being regulated because of the digital divide in India. I haven't spoken of the digital divide, but it's massive. So all the good things that have been said about communications and satellite and spectrum, they exist. But what hasn't been spoken about is the negative sides of it. And therefore we need the regulator. And therefore we need the regulator to do, sort of look at it, not in a manner to sort of kill the sector itself, but in a manner that generates socio-economic benefits, including and especially at the bottom of the pyramid. So regulate intensively, efficiently, but don't kill the sector. So create that fine balance, which is, you know, hard at the best of times, but that's a strong message that should go out to the regulator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajat. That was interesting. And part moderating the session, it did part of my job. So since we've really run out of time, and I know a lot of you must be intrigued by some of the comments made here, and you have questions bubbling in your minds, you know, rather than I ask them a few questions, let's go to the audience and pick 3 or 4 questions before we close. So can somebody take the mic? You can raise your hands if you have a question to ask. Oh, that is a surprise. I mean, I think has everything. Oh, so we have a question there. And another one there, so start from here and then go there, please. incoming to 10-15 मिनट चला लीजिए। अच्छा जी।
Yeah, first of all, my thanks to all the panelists for a very informed session. And my question is for the wireless advisor and Mr. Kathuria. You talked about licensing at the county level or taluka level, but by that, I guess you mean that so that smaller operators can pick up spectrum there to offer their services. I mean, that's the idea, that if it's offered at the taluka level, then wherever it's viable, smaller operators can pick up. But we have an alternate model existing, which is of the MVNO model. So how far can that model, without, disturbing the setup as it is, handle the same problem? Because MVNOs can always get spectrum from the operators and offer services where they are required.
Yeah, thank you. That point, whatever you are saying is about spectrum for small players to come. I think that is not what I was meaning, because in infrastructure, it is very expensive to put infrastructure by a new player. It will be difficult. The point what I was making was, if the spectrum, as I said, if it is densely used in certain pockets and not used in some other area, why don't we find applications in that area for one particular application in urban area, and the same spectrum can be used for through some good spectrum management techniques. You need state-of-art technologies for that, and monitoring also. Then only that can be done. That was the point I was trying to make.
So does that answer the question? Partially, right. So did you want to have a follow-up question? Right.
But I think, the MVNO model hasn't worked because it's not viable for the MVNO model to work. I think we can discuss. I may be completely wrong, but I think it's not viable for that model to work. What was discussed in, I think it was 1999, to have a specific rural auction where spectrum is underutilized for specific operators who are well versed in, who can offer service in rural areas to come in. And there was a reverse auction once that was where BSNL bid the highest amount, in fact bid zero or negative to operate services in a rural area, which means it was profitable, but there was no competition.
So it is our distinct honor now that we have Secretary, Department of Telecommunication with us here right now. So we just welcome you, sir.
Okay, so moving on to the next question that we have there, the gentleman in the white shirt there. Please hand him the mic, someone.
Yeah, I have a question for Professor Rajat and Mr. Ashwini, just as overall issues. Now, we've talked about the payoffs which is to be given by the spectrum. We wanted to be reaching out to more and more people, to isolated locations which are there. And we have taken an overall view. What Mr. Ashwini covered was how is the spectrum going to be used for IoT and other things. The issue which I'm trying to just clarify my mind is, how do you cater for the strategic requirements in terms of defense and other things, where it needs to be assured, So when we are talking about this distribution and we are going for the WRC, we are putting a complete ban for a service. How do we ensure our strategic requirements are taken care of?
Yeah, please go ahead. Ashwini will
I don't think I'm competent to answer that question.
Oh, so Ashwini, over to you then.
Actually, I could not completely understand. You mean how we address our requirements in WRC for various services?
No, let me just clarify. In WRC, we are talking of a band and a service, which is there. And what happens is a complete band goes for a service. This is how it is going out. Now we got our strategic requirements in terms of defense requirements, in terms of important issues which need to work out. And for that, the spectrum needs to be assured. Like what is happening is, we are talking about the 7 to 15 gigahertz, the complete thing going out for a particular service. So how do you assure the defense requirements or other strategic requirements are met? That is the assurance we would
Okay.
like to discuss or get a mind clear on.
I got it now. So, spectrum requirements for government use and critical use, which are classified operations. There is no denial that they have the paramount and the first priority. There is no point when we are talking that 7 to 15 is the sweet spot range for 6G. Wherever there are classified operations, there is no need to disclose that. There is no need to share with that where they are operating, because they are all secret operations. Whenever we do, like example, 1800 band, it still has many allocations which are given to defense 700. So those priorities are given by DoD already. So when these particular 7 to 15 range that I'm talking is only for studies, so that we can conduct a feasibility whether there is any possibility to deploy IMT in some of the ranges, because we need some 200 gigahertz total spectrum for 5G services in order to cater to Bharat 6G vision, 100 Mbps everywhere. It boils down to minimum 2 gigahertz mid-band spectrum. So we need to study more and more range. I am not talking about allocation or assignment. That decision is with India, Indian policy makers, how to make it. We just study, we just see whether it is possible to share with existing services or not. And in that, we are not at all touching those pockets where defense is working or any critical service is working already.
You knew finally it will come to me. See, the point is, I was on the other side, and you know that I was sitting and fighting release of spectrum from defense. And now, in hindsight, it's good that we released the spectrum because the nation has grown because of that release. But when we sat down there, the things which came out were spectrum for peacetime use and spectrum for wartime use. The wartime use spectrum is reserved for us. That is the defense band. And we have a defense zone and a defense interest zone. And it has been given in the statute that whenever we go to war, the entire spectrum, civil or defense, will be released for us, definitely in the defense zone, maybe in the defense interest zone. In the peacetime areas, we should ride on commercial networks, providing our own security, providing our own NOCs and SOCs. You know that 11 years back we demonstrated that even with 2G. Now with 5G, with network slicing, this is technically possible. That time we did it with policy insertions. Now it is possible by giving a slice to the defense, and that on that we'll write our own NOC, our own loading parameters, our own SOC, and we'll get a secure network riding on the 5G networks of the commercial type. That does not impede commercial utilization of networks. That improves revenue collections by operators. That reduces the capex burden on the defense. So it's a win-win situation for everyone.
Thank you. You want to add something? No. Any further questions? Yeah. Oh, couple of hands raised at the same time, so we'll come to you next.
Thank you. My question is perhaps addressed to wireless advisor, sir. This is in the context of a statement which was made by Professor Rajat Kathuria, which is, he said that perhaps that, and there are studies to show that the indirect benefits of spectrum are probably higher than direct auction benefit that the government gets from auction. In the light of that, if the studies prove so, can the government actually think in terms of, implementing this, because if the goal is to maximize revenue, and if revenue maximization takes place over a period of time through indirect benefits more than it takes place through direct benefits, then would the government want to reconsider the auction route for
Is who conduct the studies? Because sometimes, what is the outcome of the study? How will you arrive at that studies? That again itself will become, questionable. Then the controversy erupts. What are the parameters? So, leaving that apart, if a neutral body like, for example, ITU has studied, they have come out with a econometric study. What I said that in 2020 they said that spectrum for the economy spectrum, there is an incentive for allocating spectrum for the mobile phone in the rural areas for the developing countries, whereas there is no incentive for giving the spectrum where for the developed countries. Instead, that fixed usage will benefit more in the developed countries. So that kind of studies we can rely on that. Apart from that, if any study comes out and say that whether we can conclude that okay there are benefit, direct and indirect benefit, definitely we can think about that, we can discuss that. Thank you.
Thank you. The final question, somebody raised the hand there, so please raise it again so that he can reach to you.
Good morning, sir. Professor Rechut Katuria, sir. My question is, sir, you said about the regulation of the spectrum, and so being there are two entities, TRAI and DOT, and to achieve this 1 trillion economy goal, what would you suggest? Should we have two entities or should we have one entity to have this one?
You've put me in a very awkward situation. There are people from both entities sitting here, or at least Manish used to be in TRAI. Well, I think, can I, while I think, let me also answer Devashish's question. I think it's a relevant point to make who conducts the studies and whether there are vested interests in those. And that's always the case with academic research. I mean, who's funded the research, and are the studies neutral, or are they sort of pushing somebody's agenda? Is there anything which is new? Is there any such thing that is neutral? And that itself is a value-loaded thing. So, but, if studies prove that, or whatever studies prove that direct benefits are less than the indirect benefits, then, the question is, can government rethink the model which I think it's adopted, which is maximizing revenue for the exchequer? That's been sort of, in a sense, but it was contextualized in the background of that, failed FCFS. And I said, okay, because we cannot do administrative assignment in a manner that is transparent, let's do auctions which will be transparent. And then the auctions, you gave the auctions to somebody to create or write a model who, and you're talking about neutrality, who said that we are not going to take any charge upfront, but we will take 1% of the revenue of the auction proceeds generated as our fee. Now, if you have that model, I correct me if I'm wrong in my assessment, if you have that model that you're going to pay NM Rothschild, say, who did the English auction, 1% of the total revenue generated from the proceeds, then naturally the auction design will be such to extract the maximum from the operator, and simultaneous multiple round ascending auction was designed to do that. So the point I'm making is that there are alternative auction methods which are perhaps transparent, but not necessarily subject to what what Manish called the winner's curse, or subject to extracting the maximum. Of course, you can go back to beauty contests, etc., but that will create, political economy problems. But there are alternative auction mechanisms that can be sort of considered, not just SMRA. And the answer to question, I think that is an existential question in the Indian regulatory. There is role for a policymaker, there is role for a regulator. In fact, I don't know if you know that there was a policymaker, regulator and service provider all in one entity. So we've come a long way from that. We've sort of created BSNL now, and we have the policymaker and the regulator as separate entities. This is a sort of, it's a political economy question. I mean, I could have a view. We also created an adjudicator, TDSAT, right? Yeah. This is a political economy view. I mean, people would consider that broadcasting and TRAI and digital all should be one, merge all the ministries and so on, and don't have so many ministries. And that is, so let me sort of give you an example, and I'll stop here, and Manish has sort of alerted me to this. When TRAI was dissolved in 1999, we created another regulatory mechanism to bypass the High Court, which was the Telecom Dispute Settlement Appellate Tribunal. And he said, because Mr. Jaitley, he was the law minister, he came on television, he said, I'm dissolving TRAI because it's run into too many disputes with the government, with the public sector operator, and it's not a good idea to have Caesar sit on judgment on Caesar, which is, and he actually used this term on a television interview, which basically said that, TRAI is passing its own administrative orders and then it is sitting in judgment on those orders, and that's not a good model, and we created TDSAT. And there was a lot of criticism there, criticism in the sense that people said, well, Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, everybody is in the same adjudicator, the regulator, only thing the benches are different. So person who's designing the order and the bench will be different. So there are alternative models. At the end of the day, I don't think one can say that this is the right model or that is the right model. It's just that what works in the Indian context, as I was saying. So would a sort of two-part or three-part institutional structure work better in an Indian context? And if it does, then that's the way to go. We don't necessarily need to, bring in or helicopter drop the Anglo-Saxon model. And I'm fairly clear in my thinking that that is not the way to operate in India.
Yeah. Thank you so much. That's a very, very clear and I am sure everybody here in the room understands what needs to be done. So this has been a very, very engaging, very, very intriguing panel, started by the keynote that Sir gave that was setting the tone for this panel, and then we've heard everybody's view. The panel has really been designed to have the view of the government, to have the view of the terrestrial operators, manufacturers, and also the satellite person, and then a person who's been studying this space for a very, very long time, both earlier as part of the government, I understand, and now possibly as an academician in a renowned college. So, what has come out of all of these discussions? A few takeaways are clearly that we really shouldn't be worried about satellite versus terrestrial. That really is not a competition, that's a complementary set of services. How will it be negotiated, how will it play out is the question that we have to work on. There's also a possibility of what General Kocher said, the reduce interference, make them reuse the same part of the spectrum in a manner that both benefit. So we really don't see any conflict happening there. Let's see how it plays out. The other thing is that certainly the needs are emerging for spectrum, and then there's also compete. Now the competing things that we've talked about today are related, more coming from the terrestrial versus non-terrestrial, or something that we did not talk about, licensed Wi-Fi versus, or NB-IoT versus enterprise. But what will also happen as things go on is possibly a bit of competition vis-a-vis the use cases that you run, and while both run the same technology, the use cases might vie for the same spectrum, and how are those questions resolved? But that's for another day and a later time. So the idea here is that these discussions are very, very important. They are very, very opportune. They are very, very timely. We should deliberate and we should do it right. And the good thing here is the fact that the government takes cognizance and keeps changing and tries to do it in a manner that is most workable and most feasible. You know, such flexibility from government is really heartening to note. So in that sense, I think we are all moving in the right direction, and let's hope that this spectrum issue, even though we talk about it as competing, and let's look at more of it from coming together and converging rather than competing. Thank you so much.
Come close to the end of this discussion, this session, I request DG NICF sir to felicitate all our panelists and moderators with mementos from both IMC and NICF, as without your presence, this discussion would not have been possible. Thank you, DG sir. I invite DDG sir to give mementos from IMC to all our panelists and moderators. Thank you, DDG sir. I express my gratitude to our expert moderator and esteemed panel members for this enriching panel discussion on such a futuristic theme. Our engaged audience have also made this session a success. Together, we have taken a step closer to unlocking the immense potential of spectrum. Let's have a round of applause for this enriching discussion. Now we can all take a small 15 minutes bio break so that all of us can gather again for the second session. Thank you so much. event organized by NICF on sidelines of IMC at Pragati Maidan on the overall theme Spectrum Economics and Policy for a Digital Tomorrow.
To be fair, they did take a fair amount of inputs which kind of saw the light of day. So it's almost nice. I know, it is America. So we have to be grateful for those things. Sir, how about this with you?
All well, just, my essentially was a bringing out a book. So I have a career as a writer.
I invite all the panelists and moderators for this session present here to be on stage.
That's your column, based on your game theory.
This one is called A Brief History of an Unraveling World. So I cover economics, technology, geopolitics, and society.
It's all in print now?
Yeah, so it's going into I think we met in Philippines
I request the hall management team once again to gather the audience back here.
And we do exactly the same thing. We have the same goal. We have everything together as one.
Hello, Rohit. I'm Rahul. Nice to meet you. Yeah, so it's going great from Monday, Tuesday. Oh, so it comes out in December because they have a long course. Good for you. Yeah. How about you?
Well, by and large, consulting, I've been doing a fair bit of writing on the OTT spectrum, satellite stuff. Well, I fall in the space which is arguing that right now there must be great priority placed on enabling the satellite ecosystem because that is two reasons. One is obviously the fact that it address major gaps in the market. Right.
Hello, nice to meet you.
So once again, I welcome you all to the second session. The topic of this session is spectrum valuation and pricing for affordable access to digital communications. I request you all to settle down. I invite all the panelists and moderators for this discussion as I introduce you all one by one. Our moderator for this session is Amit Sharma, Advisor, Finance and Economic Analysis, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India. He has the experience of over 2 decades in the various branches of Indian government, particularly finance and telecom. Sir has worked in various capacities in BSNL, India Post, DOT and Central Administrative Tribunal of the Government of India. He also has an ongoing assignment with the Information and Communications Technology Authority, Mauritius. Our first panelist is Shri Rahul Vats, who is Chief Regulatory Officer, India and South Asia, Bharti Airtel. He is also Director, OneWeb India, and Vice Chairman of Indian Space Association. A telecom industry veteran with over 25 years of experience with leading corporations, Sir is an expert on telecom licensing, economic regulations, spectrum management, and regulatory litigation. He has actively shaped public policy discussion in emerging areas such as data privacy, M2M and IoT, and content self-regulation. Next, we are honored to have Luis Felipe Zogby, Spectrum Engagement Director, GSMA, a pioneer in the world of telecommunications and spectrum policy. Sir has worked in Spectrum Engagement Director at the GSMA towards the global and regional advance of spectrum issues such as licensing, roadmaps, pricing, sharing, synchronization, coverage, and 5G international advocacy. Prior to joining GSMA in 2018, Luis has worked in the mobile industry for almost 10 years and as spectrum specialist at TIM Brazil in regulatory intelligence. Next, we have the pleasure to have Professor Rohit Prasad, a professor of economics and public policy at MDI Gurgaon. He has a PhD in economics theory, after which he worked in the software industry in USA and India in senior management positions. His papers have been published at leading journals including Telecommunications Policy, The Information Society, Applied Economics, and the Economics and Political Weekly. His column Game Sutra, a game theoretic exploration of world events, appeared every fortnight in the Mint for about 3 years. Our next thought leader on the panel is Dr. Mahesh Uppal, who is the director of ComFirst India, a company based in Delhi that advises on policy regulation and strategy with a focus on telecommunications and the internet. He was educated at St. Stephen's College, Delhi, IIT Kanpur, and City University, London. Finally, for this session, we have the honorable presence of Venkat Praveen Pogiri, a 2014 batch IP and TAF service officer, currently working as Director Wireless Finance in Wireless Planning and Finance Wing of DOT Headquarters. In this capacity, he has handled the Spectrum Auction 2021 and 5G Spectrum Auction of 2022. Sir was also involved in implementation of spectrum reforms in recent 2021 telecom reforms and support package by Union Cabinet. So please give a round of applause for all our panelists and moderators. To carry on the discussion further, I'll yield the floor to our able moderator. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to this breakout session on spectrum valuation and pricing for affordable access to digital communications. Now, spectrum pricing and valuation, it's a very delicate subject, you know, and everybody knows that there is a direct link between spectrum pricing and broadband access. So there have been many reports published actually. There is a study by GSMA, we have a panelist here, which says that actually that higher spectrum prices can basically lead to lower broadband penetration, especially in developing countries. There is a study by OECD which says that spectrum prices can affect investment in broadband up to 20%. So it can reduce investment in broadband up to 20%. So in this session, basically we'll be dealing with valuation aspects. As a part of TRI, I am directly involved with valuation, and we know that it's very difficult to strike an ideal balance, because on the one hand you have to see that the economic value of the spectrum is recovered, and it should not be undervalued. On the other hand, if it's overvalued, then there will be no uptake and you impact on innovation and economic growth. And there are, I mean, so a delicate balance has to be tread. And especially more so for TRI, because whenever we do the pricing recommendations, first of all, criticism will come from the industry. Whatever price you give, it is too high. It goes to the government, government accepts it. If the auction is successful, the credit is taken by the government because the government did the auction. But if the auction is unsuccessful, then the problem is the TRI because the prices were too high. So there is a very delicate balance we have to tread there, and I'll quote from like Member Finance was mentioning in the morning. So there is the 2013 spectrum pricing recommendations, which we consider as the Bible. We try to follow it in our practice. I mean, these are the broad principles that we try to follow in spectrum valuation. And I'll quote from there. The authority is of the view that it is best to candidly accept that valuation of spectrum is difficult and not infallible. The value of spectrum changes over time, a product of both evolving economic circumstances and rapid technological change. The authority is no soothsayer. It is impossible to predict what the value of spectrum would be 5 or 10 years from now, much less 20 years, hence, which is the terminal date for spectrum license in India. The authority also admits that any analytical flaws and proof of failed hypothesis must be borne in mind when formulating any new approach. As Lord Keynes is reported to have said, when the facts change, I change my opinion. So that's what we tried to do in the 2022 spectrum recommendations, the pricing recommendations, and I'm glad to say, I mean, they were pretty successful as reported. Yeah. The authority further said that valuing spectrum and setting reserve prices is part science and part art. The authority is clear that there is no single and correct and precise valuation of spectrum or the reserve price. There are different ways of arriving at the value of spectrum, all of which have their merits and drawbacks. But the spectrum valuation has to be based on clear and cogent reasoning, transparency, logic, and scientific method. And the authority stands by Corvette-Reed's observation that it is better to be vaguely right than exactly wrong. So with these words, I'll invite our distinguished panelists to present their views on the subject. I mean, they're better versed with the subject than me. We'll be trying to handle spectrum valuation and pricing. Then we'll be handling spectrum pricing for affordable access. How can we price it for affordable access? Then financing aspects also, which is a very important part. How can we enable the companies to finance their spectrum acquisition costs, which are quite heavy, you know. Spectrum is expensive, especially the lower bands. And finally, a comparison between, I mean, what are the international best practices possibly that India can adopt in its spectrum management. So first of all, I'll invite Praveen Pogri to kindly present his views.
Good afternoon, everyone. I can get my slides on? Yeah, please. Thank you. So yeah, I think to start with, my role for the next 5-7 minutes is that, because once the auction is conducted, many people have asked me, how do you value the auction? How do you value the spectrum? That's the usual question. So I'll just speak about, how spectrum valuation methods are, how do you value and all that. So let's go. The next slide, please. I'll make it fast. I know we are running short of time, so yeah, please. So basically, I'll be talking about, the valuation methods, what TRAI has done, and what are the challenges involved and all that. So next slide. Okay, here it is. So yeah, basically, if you see, as Amit sir also rightly said, there's a quote, valuation is an art, not a science, because the value depends on numerous variables. It can typically be assessed only within a range. That's what they say. But there's an anonymous quote as well, which says, valuation is neither an art nor science, but a craft. The more you do it, the better you get at it. So, that's what the valuation is. It's a very complicated exercise. Why it is complicated, you could see the factors there. Usage. What I mean by usage is, the spectrum, what is it used for? Is it like only for IMT? Is it also for the other purposes? How flexible it is. Earlier, you remember, spectrum is given only for the, GSM, CDMA and all that. Later on, we have liberalized the spectrum that, it can be used for today for 4G, 5G, and tomorrow it can be used for 6G. So the usage can change over a period of time, and the spectrum value also depends on the usage of the spectrum. And then the time period of license. The time period what we are talking about here is 20 years. You know, I think if you could see here the probationers, they might become an joint secretary level officers by 20 years. So that's the time period which we are talking about here. You know, so for the 20 years we have to envision, you know, how the market forces, how the industry and everything is working about. So that's the complexity in the valuation of spectrum. The time period of license, the flexibility. When I said the flexibility, you know, recently we in India have given the surrender option. So once the flexibility is given, a surrender option is given, maybe, you know, it also helps in the price discovery of that sort, you know. And it also depends on the stage of the industry outlook, the rollout conditions. As you all know, in, you know, France and all that, they have given a spectrum at a cheaper rate with a mandatory rollout obligations, and then another a category of spectrum without mandatory rollout obligations, but at a higher reserve price. Frequency of auction. There are also studies which says, you know, the frequency of auction also determines the value of spectrum. Because, you know, once you know for the certainty that, you know, the auction will be held in a near future, you might not guess it, or you might not hedge a lot or something of that sort. That's the reason why you could see in the recent spectrum reforms, we said, you know, every year we will conduct a spectrum auction. The Union Cabinet has taken a decision that every year we will usually conduct a spectrum auction. This gives a certainty to the, you know, telecom service providers that, you know, if not now, you know, next year I can manage, you know, I can buy the spectrum. So the frequency of auction, there are also reports which says, you know, if the next auction and the auction between the two auctions is too long, that means, you know, that frequency is very low, they might bid more amounts, you know, to get that auction done. Economic growth of the nation, as we all know, you know, the entire ecosystem and expected technological changes. That's what we are seeing now, you know, 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G, and all are coming on. And, you know, for a period of 20 years, the pace at which the technological changes are happening, to predict this, that's the reason. So there are many factors involved in the valuation of spectrum, and that's why it's a very complicated exercise. So that's why, you know, they say it's neither art or science or something, but, you know, we engineers and MBAs and economists, we try to fit in some mathematical models so that, you know, we can derive the price of it, right? So that's what I'll slightly talk about. The methods of valuation. One is opportunity cost technical valuation, wherein, you know, basically we say it's the value of the least cost alternative. Not, there could be multiple alternatives, but whatever is the least cost alternative, that's the, that could be the value of the spectrum. We'll talk about later. Investment on infrastructure versus spectrum. That's the trade-off, you know. If not for spectrum, I would have invested on the infrastructure a little more. So that could be the value of the spectrum. Benchmarking. Benchmarking, as you all know, you know, by the name suggests, you know, you compare it with the similar spectrum in similar geographies and then decide, you know, what could be the spectrum cost. And then the business modeling. This is, you know, the expected revenue and discounted cash flow. We all know that, you know, how in the next 20 years, because of this help of the spectrum, the extra money which we will be getting, that can be using the discounted cash flow techniques and all that. Yeah. So these are the basic methodologies which we have seen. Yeah, I spoke about benchmarking. Isn't that easy? You know, it's not that easy. Even the benchmarking also, if you see, there's a popular this yardstick of euro per megahertz per population. This is somewhat used broadly for, you know, spectrum valuation. You could see this graph, it clearly shows over a period of years from 7 to 13. Even within, this mostly contains European countries because, you know, more or less the countries are similar, right? So even in those countries, the auctions which have been held in those 4-5 years, you could see in the same 2.6 gigahertz band, this value of euro per megahertz per population is differing with the what auction discovered prices are and then what it has. So it is not that easy, but obviously with this, you know, they have a GDP factor, per capita factor adjustment also they do after this, which brings slightly closer to, you know, the spectrum valuation of the auction results. There are also such studies, yeah. And then innovation in benchmarking. So we have seen that, you know, in India, to actually price it through a benchmarking technique, as I said, you know, there are multiple factors in the valuation. To find the country which is alike to India, it is not that easy, right? So, but in benchmarking, the recently, you know, the try and the innovation which happened in India, you could see, I just want to quote this example because, you know, just not just simple benchmarking, but what they did, they valued the mid-band. They have seen whatever the other countries where the mid-band and the gigahertz band both have been auctioned. They have seen the ratio of it and they have taken a mean of that ratio and then they have used that ratio to find out the 26 gigahertz pricing from basing the reference in the mid-band. So this is a particular innovation, not just a straightforward comparison, but taking the ratio of these two different bands and all that. So yeah, now I'll just give you a slight brief on try valuation and all that. What are the methodologies which they do? The producer surplus approach basically comes under the opportunity cost method, which I told you, right? The additional spectrum leading to savings in expenditure, what would be the value of it? Production function approach, we know the two factors production approach by the economist Cobb-Douglas production function method, the spectrum and infrastructure in the two factors. And then the revenue surplus model, that's the business, how much revenue they get generated and then all that. We have seen that.
You understand.
And then the mathematical models like, multiple regression approach, trend line approach. Trend line approach is based on the timing. Once we have the past spectrum auction results. But for the new bands, that might be very tough because we don't have the values in the past. But multiple regression approach, the dependent variables and explanatory variables, you see the explanatory variables which were used recently are LSA-wise number of mobile subscribers, LSA-wise GDP per capita, and LSA-wise population density. There can be debate, why only these three parameters? It can be more, it can be the other parameters and all that. But as you all know, after that, the R square, peak value, and Amit sir will be, knowing about it. So there will be multiple models which will be run, which will be giving the better R square and P value and all that for the multiple regression approach. But it's as evolving, as I said, valuation is a craft. Premium based on economic efficiency model, which basically says, if there are two bands and the other band is double the efficient as the one particular band in terms of coverage, then the value of this band should be twice the other band. That's the baseline of the premium based on economic efficiency model. So these are the 6 models which usually TRI has used in addition to the innovation benchmarking exercise which I have done in the 22 auction. Next slide.
Just to add to what Praveen said, there are multiple models that we use, but depending on the band where the data is available, so these are broadly the methods that you would use, apply to that particular band to value it. And may I request to Praveen also to can we move it faster, please? Sure. Thank you.
This is just a slide. Basically want to convey that, there are multiple methods which they use. They take an average of it, and then the reserve price is set at 70% of the average valuation so that, the price discovery happens rightly. Okay. So I'll move on. This is all band-wise, just for some information. Yeah, this graph I would like to talk about. This is a business valuation, as in the discounted cash flow. That's the usual graph you could see. Initially there will be a negative cash flow because of the investments and infrastructure. The license fee here refers to the upfront auction payments, but that problem got resolved by when we give the annual installments to the operators. And then you could see there's a growth phase and then the maturity phase. Whenever some new spectrum is done, this is the usual cash flow graph if you see. And then if you see the cumulative cash flow graph, that's initially it is at the negative and then slowly goes on. And the terminal value is at the end, which actually they are getting to get. So here is what I'm saying, maybe the TSP should try to, shift the curve to the left. That means, monetization of 5G we talk about, how fast we do it, how fast we reach that growth stage is what, will increase the terminal value of the spectrum. So that's the point which I really want to convey here. Because I'll just... Yeah, but is this business valuation, cash flow, looks very simple, discounted cash flow, discount factor and all. But can we predict the revenue for the next 20 years? That's the challenge here. You could see ARPUs are coming down. Again, the competitive forces can actually play a role there. It's not just in India, even across the countries, you could see the, ARPUs sometimes coming down. And there are reports which say that, entry of new players actually pulls down the ARPU curves also. So we'll move to the next slide. Yeah, but I just thought we have given enough information on Europe. We'll give out the some stats on India as well. Please. Sorry. Okay, I'll move on here. So there's a reports of impact of fourth operator. There's a report which says in France, prices have fallen by 27%. ARPU has also fallen, you could see there. Even in Netherlands, prices have fallen. So impact, the new competition also brings down sometimes the ARPU levels coming down, which actually again, all the economics which we have done, all the valuation which we have done for 20 years might get disturbed and all that. So that's the reports. And again, the components of value can be three types, as basically, one is the technical value, which is easy to assess. What we have seen is, instead of with spectrum or without spectrum, what we have seen in the opportunity cost model, the difference of this can be the technical value. This is slightly easier to ascertain, but if you move to the next part, the component is commercial value. Yeah, this basically the underlying principle between the commercial value is, the main logic is that, market position with this spectrum, how can you actually improve your market position? That also has some value in it, not just the technical value, right? So that has a part in it. That's the reason why in an auction, one bidder might bid for a separate value, but the other bidder, it might be more valuable to him because he has a slightly more commercial value for it. So, but ascertaining this is lightly tough, but of course it is very tough to be, ascertain the exact value. And then the strategic value. The strategic value will be more unique to that particular bidder, right? It's in that way, that's the component of the strategic value. So these three values, assessing this, it's not that easy task. You could see some, strategic value, denying the market entry, and positioning for the future markets, the synergy effects, all these which are unique to that particular player will decide the, strategic value as well. So I'll end it here. I think, maybe the next panelist can actually further talk about other things as well. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Praveen, for bringing out the finer aspects of valuation. And I'll now invite Luis on stage, please. And Luis will give us possibly the international best practices, the international practice, or the international perspective on spectrum valuation and pricing.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Now, let's see. So while my slides are being put up, I'd like to thank the opportunity of being here to the full event, as well as the presence of Honored Secretary DOT today. My idea here is to talk about, and of course, one thing that I loved about not just the last presentation, but the comments that were made before, is that valuation and pricing is not just technical, it's also an art. And I think both of you have mentioned that. And I'll actually start using it because that's something I think makes 100% of sense. And what first of all, if you don't know, the GSMA represents the mobile operators all around the world. We have more than 800 members in every single side of this globe. That also includes satellite companies, big techs, and our view is to make sure that everybody is connected everywhere and everything via mobile technologies. I believe it's that way. Yeah. So before, just to contextualize, we have been studying, and based on different types of bands, how much 5G is going to bring as GDP growth for the next years. Just in 2030, we are expecting $1 trillion to represent the 5G impact globally. And 60% of it will come from mid-bands. One of the big issues of the capabilities of what 5G can do is availability of spectrum. So if we don't have the right amount of spectrum available, we have a loss of 40% of the GDP impact that we're expecting in 2030. We're not talking about until 2030, we're talking about the year 2030. That's when we believe we can actually measure what are the expectations. Not just that, we have different industry contributions to the process of 5G. So 5G is not an evolution, 5G is a revolution, and India is seeing that very well with all the developments that are happening, the new use cases that we're seeing here in the event, and all of the sessions that we're talking about, those specific things. But my question here is, apart from the availability of spectrum, is how do we make this a reality? How do we make sure that investments are possible to be made? And spectrum prices are directly related to this. So what we've done as a study is first to understand what is the relationship between spectrum prices, actually investment and returns on investment. And as you can see, there is an inverted U relationship between them two. There is an optimum moment where you see the EBITDA and the capex per operator, but as it goes too far, you will be losing afterwards. So that's a direct inverted U relationship that we saw. But we wanted to study more. But for us to do that, we had to see how many different spectrum price data sets or data points we would have around the world. The GSMA has, as you may know, one of the biggest databases about spectrum prices of the world. And what we saw is that the prices from country to country, if you look into PPP, are completely different. And with that differentiation and variation of spectrum prices, we need to find correlation that made sense. And not just correlation, creating any problems with spurious correlation, we found causality relationships. With that, with all the numbers that we have, so we analyzed 230 operators almost in 64 different countries, high income and mid and low income countries around the world. The data set keeps growing and we keep doing different studies related to this to update the relationship. And the more we add data, the more we find the relationships I'm going to show you in the next 2 minutes that I have here. It's also important to mention that this study of causality started with correlation and ended as causality has been published and is 100% peer-reviewed and has been published in 2022 as well in the telecommunications policy. So one big expectation that we have whenever it comes to spectrum prices is that spectrum prices and spectrum availability and successful auctions or any type of assignment are directly related to demand and willingness to pay of operators that participate. But what the study has been able to do so, as well as what the results I'm showing in a second, is that there are relationships of high spectrum prices, limited supply of spectrum, different policies about it, and spectrum roadmaps that create certainty. So all those different spectrum policies that you see are directly impacting the results of availability of spectrum and successful assignments. For spectrum specifically, spectrum prices specifically, what we were able to understand is that the higher the spectrum, the lower the capability of investing from operators. So that means we needed to understand what would be the impact of that lower investment capability that operators would have. OECD was also mentioned, the 30% impact, but the GSMA has found that the higher the prices, the lower the coverage, the lower the quality, and the higher the prices to consumers. What we have added currently as well is actually the usage of the services, because we were correlating that with coverage because of the importance of coverage when the conversations were happening in 2017, but also access to the service and actually the use of the service is also impacted. And how do we see the two, and of course, I'm not going to go into this, but I'd like to talk about only the challenges related to those two sides of it. I am kind of simplifying compared to what was just presented in detail to us. But when we talk about benchmarking, we need to have in mind normalization. ARPUs are different, revenues are different, and the situation that lots of countries have been using to compare benchmarking is problematic whenever it comes to the results. If we're looking to using the United States in the benchmarking, how do I use time as their licenses are perpetual? I need to divide by time as well. And the United States have the highest ARPU in the world. So how would I normalize? So generally outliers such as the United States should not be considered whenever it comes to benchmarking. That's just an example because prices should be compared apples to apples. On the modeling side, it's a less of a problematic situation when you have the right team to do it. And I believe that's the case of India, that you have the right team looking into modeling. But there are countries that try to move from benchmarking to modeling, and then they have results that do not represent the situation of the market. because modeling will be very market specific with all the different variables that were mentioned just before me. But you have to be careful whenever designing any modeling pricing methodology because the right numbers and the right variables have to be considered. So what are the results as my last two slides? Basically, we have amount of spectrum. So when we look into amount of spectrum and the time of availability of spectrum also make a difference in all those three things, all those four things: coverage, quality, prices to consumers, and the actual usage of the service. But the one I'd like to show in more detail is the international comparison to prices. The idea of this slide is not to only show that India continues to sit within the most expensive prices of spectrum if we consider revenue around the world, but also because the message here is to compare to the rest of South Asia and some other examples of countries that have made available 5G within the last years. What we have here is just a message of improvement that we can still have. But I cannot ignore the fact that with the changes of prices that happened to the last auction in 2022 of 40%, that was the reason the auction, that one of the biggest reasons the auction is considered successful. And when India realized that was the case, and we see the results of 100 million people connected with 5G here, we see that spectrum prices are directly related to not just coverage, quality of service, prices to consumer. You are seeing it at all, 100% here in India, as well as actual people taking up and using 5G. So the message here is that there is still room for improvement, but we cannot ignore the benefits of the decisions that were taken for the last auction in India. Okay. So basically, in summary, we need to make sure that spectrum prices are low enough to support investment, but also within a set price to make sure that the right investors are participating when any type of assignment process happens. And hopefully after lunch you'll be back here and I'll be talking about assignment processes as well. One important message here is that reserve prices are completely different than commercial prices and completely different than auction prices, because reserve prices should be set low enough for the market value of spectrum to be found throughout the assignment process. And that's incredibly important because sometimes we do a methodology of modeling, we find the right price that spectrum should be valued to, and then we put that as the reserve price. But reserve prices in auction should be lower than that, so the market prices should be found, apart from all the other messages that I was able to share within those 8 minutes here. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Luis, and a special thanks for acknowledging that TRAI has recognized your concern of high spectrum prices in India and tried to make amends. Yeah, thank you so much. And did you notice, I mean, you were talking about the cross-country differences in benchmarking. I don't know if you noticed in Praveen's presentation that we tried to take care of that by taking the ratios of the different band prices in the country, so that obviates the need to compare the cross-country differences. So that was...
Sorry to make a comment, but and it's important to mention that what we saw is the best way of normalizing benchmarking has been revenue. So that's important to mention that I wanted, that I should have been a bit clearer on that I understand, and it makes total sense because we're creating a way of normalizing, and any type of normalization makes total sense. But from the GSMA perspective, what we've been seeing on benchmarking, that countries such as Vietnam is working again on it and just publishing new prices this week. The most successful way of normalizing would be via revenue, and I think it's just an addition to the comment.
Right. Thank you so much. May I now invite Dr. Rohit Prasad on stage, please, for his views. And I must mention Mr. Prasad and Mr. Sridhar. They are an authority on spectrum pricing and auction modeling. And I must say, sir, that your papers actually, I don't know if you could notice something or the other, but your inputs went into the 2022 pricing recommendations also.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vats. It's an honor that you have made this comment, and it gives us additional incentive to continue to do the work we do. But the first thing that I have to say really is that after almost 15 years of modeling the valuation of spectrum, or the value of spectrum, my sense is that as economic modelers, our best days are behind us, because we have entered an entirely new paradigm of telecommunications infrastructure and architecture. When we started off in 2006-07, it was easy to find the value of spectrum using the avoided cost method, because we could just estimate the cost of BTSs that we could save by an additional megahertz of spectrum. But today, when we are using higher frequencies, 26 gigahertz and beyond, BTSs and spectrum are much less substitutable than they were. Further, you may say that we could then benchmark the price of spectrum to other inputs like fiber backhaul. But then the counter question to that is, why not look at the non-telecommunications assets that are going to be vital for spectrum to have value? For example, if we are looking at connected cars, then cars become an important input in the overall service. If we are looking at connected ports, then the port becomes critical, and so on. And so what we are really seeing before us today is a chicken and egg problem. 5G has tremendous potential, but in order to actualize the potential, you need the coordinated efforts of a vast variety of entities, most of which exist outside the telecommunications industry. And therefore, this is a very uncertain market and makes valuation really, really difficult. There's a saying that fools rush in where angels fear to tread. And Professor Sridhar and I are definitely going to have a discussion about fools and angels in the next few years, repeatedly, I suspect. The other aspect which makes spectrum valuation really challenging is the amount of spillover effects of connectivity. You see, when the market does a good job of valuation when there is a clear correlation between costs and benefits. But if benefits are being enjoyed by a wide variety of entities outside the direct beneficiaries, or when costs are being incurred by a wide variety of entities outside the direct beneficiaries, then the market actually misallocates resources, right? These are called externalities in economics. And in 5G and 6G, the spillovers are massive, right? When we are talking about an entire digital economy, then, then spectrum becomes like air, right? I mean, nothing can work without air, right? So, and then if we start doing a valuation of what is the value of air, then it becomes a very highly, vague and difficult exercise. Now, this is a whole gathering where usually we are only focusing on the positive spillovers or the positive externalities. I do want to present a cautionary note here. Connectivity, which is being used in a wide variety of applications, is leading to a lot of harms in society. For example, the mental health of teenagers, right? So there are a lot of harms that arise due to connectivity, right? And those also should not be ignored. Another harm that I do want to point out is this whole issue of behavior modification which becomes possible on account of a connected economy, right? So if there are entities which can anticipate my every need and modify my desires and present solutions to them, where does the autonomous individual that is supposed to be the sine qua non of the capitalist system, where does that autonomous individual exist, right? So there are positive and negative spillovers, but the other aspect that we must also keep in mind is that today geopolitics is largely about technology competition, right? Given the level of interconnectedness of the world economy, a hot war between the major powers of the world is unlikely, right? Therefore, geopolitical competition takes the form of technology competition over chips, over 5G, 6G technologies, and so on, right? And so, therefore, that's another very important positive spillover of 5G and 6G technologies, which we must not lose sight of. Finally, in order to carry out sensible valuation exercises, we need to have access to data, right? And there is very little data available about the world that is coming into being, and that makes this a very difficult exercise. And here, on a slightly lighter note, when we talk about lack of data and lack of 5G actually being operationalized in the current scenario, let me tell you that one of the things that Professor Sridhar and I keep talking about when we speak about our work is that, our connectivity is so abysmally poor. We hardly get to hear each other on the phone. So we are running towards, finding spots on the campus where connectivity is good, or then going to the landline and stuff like that. So, we are at early days of the world that is coming into being, right? Therefore, what is the way forward, right? And we are talking about valuation, but what I want to say is that valuation is the last step of a very mature process, right? When, the whole process, you folks know it much better than me. It starts with, technological development, then standards creation, and then ITU allocates spectrum bands to various, different uses, and then national regulators or frequency managers then, either, modify or adopt those allocation frameworks, and then there is assignment, and then assignment is either on the basis of administrative pricing or some other pricing, and at that stage valuation is important, right? But we are very far away from deciding what is the value of spectrum. What we have to really debate really is, should we be valuing spectrum using market mechanisms? That's the question that we want to be asking. Should we use administrative methods? Or should we use sharing, or unlicensed spectrum methods, right? These are the debates that are important, that are strategic, that are vital, right? Yeah, so that's where really we are coming from, and the mantra for the way forward is flexibility. Keep spectrum management as flexible as possible right now, because the future is so uncertain that we need to keep it very flexible. If we are going to auction it, let's have low reserve prices. We have not been as innovative about sharing as we need to be. Ofcom has recently come out with a scheme called hybrid sharing, which basically says that since high frequency spectrum is used in very small microcells, a licensed service area can easily be shared between entities which are using the spectrum in the microcells and entities which are using it in the macrocell, right? So there are many sharing mechanisms which need to be explored. We also need to think about our licensed service areas and ask if we have the right number of licensed service areas. There's going to be so much heterogeneity in the 5G market that 23 areas probably doesn't capture the heterogeneity in the way that is needed. We probably need to move to, maybe 100 licensed service areas with metros as one, tier 2 cities as another category, tier 3 cities as another, etc. Right? And within that, we have the captive private networks as well. I'm sure GSMA will have something to say about this. I actually, Professor Sridhar and I both agree that we should probably think about lower license durations. Because things are going to change so much that, giving a license for 30 years is probably not wise. We probably need to have lower license durations. Now, whether that is, it's certainly not 5, but it may be 10, 10 years. So, so those are the comments I wanted to make. Thank you so much for your time.
Right. Okay, right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pasan, for bringing a new perspective to the valuation of spectrum, that we have to move beyond the existing market mechanisms. And take into account the negative and positive externalities also that the new technologies generate when we do our valuation exercises. Thank you very much, sir. May I now invite Mr. Mahesh Uppal on stage, please. He's a doyen of the telecom industry and a very active participant in all the TRI consultations on telecom policy. And he'll give us his perspective on pricing of spectrum with respect to the 3 important stakeholders, that is government, the public, and the industry, of course. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're very kind. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege to speak to you, and I do hope that I can shed some light on some of the issues that have been raised, and I hope there is something that I could draw attention to, which has, of course, been drawn attention to by most of the speakers, but perhaps with a slightly different spin, if that might be the word. I don't think this audience really needs to be told that spectrum is a natural resource with a difference. It's not coal, it's not oil, it's not water. It is something intangible, it is inexhaustible, and of course, it's often shareable. And these things make spectrum a slightly different kind of a challenge when it comes to allocating it. And of course, as we have heard from virtually every speaker, far smarter and better informed than me, that spectrum pricing or spectrum valuation is a nightmare. It's not in fact, we've heard it's not a science, it's a craft. We've heard it's not mathematics, it's craft. It's been told, we've heard all kinds of things. And the truth is that, there is no true value of spectrum, as indeed Professor Prasad also pointed out, that, the value of the spectrum itself is changing depending on how technology is evolving. And there is no single model, and no single model that we can import. And there is no basis as such to, for example, looking at any number of models and saying, well, maybe we should choose a mean, an average, a median or whatever. There is no theoretical basis. They're all things that we somehow want to use to get a handle on this. And given these considerations, we have often said, and with some merit, that auctions are perhaps the most transparent and fair way of allocating the spectrum, right? And we know through our own experience in 2G, etc., and the mess that it created, that clearly the administrative way hasn't quite worked in the way that people thought it would, and it is prone to a lot of lots of manipulation and abuse. So and I think what it also I'd like to point out is that price discovery through auctions is far easier said than done. It's all very well to say that auction is the best way to do it, but it's not trivial, as indeed everybody has in their own way pointed out. And let me add some more of this. It's actually, I think, one of the worst kept or the best kept secrets. Our auctions in India, spectrum auctions, except for 2 auctions, have all actually not really gone beyond the reserve price. Virtually all auctions that we have held in for spectrum have seen no real competition for spectrum. And that should actually worry us a little. And of course, we've had high reserve prices, and these, as experience has shown, are fait accompli. I mean, operators have networks to run, they have huge investments, they will buy it, and they do buy it. They buy it to the extent that they can justify it commercially, etc., etc. Now, and obviously, depending on how much they get the spectrum for, or how much they have, they also choose to deploy it in the way that makes most commercial sense, right? And we do know, for instance, that we have huge gaps, as Professor Prasad also recently talked about, that I think some of our data coverage that we talk about has many nuances, which I'll be happy to share in a minute or two, that we need to be conscious of. Now, it's also true that while high reserve prices are fait accompli and operators will buy them, the low reserve price also is not without its own risk. Remember, we don't have sufficient competition for them in the market. So low reserve prices also create an incentive, whether it is for collusion, whether it is for undervaluing a resource that actually is a public resource, and there are concerns that we have seen. And of course, there is no guarantee that the low reserve price will necessarily mean a better rollout, even though the incentive will improve, or that it will mean cheaper prices. Yes, there is it's reasonable to assume that it might, but there's no guarantee. So I think it is not particularly good policy to give spectrum for cheap spectrum or give away spectrum for simple private profit. I don't think it makes sense, and also, as you know, it is now illegal as well, because the Supreme Court has had its own views on this. So that is our dilemma. High reserve prices mean higher costs, high input costs, clearly an obvious disincentive to expand networks. Low reserve prices also come with their own risk. And that is something that that if you read between the lines, what we are hearing from the regulators or the government or any other, or for that matter, politicians, that also is a concern. So And one of my economist friends once told me that a goal of regulation, a chief objective of regulation is to prevent unearned profit, right? That the profits that are made should be earned. So the point is, therefore, we have three sets of stakeholders. We have consumers who clearly want access. We have industry which wants an environment and a low input cost to operate and to operate profitably. Remember one other thing, and that is something that we often forget in India, and that today, unlike 25 years ago, there is no real operator of last resort. All our telecoms, by and large, is driven by the private sector. So it can't be good policy if private sector is unviable. It can't be good policy if telecom sector becomes unviable or unprofitable. So if you want to attract investments that are needed in this sector, you will need a regulatory regime, a policy regime, which actually meets all these three competing criteria, which ensures that consumers are catered. It ensures that the sector is viable, and of course, government's legitimate concern. Government is a legitimate stakeholder in this. Government's legitimate concerns are also met. Now, so the question is, what do we do about the reserve price? Now, the reserve price, as we know how complex it is and how virtually impossible it is to. But remember that the real challenge in the reserve price is that it poses a risk. Because if we are over having a high reserve price is a risk, low reserve price is a risk, how do you mitigate that risk is really the challenge. That is where I think auction design certainly needs to be focused on. How do you mitigate the risk of a bad RP, bad reserve price, and income? And remember, I think it's a fair assumption that all RPs will be bad, right? Because there is really no guarantee whatsoever that you will get a good reserve price. So, so here we go. Now, how do you actually mitigate the risk? I believe that such risks will have to be specific to countries, and that is why there is a risk of importing models from elsewhere, right? That, for instance, in India, we have clearly one challenge, which is our access. Our access, we have people from DOT and TRAI, and with respect, I would say that both DOT and TRAI overestimate the quality and the extent of access in our country. Because if you remember, what we are talking about is the number of connections, not the number of unique users. Even the TRAI does not report unique users. And of course, in this very hall, I'm sure more than half would have multiple SIM cards, for example, right? So and of course, Delhi's own tele-density is way over 100. So clearly we don't, our connectivity data is an overestimate, which is no different from any other country. I'm sure the issues are the same, but it does mean that our connectivity challenge is far more serious than we give it credit for. And if what Professor Prasad just mentioned is true, and of course that's our experience, that even if in Delhi we are not able to necessarily get a continuously good quality network, then it's not just a matter of access, but it's also a matter of the quality of access that we have a challenge in Delhi. So we can actually be very, we must recognize that access is a major issue in our country, and access certainly will become more difficult if the input costs of operators are going to be high. So we have every reason to make sure that the reserve price does not become exorbitant. But The other thing that, again, and that's why I was saying that the models that we are talking about need to have a more India focus, and a point that Professor Kathuria also made in the previous session. See, now, in India, I think one of the things we often ignore is also that we are almost exclusively relying on cellular wireless communications. We have virtually no serious fixed line network left. We have no serious satellite communications left. Our fiber is an issue, right? So we, for our own strategic reasons, as well as for reasons of practicality, we need redundancy in our network. We need the options that people in our other mature regulatory regimes have. I mean, in the US, you have a fiber network, you have a satellite network, you have a cellular network, and so on and so forth. In fact, one of the reasons why our cellular data consumption is so high is because we have virtually little data consumption on fixed lines, which is what most of the more developed countries have. So there are issues, and I think what we do need is network redundancy. And for that, again, that makes the exercise, the focus of that exercise needs to be India specific. It needs to recognize that India needs this redundancy in its network. It needs other technologies, whether it is satellite technology. If, for instance, you have spectrum costs that make it exorbitant to deploy satellite communications, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem because it'll hurt precisely those people.
Maheshji,
I will wind up in 5 minutes, right? So give me 3 minutes, yeah? So that is something that our reserve price must reflect. Now, clearly, it's not easy. Now, I often felt that one good way to deal with this is to have a different kind of handling. If you want to prevent unearned profit, then what you need to do is to tax telecoms separately instead of through revenue sharing, etc. So if instead of government losing out its revenues on reserve prices or getting exorbitant revenues, if the government was to set a target for what its revenue requirements are based on what the previous year's revenues in the sector are. Let's say it gets 11% of the revenues currently. So I'm excluding GST, etc. Now, if the sector has 3 lakh crores of revenues, the government gets, say, 35,000 crores. You can actually divide that 35,000 crores or raise it amongst operators based on their spectrum holdings. It's fairly straightforward. It will remove a lot of the ambiguity, a lot of the complexity of setting reserve prices, and it will actually create incentives for operators to work with, to expand networks, as well as this will not come, hopefully, at the cost of either consumers or the government. Can be done, I think, if we design auctions in the way, in line with, if you like, our industrial policy or our policy objectives. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Maheshji, for your views. And may I now invite Rahul Vats. He'll give us the industry perspective on spectrum pricing with the hope that he doesn't ask for free spectrum.
Nothing is free in this world, sir. So, thank you for this invite from NICF. It's actually humble because they're all very expert people sitting on the stage who have really talked about valuation, etc. But I want to take a different lens. I just want to go a simple lens of an operator. What do I do if I have to do, and honestly, the end of the day, the way operator chooses to invest money, mostly now, is about protecting your market, right? That is a larger consideration when you look at an auction. That if I have a leadership position in a circle, can I let that leadership go away with lack of spectrum? So that's a very simple thing which is now emerging. But let me say, we are in a silent period right now at Airtel. So any views which I give now are purely mine, personal views, nothing to do with Airtel. That's just a disclaimer I wanted to put. I just don't want to give these numbers. You are already aware, but these are very contextual for us when we talk about any spectrum, any allocation which is happening. And we have already heard about why the pricing is important. On this point, I just want to recall that when we started rolling out 4G, one of the fastest rollouts in the world of 4G was done by China. They put up around 1 million BTSs in a matter of around 13 or 14 months. And we tried to study that model as to why is it that they were able to put a 1 million BTS. And the thing was that they were spending 80% capex on equipment and rollout, and just 20% of the money was going on spectrum. Whereas in our case, it was reverse, that we were spending nearly 90% of the money in acquiring spectrum and only 10% money on actually putting up and rolling out networks, which explains Professor saying that we don't get the signal and we have to go here and there to get the signal correct. But that's the reality. Also, the paradox in the country, which is very apparent, we are at the lowest coordinate out there, right, along with Israel maybe, right, in terms of having, just go back. Yeah, having the highest usage, but having the cheapest data, right? So this just summarizes the situation and the complexity as an operator as you try to give a service which is equivalent in quality and service using nearly the same equipment the world is going to use, right? So that's the challenge as far as we are concerned. Go on. Just the thing about spectrum and how we are now consistently seeing that we are having spectrum which is not sold. Right? Consistently now a pattern is emerging. We have enough spectrum, enough is taken. My friend Mr. Gandhi is here and he may have slightly different views on that, which is fine. But the fact is that we have sufficiency in supply. The larger point to be made out here is that today I'm not at a rush point as I was in 2010 or 13 or 14 while I was renewing my spectrum to buy the spectrum immediately. I today have an option. I can choose to buy today. I can also choose to buy the next year or the year after, right? Depending on my business case, and which is a big sign of relief, as far as, we are concerned, because we are not rushed up into a situation that you really have to buy something just today itself, which is a big relief for us. Go on. This is one slide, which I don't know whether Manoj is here or not, but he's a sort of a economist in my team. So the point being made in this slide is that if you look at the percentage of GR, this number is now consistently rising, right? So what we are spending for wireless in terms of is around 11%, and this number is now increasing from 2.9% in terms of revenue you are getting, and this number is now dramatically going up every time. Right, so this is the real impact which is happening, in terms of whatever has been happening over a period of auction. This is data point just for consideration, as you start looking at what's really happening in the market. Go on. I think Louis already covered, this part of the slide, but just to give a reference, this is, where we ended up finally in the auction, around 317 crores per megahertz and around 6.99 crores. And if you look at it internationally, this is what it really looks like. So clearly, this is an outlier situation as far as India is concerned, even though we are having the fastest rollout, but this is the balance sheet. Now, this is one topic, little hazy now. I got a request from Ankit and Sir to really talk something more upon other aspects of valuation. So I'm just taking a shot at it. So we have a massive, amount of money to spend as far as we are concerned. We spend on spectrum, of course we spend on equipment, fiber, which is very essential if we go towards 5G now, 6G in future, and antennas and core, and of course the quality capex you have to continuously do to protect your current networks which are there. So we are a massive capex cycles. I think amongst you and myself, we are already doing around more than 60,000 crores an annum, in terms of spending money every year. The return on capital is less than 6%, and the WACC was around 15%. So are we sustainable? is the question we ask each other every time. And how far, do we continue with this question? That's a question which is always there in our mind. And then there are problems, which are there in even the spectrum you acquire, that you cannot even use it fully, right? You have issues around, using at locations, you have got defense restrictions. So it's not a completely clean slate as far as investing money is concerned into spectrum is the other point, which is I just wanted you to be, clear that it's not that you buy, it's like completely fungible for you. Go on. So key considerations as far as we are concerned, I think the biggest thing has to be the societal goal. You can price the spectrum the way you want, but what is the end result you want as a society is what we all have to answer, right? If we are looking for larger penetration, if you are looking for increasing our broadband speeds, if you are wanting digital connectivity to go up, those are the calls to be taken, and on a larger goal and larger scale, honestly speaking. Just go back, sorry. Yeah, and also I think unsold and unutilized spectrum is a national waste. That's the other thing we should keep in mind, because if I have X amount of money available, I would much rather still say acquire more spectrum so that I am able to do a much better quality of service to my customers. But there is a price handshake and a handshake for us to do. So it's one important consideration for a regulator, sir, to see that if we are still having unsold, then are we really doing the right job, is the point we are trying to make. And also then really define what the affordability will be for us and the entire ecosystem of what we are doing. Go on. Yeah. So I think this is already covered, so I can skip this slide. It's not a big thing. Two other points I just wanted to make up for future as we start looking at spectrum. Is that we have to now evolve as a society in terms of as an ecosystem player for spectrum. We have acquired a lot of spectrum in the past. We have paid money for it. Some of it is being used right now, some of it we cannot use anyways, right? So what we are asking for the government now to consider is to allow us the swap. We will, and in a revenue neutral manner, right? So if we are taking spectrum from you which is costlier, we'll pay you more money. And if you are revenue neutral, there's no money back which I'm wanting from the government. I'm only saying give me the flexibility to be able to efficiently roll out more and more spectrum. Second thing is that a larger piece which I think we need to consider now is, we are talking about 38% fiberization right now, and 6G cannot be done without complete fiberization. So important considerations, again, as a societal goal. What do you really want to do? Do you want to still price spectrum the way you have been pricing it till now? Or you just want to bundle it and say, okay, you really want to do this now? Take this amount of spectrum, you have already invested money, take this amount of spot, go ahead and do it, right? These are again considerations as a regulator and as a licensor one has to take. There's no right or wrong here. If we decide more penetration is required, that's the call and the road we are supposed to take. Go on. Some thoughts on financing here. The easier picks, of course, can be that you can make the terms a little easier. You can say, why do you require, X amount of interest in every auction? Can you have an easier MCLR rate, right? Can I have a larger period spread up? I think all those permutations are already being done every time an auction is happening now. We are seeing more and more of that. But I'm really saying that we really need to think a little bit out of the box maybe, of what we can do. We do have a large amount of pool available with us. Can that pool be used more wisely to say, okay, there will be pricing, but it can be financed in a different way? Why can't I, for example, use the USO money itself for a more rollout, and then really tie it up with an obligation to say, now if you are going to use the USO money, then this is the way you are going to roll out. It's just a thought, some geographies have already tried that, to say that if you are going to roll out, and this is the way you are going to roll out. So these are some of the thought-provoking questions which are there. It may be right or wrong. Again, I said nothing right or wrong. It's just the way we want to really achieve our goals is the larger point which we are trying to make out here. So I think we can also create a similar sort of a fund where we try and say that we really want to do a digital empowerment, and so that's the fund which has been created. It's a similar idea, something of that sort. So I think that's about it from my end. Yeah, and I just want to leave you with this thought with the recent judgment which has come, which is really hitting us hard again. The litigation was, don't go away from the sector, is that how do you really look at spectrum as an asset, So, and again, a whole question mark has started out again, since I'm at the right gathering of finance people, I thought it's important to leave you with this slide to really consider how we are going to shake this up out of the system again. So thank you very much for your time. Yeah.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you so much for giving us the industry perspective on spectrum pricing and some thoughts on financing. I mean, on financing, since it was largely left untouched by the other panel, I thought I'll just ask Luis. I mean, if some you can add to some financing solutions for spectrum acquisition from your international experience, possibly.
Yes. And I think that's a good additional thing, and also adding to who has mentioned. So we've seen countries changing the way of financing the results of the auction. So I'll give an example of Brazil. Of course, I'm biased because I'm Brazilian, as you saw from the explanation at the start. But I think the Brazilian auction was a great example of that. I can give other parts of the auction as an example, such as the 91% discount to then go for investments, etc. But on the financing specifically, what they did was they changed from 15 to 20 years of spectrum license term to guarantee better investment guarantee throughout time. They also took any type of interest from the financing of spectrum and divided into yearly payments. So spectrum was 91% discounted with different types of investment agreements with the government that we can bring to another question. And then the payment would be divided into equal payments in 20 years without any type of interest, only inflation. That is going down in Brazil. So in the case of, like we were talking about COVID times, the inflation was very high. Now it's going down again. And that means we're talking about inflation. Also making sure that there are countries that do spectrum auctions in dollars. And that creates a huge problem, such as Argentina. The prices went up by 8 times in the last 5 years just because of the deflation of the devaluation of the currency. So that's not the case in Brazil. So that's one good example that I could give on new financing strategies of upfront fees that also make sure that investment is guaranteed. And reminding that when we talk about annual fees, so in the case of India, the SUC, we also talk about spectrum prices. So there are no annual fees there in Brazil, and there is also the presumption of renewal. So as soon as you renew, then you have annual fees. You don't have any spectrum payments to that. It's 1% of the revenue based on that specific amount of spectrum. So it's also something that relates to that financing for the perpetual use of spectrum as much as needed for as long as needed.
Right. I mean, this for the benefit of the audience. I mean, that's a very novel concept they have in Brazil of financing spectrum acquisition. Like what Anatel does is that the investments that the operators commit to give out their services, they are counted towards the cost of spectrum acquisition. So when he says 91% investment, that means 91% in terms of is committed in terms of the investments that the operator is going to make, and in effect he is going to pay upfront the government only 9%. So 91% will be adjusted over time, so as he makes the investments.
Yeah, including anything over the reserve price.
Right.
Only the reserve price goes to the government, those 9%, and then anything that goes above the reserve price will also be exchanged into investments.
Right. Thank you so much to the panelists for this very informed discussion on spectrum pricing and value. It's a very very interesting, very delicate, very how to balance the different stakeholders, as Mr. Mahesh said, that on the one side you have the government which wants revenue, then the public which wants services, then the operators which want spectrum at a reasonable price, how to balance it all. And I'll invite questions from the audience if they have some questions from our very knowledgeable panelists here. Yeah, we have at least a couple of hands.
Good afternoon, sirs. I'm Ramkishan. I'm officer tenure of 21 batch of IPTEFs, and my question is to Praveen, sir. Sir, I just want to ask you, why don't we adopt pan-India basis spectrum allocation for higher frequency like 26 gigahertz band or 35 gigahertz bands? Because as we start using higher frequencies, harmonization problem becomes difficult, and it not only affects the spectral efficiency on a circle basis, but many other economic aspects of the spectrum. So what's your view on this?
Thank you. Actually, if you see the other way around, the higher frequencies in like Ofcom, UK and all, they are trying to license it in cities because they also see about the utilization of the spectrum. This 26 gigahertz, if it's a high capacity band, maybe it can be used in the cities, and then maybe it can be put to some alternative use in the places where it is right now not used. So even utilization has to be also taken into consideration. And then coming with pan-India basis, yes, there could be, we can have, think through that for the coverage bands or something of that sort, because given that, the operators are also pan-India operators. But at the same time, to stimulate competition, we might also think of, other way around. So how would a small player, a concentrated player should work on and all that. So that's the dynamics which should play on, but maybe other panelists can add on.
I think the only thing you have to consider is that we don't have a homogeneous market in our country. We have a market where the ask and the need can be very different in each market, and the moment you set up a pan-India price, you're setting up to say that you will actually have to roll out also on a pan-India basis. And rolling out on a pan-India basis requires humongous amount of capital, of money. So whether you would really want to do that, then actually try to say that I'm going to restrict competition only if you are going to bring this much amount of money on the table, right? So that will be a sort of very anti-competitive thing to do, right? So you will want to keep yourself nimble to say, okay, you want to go in a smaller circle, please, come and test out the market and, decide what you really want to do. I think that approach is better, and that is historically the way it started out, because nobody imagined that anybody would have the capital to be able to do a pan-India rollout. With period of time, operators now have the gumption to maybe do it, but anybody new, if you suppose it's coming, then you are really saying that you have to cross a threshold, and then you are in the party. So I think that's the way.
Good afternoon. I am 2021 IP Types officer. My question is to Professor Rohit Prasad sir. Like if we say in simple terms, then the utility of any asset drives its price, and unfortunately higher prices restrict its limitations or uses. So it's kind of a circular thing. Now if we consider a very simple model in which we consider radius as utility and the total area of that circle as the maximum revenue then that we can get out of it, and we can
radius is utility.
Utility as a radius of that circle, and the total area is maximum possible revenue that we can generate, and from that we can back calculate the spectrum prices very simple terms. Then depending on utility we can different utility we can get concentric circles. So in this model, for valuation purpose, are we trying to find the optimal radius size, or we fix the size of the pie, and within that pie we are trying to maximize our revenue? Am I?
Your name is Amit?
Ravi.
Ravi. Ravi, I have not understood your question, I admit. I appreciate that there is some complicated thinking that's gone behind it, but let me just make one comment, and then we can perhaps discuss later. There is a very famous statement in economics made by Adam Smith that nothing is more useful than water, and certainly water is far more useful than diamonds. But the price of water is much lower than the price of diamonds. So there is the correlation between usefulness and pricing does not always exist. And we can discuss the other parts later.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Sir, he's actually saying now we are auctioning based upon the circle wise. So he's saying that like can't be auction based upon the smaller parts in the circle, because some even in circle also we have different types of usage.
I agree. In fact, we are also pushing for smaller license service areas.
Yes.
So right now it's 23, maybe we should have 100.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prasenjit. I'm from 2021 batch, IP Tabs. Sir, my question is to Praveen, sir. Sir, Bharat 6 vision document has actually emphasized on spectrum sharing. So, what may be its correlation to the idea of spectrum valuation based on future cash flow? So, the correlation between spectrum sharing and the spectrum valuation.
Yeah. Okay. So spectrum sharing actually, if you see one of my slide, I said, the flexibility, the usage actually determines the intrinsic value of the spectrum. So if you allow the sharing, if you allow it trading, all that, ultimately the value of that spectrum to the person who has taken it will increase. But at the same time, we also see, we have allowed now the spectrum sharing without any incremental SUC and all that. So that's again why we do all these measures, so that the spectrum becomes mostly affordable, and then it becomes more valuable to the player who has taken it, so that he can share it, and all that. So that's how it goes. I think I have answered your question basically. We make sure that the sharing becomes more easy, so that they can get the maximum value out of it. Thank you.
Sir, my name is Alex Abraham. I'm from 2021 batch IP Tabs. Sir, my question is to Rahul, sir. Sir, if we calculate the 5G auction prices, spectrum price, it comes to 1.5 lakh crore, and the total population comes to 140 crores in India. So it roughly estimates like around 1,100 rupees per person. And assuming an per capita income in India to be 1.7 lakh per annum, it comes to less than 0.5% per person. So if we are going for a low reserve price or for a low spectrum prices, what is the ultimate benefit you're giving to the society? So if you're giving, at max you can transfer a benefit of 0.5% to a citizen, or if you calculate in terms of the corporate profit, it will be a larger chunk for the corporate profit. So what should we aim for?
I think you are forgetting that merely buying the spectrum is not going to make me give you the services. I would still need to put up the equipment. I would still need to create infrastructure. I would still need to roll out the fiber. I would still need to add up applications and processes and IT systems to be able to do my job, right? So that's a important part which you are missing. Also, let me reverse the question to you. What if you don't price the spectrum at all, and I am able to roll out the service? What benefit will likely to come to the society then?
Sir, that was my question. Even if we give away the whole spectrum price, it to an individual subscriber, it gives only very meager advantage. But to the corporate, it gives a huge advantage.
No, but that is not true, because you see, we showed a slide on return on capital. It is less than 6%. So where is the capital? There is no return we are getting on the investment. After 30 years, if you put the same amount of money in a fixed deposit and invest in telecom, you can see the answer what is coming out. You would have earned much more in a fixed deposit than you would have earned in running a service. Yeah.
Yeah, there's another question from. Oh.
Good afternoon, sir. My question is to Rahul Bhatt, sir. Sir, even if the government slashes the prices of a spectrum, suppose that even to zero, what the industry is demanding. So what is or how much is the likeliness that the industry will reduces the prices? Because in the banking sector, we have seen that many of the times the central bank reduces the policy rates, bank rates, repo rates, but even though the direct benefits are not accrued to the customer, They cite so many reasons behind this, GNPA and so many other reasons. So how much is the likeliness that the industry will reduce the price? Because once you have matched the level of 239 rupees or 299 rupees, why and how the industry will reduce the prices of the data packs?
So first, let me tell you, and there are economists out here who can answer this better maybe. But please understand, industry has not shied away from auction. Total sum of more than 7 lakh crores has already been committed by the industry over last 13 years. So don't have this picture in mind that we are asking free. No, we are not asking free. We have already paid for it. We are committed for it. And we'll continue to do that. The question is, what more will you reduce? I mean, you are already in the lowest in, the chart we showed you. I mean, the only thing left out is maybe I can start giving a handout also. Every time you buy a SIM card and say, okay, only even take some more money from me and start using the service. Right? So you're really at the bare minimum. I think what we need to focus on is, are we getting the best quality in our networks? Are we having an equal access for everybody to be able to use the network? Have we reached each and every nook and corner of the country with a good quality of service? I think those are the essential questions for us to answer, because it's not a question of how much cheaper are you going to go, right? The question is, how better can you go in terms of your coverage, your quality, the amount of things you can do along with it. I think that's the larger question to ask.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but we have only time for one last question from Mr. Bhattacharya, please.
I just wanted to make a comment on
Louis,
and I think on 3 different questions that came up. Sorry, I know we are short in time, but there is a direct relationship and a U-inverse relationship between capex and return of investment, and we are seeing this as there is a maximum, or let's say an optimum amount to be charged when it comes to spectrum, because it's on the capex side of things. So with that in mind, there's no such thing as free spectrum equals all those things that I said my study shows. It doesn't equal directly all those. The right spectrum price with spectrum made available at the right time is what makes those results be perfect. And when we have countries such as India with prices that are low, you will see the biggest results in quality of service, availability of the service, and adoption. Because when we talk about our objectives as mobile industry, we want more people accessing mobile broadband. And that's one of the reasons that's one of the consequences of affordability. So we still have 1% of India to be covered, but 50% of India to be actively using mobile broadband. And that's one of our objectives as mobile industry. So free spectrum does not equal the right price for spectrum with the right investors at the right time is what gets to the results that we found, correlation and causality that I mentioned. So it's not going to be a direct tomorrow prices go down, but the full market structure with competition, with the right spectrum prices, the right taxation, affordability of devices, all that behind, that will make more people have access. And that's one of the biggest objectives. And that's why this was added to the studies that I talked about. That I think it answers part of like 3 different questions that we had here. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Louis. Thank you, Louis.
Thank you, Chair. My question is on spectrum valuation. I think a point that Mr. Praveen from DOT actually brought out. The question is that, over a period of time, over several auctions, it has been found that a single value, a reserve price for a particular circle does not fetch you equal amount of returns, in the sense that everybody doesn't go for the same spectrum in the same circle. And there are pockets within different circles which don't get picked up because you have priced the spectrum the same everywhere. And spectrum, because it obviously has to fetch returns which are proportionate, therefore you need to first assess whether every circle is capable of paying the same price or fetching the same returns to the operator before he invests in it. So a spectrum price for let's say a 900 megahertz in a circle like, things have changed over a period of time, like Chhattisgarh, will not be the same as if you were to price a 900 megahertz in Delhi. Delhi will fetch you far better returns than a Chhattisgarh would. So would the government want to consider, having different prices, reserve prices for different circles, and even within a circle, to actually have different prices within the urban and within the rural areas?
Actually, sir, I'll just tell you, right now, value the spectrum, and as well, we auction the spectrum in circles with different reserve prices. It's different with different circles. And at the same time, even in the valuations, you could have seen, the LSA, the explanatory variables which I have given you, the dependent variables are LSA driven, the circle driven. So it's already, and even the Delhi and the circles price are higher than that. And for the information, we give discount of 50% on two LSAs like Jammu Kashmir and Northeast Circle. We give a 50% discount on the valuation. So we do that too. Maybe this discount can be extended to further C category states. That's the debate which can go on. So, but we do valuation on LSA basis, and we do auction on LSA basis. Thank you.
All right, my sincere and heartfelt thanks to all the panelists. I think the value of your knowledge and what you imparted to the audience can be gauged from the fact that many of the questions were asked by the younger officers in the audience and younger participants. So you have really piqued their interest on this difficult topic, so to say. So my thanks to all of you.
Now, in light of the remarkable discussion we have had, I respectfully request DG and CF sir that we appreciate all our panelists and moderator for their contributions in this discussion with a memento from NICF. Starting with Shri Amit Sharma sir.
Thank you, sir.
Shri Rahul Vats sir. Mr. Luis Felipe Zogby. Professor Rohit Prasad sir. Dr. Mahesh Uppal sir.
Excellent presentation. Very nice.
And Shri Praveen Pogiri sir. Now I request DDG sir to present the mementos from IMC. Thank you, DDG sir. We are immensely thankful to our panelists for their remarkable insights and to our audience for their active engagement. Your collective effort and knowledge sharing have made this panel discussion a rewarding experience for all. Now we can all proceed for lunch so that we can gather here again at 2:30 for our third session. Thank you all. From Economics and Policy for a Digital Tomorrow. The topic for this session is need for evolution of auction designs and other market mechanisms for optimal allocation and utilization of spectrum. I invite all the panelists and moderators for this discussion as I introduce you all one by one. I request all the panelists and moderators to come on the stage. As our moderator, we have Shri S.K. Mishra, sir, whose impressive credentials include serving currently as the chairman of the ITU-T focus group on developing cost models for affordable data services, and as the chairman of ITU-T Study Group 3, Regional Group Asia-Oceania. He also holds the position of Vice Chairman in ITU-T Study Group 3 and serves as the rapporteur for ITU-T Study Group 3 Question 11, where he delves into matters related to big data. He is the first Indian to head any ITU focus group. He has worked as principal advisor in the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India and thereafter as advisor finance in the DOT. Our first panelist for this session is Sri Ravi Gandhi. Sir holds a doctorate in management and an engineering degree in the field of electronics and communication. He has vast experience of over 29 years in telecom operations, strategy and policy, licensing and regulatory affairs. Next on the list of panelists is the august presence of Sri Kaushal Kishore. Sir is Principal Advisor and in charge of Finance and Economics Analysis, Division of TRAI. He is Higher Administrative Grade Officer of Indian Post and Telecom Accounts and Finance Service. Before joining the authority, he was Advisor Economics and Law and Head of Economics Division of the Competition Commission of India. Next, we are honored to have once again Luis Felipe Zogby, Spectrum Engagement Director, GSMA, a pioneer in the world of telecom and spectrum policy. For those who were not here in our last discussion, Luis works as Spectrum Engagement Director at the GSMA towards the global and regional advance of spectrum issues. Joining us next is Sri Bharat B. Bhatia, who is the President and CEO of the ITU APT Foundation of India and Vice Chairman and Head of Asia Pacific for the World Wireless Research Forum. He also chairs the ITU Group on Private 5G as well as APT Group on Radio Local Area Networks. Finally, we have the honorable presence of Dr. Rajiv Shore. Rajiv's career spans several reputed industrial research labs and academic institutions in India and the USA. He served as the first president of NIIT University. His career in the industrial research labs of multinational companies include TCS Research and Innovation, General Motors India Science Laboratory, IBM India Research Laboratory, and Sasken Technologies. Without further ado, I'll yield the floor to our able moderator so as to let you all dive into this interesting discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you able to hear me? No. Super. इसको ऊपर लगा दो. Now is it okay now? Okay, no problem. So very good afternoon, and this session which NICF has done entered into a conspiracy against me. Founder DG, conspiracy against Founder DG. You have given me an afternoon session and one of the most challenging session because I have very esteemed panel. It has been already announced. But many of the things which we wanted to talk in the whole forenoon, we found that people are talking about that only. So they again come out and they start talking about desirability and all. But anyway, let us start today's session. But before we start today's session, I would like to just underscore some of the things that have been said by the previous speakers in the forenoon. Like say, initially itself in the keynote address, Member Finance stressed the need for balance in the entire exercise. He talked about the nurturing investment. He also talked about
reduction of input costs. Then there were people, COI also talked of reduction of input costs, carriage of data, and all sorts of things have been said. So I will not repeat them, but I would like to say that when we are sitting here, I am looking for, because some of the points have already been said, and I request panelists to be brief, and so that we can take more questions. If you were here in the morning and something has been covered, so please don't cover it and just mention that you are moving ahead. Another problem for me is that each one of my delegates has a presentation, I suppose. Yes, quickly. So there will be some presentations, but I request you to kindly restrict it to say 10 minutes, I suppose. 5 minutes. Oh my God, it's a very big challenge. Okay. So 5 minutes. So, okay. And some clarifications in the morning, something has been said, which I would like to clarify. There was something about TRI's funding, that it should be funded by government or something. One of the things said, but TRI has been always government funded. People may have said something that okay should be, but nothing else. Then it has been also said that we have adopted only Western models. I'm sorry to say we have not adopted Western models in India, be it ticket operators or take it even government or regulators. I can say with certainty for last 30 years, 36 years I have been there, that yes, we have innovated. Maybe something we would have taken. If globally something is happening, we have also taken. But you will find that operators have innovated, government has also evolved, regulators have also evolved. And that is reflected in the fact that the sector is very resilient even now. The maximum investment, even during COVID time, has come in this sector. Maybe some operators did have problem, that was there. But you must appreciate that government went ahead and has come out with a package for the industry, for the sector, which I think it is unheard. No government all over the world has taken such a big decision. And they are still going ahead with that. So, I can only say that yes, and this seminar by NICF is also an indication that yes, the government is open to all ideas and we are not going to be just stagnant. 10 years ago, 12 years ago, we had a very successful auction, because morning people said that only 2 auctions were successful. I don't know. I have a difference of opinion on that, because if by successful auction you mean that people overbid due to competition and they get into that race, rat race, and then the government gets a lot of money and then only it is successful, I think it is useless. It is a failed auction. And as per me, when people are able to purchase whatever they want, then only we should be see. And if they don't require and government has put it on auction, if they are not getting it, fine. If they don't want it, let them not purchase it. If they want it, but then it should not be there that there is overbidding and then people have purchased spectrum which they don't use for 10 years. There have been, so I say that is one. So now, without much ado about whatever has been said earlier, I request the first speaker, Mr. Ravi Gandhi. Ravi, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Thank
you. Can you put my presentation? So, thank you very much. In the previous sessions, a lot of questions were raised. Mr. Mishra also spoke about those. I'll try to answer few of the questions. But before we go for that, I'll try to... Please put this second slide. Yeah. So,
in a spectrum policy, what are the basic ingredients of a spectrum policy, which should be, because that probably may answer many of the questions. First is maximize productivity. So how do we maximize that? Spectrum value comes from the people, how many people are using it, and how much traffic is being carried on. So I think one of the objective for the policymaker should be, how do we maximize the productivity of that spectrum? The second is, the markets are the best way to drive the value of the spectrum. So while we may have many mechanisms, we discussed in the previous session, administrative allocation, etc., but for any resource which is provided, the market mechanism is the best way to drive the right value. The third is the flexible use. So some of the speakers spoke about flexible, and this flexible use also has many meanings, but what I am trying to say, flexible use means removal of all artificial barriers, which would actually promote efficiency and increase the productivity, because the first aim is maximize productivity. And how do we increase productivity? Is by the way of making it flexible. So in all the artificial barriers between, say, the spectrum for terrestrial, spectrum for 2G or 3G or 4G or satellite, these barriers need to be withdrawn. So earlier there used to be, I think before 2012, there used to be 2G spectrum, GSM spectrum, CDMA spectrum, and then finally government realized that these barriers need to be dropped. So we came out with liberalized spectrum. So liberalized means that you can use for any technology. So when the new technologies are coming up, this liberalized need to be extended, which we call flexible. So in this, the network topology also gets becomes agnostic. So the same spectrum which is used for terrestrial can also be used for satellite, and can also be used for backhaul, and etc. Next slide, please. Then of course the government use. There are important government missions such as public broadcaster, railway, civil aviation, space-based research, etc., etc. The point is not that it is not to be allocated to them, but the value should be attached to it and apportioned to it. So the moment you do that, then the user will have to justify whether they actually require that much or not. So it's not basically charging that, but an apportionment of the value of that spectrum need to be done. Fifth policy, which I would say, is research into the new radio technologies. Okay, public-private research, new radio technology, especially in the higher bands, for promoting the uses. And why it is so important is that when there was no mobile communication, all the spectrum by default was either with defense or with space. So that's the default allocation. So when the mobile technology started coming up, it started with 900 megahertz with GSM and then CDMA, etc., etc. For many years, the networks were operating with 5 megahertz of spectrum. Then it came 10 megahertz and all. So basically the mobile industry or the IMT industry has evolved from few megahertz of spectrum, and when it is moving up, the technologies are helping, the newer technologies are helping to use the higher frequency bands in the terrestrial networks. And the moment we talk about higher frequency bands in terrestrial network, the immediate question which comes is that it need to be withdrawn from somewhere, because there was nothing which is called vacant. Either it was with space or with defense. So this becomes the biggest challenge with the government, that how do we get the spectrum? So the moment you ask for the spectrum, it has to be withdrawn from space or satellite, basically. And then the debate starts. The whole WRC, the whole IMT debate, ITU debate, most of the debate is around which spectrum should remain with satellite or space and how much should come for IMT. So this debate would continue, and all of us are part of it and in the midst of it. Then the last point is the unlicensed spectrum. Unlicensed spectrum deserves a very close scrutiny. So it is not that you can just keep on putting spectrum as unlicensed. how much benefit it is bringing to the society and how much is already delicensed need to be seen. So these are the few, I think, initial remark which I thought should be the basic building blocks when we decide and make the spectrum policy. Next slide, please. And I would like to try two examples on what I said. So one of the debate which is with us nowadays is the 6 gigahertz. This is nothing to do with policy. I am only just trying to explain one spectrum band which is of importance and which all of us are discussing. So this is a band where which is practically becomes the now expansion band for 5G and then 6G, because all of us are talking about that. And when we go by the first principle, maximize productivity. So where do we see this spectrum being used maximum towards the maximum number of people? So ideally it should go for mobile, and but a large part of this is being used for space. So this is what I was saying. So how do you get this out of space? Because the debate is now, the space would say, no, we are using it. The IMT will say, we require it. We require it for 140 crore people, because they have the device which is a mobile device on which they use it. So the problem in front of regulator is that should they be actually increasing or maximizing productivity, not the revenue. Maximizing the productivity wherein the resource is to the benefit of 140 crore people, or we continue with some sort of a backhaul connection, which the present use, which is teleport use, a large part of use, this spectrum is being used for teleport operations or backhaul operations. So these are the questions which comes in front of regulator, and these are not easy questions. There is an incumbency, incumbent operator is sitting there, and there is a demand which is in front of the government. So how do you actually decide it? And it doesn't end here. Then there is a demand coming from the third sector, which is a Wi-Fi. So it should be delicensed. So the question is that, question is not how to auction it, what should be the price, how to maximize it. The question is first, how to allocate it. Whether it should be allocated for IMT at the first place, or should it be delicensed for Wi-Fi. Or Wi-Fi is not a network, Wi-Fi is just a technology like any other technology. Should it be delicensed? So normally the moment we say delicense, it goes like delicense for Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi delicense can be for even 5G, delicense can be for 6G also. So should it be delicensed or should it be licensed? When we say delicense, means there is no protection. So in this space everybody can transmit, everybody can receive, and there is no coordination. So obviously it will lead to very, very low kind of an efficiency, because everybody is trying to use that. Lot of noise. So the efficiency of the spectrum is extremely low when you delicense it, and when you license it, there is a protection, there is coordination. So the efficiency is very high, and efficiency and productivity are the two linked things. So it is to the government to decide whether an important band which can serve a large number of people, should that be put into a allocation which can lead to inefficiency or lower productivity, or should it be put to the higher productivity? I am not talking of price and all those things. So that's one question, and in my view, we should look for the productivity and maximize public good rather than creating a network which is an inefficient use of the resources. That is one part. So delicensing probably should be done for the bands which are not required for mobile. Like there are many other bands which cannot be used. In this band, one would say, no, this band cannot be used for IMT because it is coexisting with satellite. So this graph shows that there is a band which is 3.7 to 4.2, which is being used for teleport services, and it is paired with 5.9 to 6.4. And 3.7 to 4.2 in large number of geographies, including US, Japan, etc., has already been taken out from satellite and put to IMT. So many countries have already auctioned it and 5G services are being provided. And I don't think India can live without doing so, and we assume that it will be done. So once that is done, it's the paired part, the upper part, which is 5.9 to 6.4, will also become free. And once that is free, there is no incumbency of satellite. So that becomes clean band for IMT. So the debate around whether it should be delicensed or not then is over. So that does not survive. So this slide, I was only trying to show that how we can get clean 1 gigahertz spectrum for IMT by just migrating one satellite service to some other band or condensing them from 500 megahertz to say 100 megahertz, and we can take out around 800 megahertz of spectrum. In second slide, please switch to the next slide. Here I am trying to say how the boundaries are blurring, how the convergence is happening. So the convergence is happening not only in the lower band, it is happening in the higher bands between terrestrial network and satellite network. So there is a satellite who is actually communicating with the phone, and the same BTS is also communicating with the same phone. So we will have a situation, we keep on hearing that iPhone 5, iPhone 15 or 14, now you can communicate through satellite also. So those are the things which are around the corner, and in next few years we'll start seeing majority of the phones. Last slide, sir. Majority of the phones would be actually talking to both the networks. So the convergence should also always be kept in mind while allocating the spectrum or auctioning the spectrum. Next slide, I'll take only 20 seconds on that. So even the 3GPP, if you see, in release 17, they have recognized how the satellite would be part and parcel of the IMT technologies. So with the convergence, I think the all auction design, all allocation design should take care of auction, flexible use, etc. in mind. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
So, Kaushal, you are the next.
Slide, yeah.
Yeah, you can go. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So I will take around 7 to 10 minutes with your permission. Mine would be shorn of technical details. Basically, I will be focusing on the public policy behind valuation, setting of reserve price, and the auction. And public policy in this area is largely governed by the economics of all this. So it will be shorn of all the technical details, the physics and the engineering of a spectrum. I think Ravi, my dear friend, has taken good care of that. What I have observed that in these kind of discussions, right, it is neither expert to expert communication, nor it is expert to layman conversation, layperson conversation. It lies somewhere in between. Not that those who are on this side of the hall, we are expert, but yes, by repeatedly working on the same thing, we do acquire some sort of expertise. So it may be repetitive, part of it, but the discussion, in the din of the discussion, these things get lost. So starting from the basic, right, we have to remember that a spectrum is a resource, it is a natural resource, it is finite. Theoretically, nothing is infinite in this universe. So it is finite and limited by geography due to regulatory and technological restraints. Dr. Ravi Gandhi touched on the delicensing. I was reminded of something like traffic regulation is required. You require traffic police where there is a heavy rush of traffic, right? Probably central business district of Delhi requires traffic police, but my hometown or the village to which I belong does not require because the traffic is not there. So delicensing, if that leads to traffic, then congestion, and this is electromagnetic waves which are prone to interference. So delicensing may lead to and often leads to interference, and because of interference the technical efficiency gets lost and probably that injects inefficiency in the whole economic system. So coming back to a spectrum, it does not get depleted like other exhaustible natural resources. Another thing which has to be remembered, that it is perishable. If it is used now, it is fine. If it is not used, it can't be stored for future use. Just like seats of the aircraft, till the time just before the takeoff, it is there, but once it takes off, the number of vacant seats, they become perishable. They have just vanished, right? So a spectrum which is not used is not available for future use. So that has to be kept in mind. A spectrum usage is rivalrous and excludable. Rivalrous means only one can use or multiple of users can use. Excludable, again a very simple thing. A spectrum supply is who controls the spectrum. It is the sovereign which controls or which is the custodian. It is a public resource. A spectrum demand is derived demand. A spectrum is not required for its own sake. It is kind of input for variety of communication services. And one of the communication services is telecommunication. But telecommunication is not the only communication service. It is derived from the demand for final goods and services that are produced using a spectrum as an input. There are competing demand for a spectrum for communication in different areas. Telecommunication. Telecommunication broadly has two components, terrestrial and space-based. There is technical nuance. They are not same. They are not, the ecosystem is not same, development of the ecosystem. So that distinction has to be kept in mind. Civil aviation, defense, weather, space application. So given the finite supply of a spectrum and high opportunity cost, if it is not used, then it is no longer available. High opportunity cost, the moment we say high opportunity cost, the flip side of that is that there is a revenue foregone of unused spectrum. Next, please. The need for efficient allocation of spectrum. Economists are very fond of using efficiency word, and that has come from the field of engineering and basically mechanical engineering. Input-output ratio is called efficiency, to put it very simply. And the economic corollary of that, the cost of input versus the cost of output. Price of input versus the price of output. That is the economic meaning of efficiency, and the technical efficiency is again input-output. There is a concept called tragedy of commons. If there is something like public good and if it is left unregulated, then since there is no restraint on use by individual enterprises, then there could be overgrazing. Common grazing lands, it has come from Britain. This concept has come from ecological studies, that there could be degradation and whatever is there has to be regulated. So a spectrum use is also to be regulated, again because of technical and regulatory aspects. So public good and efficiency requires that there should be market discovery of price. So what is the best way of doing it? Best way of doing, there is no naturally occurring competitive market for a spectrum. So auction is the only way to discover the market price. Allocation of public resource like spectrum through public auction ensures efficient allocation of resources. Generally world over in different areas, objectives which are normally set for a spectrum auction can be classified under five folds, and it is only by way of listing. No hierarchy of objectives is being implied here, that the government revenue should come 1 and efficiency should come 5. It is a manner of writing that all 5 in one way or other, they are the objective of auction and a spectrum auction. Efficiency, allotment to the bidder who values it most. In a market economy, the valuation is decided by desire backed by purchasing power. So it should go to the business enterprise who values it most. Competition is considered virtue in itself, that competition leads to increased output, lower price, and another concept which has come in last 3 decades, that is the economy of scope. Means more choice. Choice is valued for its own sake. Transparency, since it is a public good, there has to be a transparency. Why transparency? Because now we are democracy and we are a constitutional democracy. Market development. Market being social institution, it has its own trajectory. Markets does not exist, markets come into existence, markets may get destroyed, markets may be nurtured, markets may be thriving, markets may go in recession. So all these possibilities are there. So there is a need to develop market through conscious policy intervention. And then fifth is the government revenue. And as I said, there is no hierarchy which is implied in the listing of this, that auction should not mean maximization of government revenue. No, auction should ensure achievement of all these 5. Next, please. Now we have decided that why auction. So auction, there has to be a valuation. We should know, the government should know the intrinsic value of the spectrum which is put to auction. What is the value? So valuation of a spectrum. Why valuation is required? Because absence of naturally competitive markets means valuation of a spectrum is required through different alternative methods. World over, this is the again from the theory of auction, theory of valuation, and the practice worldwide. There is no single method which has got universal acceptance either in academia or among the policymakers. So it has to be through alternative methods. We'll quickly touch what has been done in India, what TRAI as sector regulator has done, and what government has done and why it has done. Yes, sir. No, can we come back to the previous? No. Yeah, why so? These two red letter 2 lines, that I think in public policy dealing with a spectrum valuation and auction, they have been guiding principle for the last 10-12 years. It is not generally discussed in public, but it is there. Better to be vaguely right than exactly wrong. Since there is no naturally occurring competitive markets in a spectrum, we cannot be precise in mechanical engineering terms, right, or mathematical terms. So it has been recognized that better to be vaguely right than precisely wrong. So this is one guiding principle. Another guiding principle, it has been quoted in some of our consultation paper and recommendation. There is a famous quote from Lord Keynes, who was the equivalent of finance minister in UK in early 30s, 1930s, 29 to pre-war periods. It is said that Lord Keynes, once a journalist confronted him that, Lord Keynes, yesterday you were saying something else, today you have changed. It is said that he asked a counter question, that gentleman, when facts change, I change my opinion. What do you do, sir? Do you stick to your old opinion or you change? The finance minister of UK, he said that no, I change my opinion. So these two, they have been guiding principle, at least in all the recommendation which TRAI has made in last 12 years when it comes to a spectrum. Sir, I will take 3 minutes and then I will conclude. Yeah, next please. Valuation of a spectrum, how it is done. Each one of them will take 1 hour in a classroom teaching kind of a thing, and that is the minimum. Multiple regression, it is a econometric technique. In simple terms, if a dependent variable, if any factor depends on 5 different factors, right? Means 5 independent variables determine 1 dependent variable, then what is the exact relationship? There are econometric tools through which factor contributes what, that can be worked out. So regression, multivariate regression analysis, that is the exact term. Multiple regression model produces surplus approach, production function model. Again, these are all slightly nuanced economic concepts. I don't think neither I have the time nor it is required at this kind of gathering. Revenue surplus, trend line analysis, use of last auction determined price, which is duly indexed. So valuation in India and probably world over, combination of these 6 is done to arrive at the valuation. Here in TRAI, we use all of them. If we are not able to use one of them, we write clearly that why we are not able to do, but all the 6 are taken into consideration. Next please. Now we come to, so auction has been decided that auction is the best method. That leads to the question of valuation, how it can be done. We take into account the 6 alternative methods. We take a simple mean of all of them and then do the valuation. Once the valuation has been done, the next critical thing in auction is setting of the reserve price. Reserve price is decided to ensure realization of underlying intrinsic value of asset. That what is the value, what is being sold, inherently what should be the market value. So reserve price bears a relationship with the value, debtor collusive behavior among bidders, and efficiency and integrity of the auction process is required to be ensured. Next please. How to set optimal reserve price. So as I said, 6 different ways of valuation. If we derive a composite valuation, right, we take a simple mean. Now, then there could be a complete range of possible valuation and its probability of occurrence. In fact, whenever we do valuation or auction or valuation, reserve price and auction, what essentially we are doing in economic sense, we are trying to make a sense of how the future is going to unfold. And when it comes to future, each one of us are entitled to have our own views about that. So there could be complete range of possible valuation and its probability of occurrence. Again, all it is probabilistic. Near impossibility of listing out all the possible valuations. So there is a near impossibility. Therefore, simple mean of valuations is taken. Theoretically, it may range from very less to the mean of valuation, either 0.1 to 100. Optimal reserve price is set less than mean value, right? If we set it at mean value, then we are putting too much of burden on the bidders. That it is a double coincidence of 2 things. I am right And I am forming a firm opinion that the bidders may also be completely right. But we live in imperfect world. It is probabilistic. The possibility of getting it realized can't be decided beforehand. So optimal reserve price is always set less than the mean value. How much less depends on a variety of factors, right? Whether it should be set at 80% of the valuation, 70% of the valuation. Yes, economic theory and the practice worldwide suggests for different kind of auctions that generally it ranges from 40% to 55%. We had set earlier the reserve price at 80%. During our last recommendation, we set it at 70%. There is no sanctity attached with either 80%, 70%. If 70%, why not 68%? Like all benchmarks, this benchmark is also arbitrary. How less depends on a variety of factors. Now, I come to the last. After having spent probably a couple of years with the regulator dealing with valuation, auction, spectrum pricing, I think there is a general misconception. Some of these basic facts of economics get lost in the whole conversation. Auction determined price may be greater than or equal to reserve price. Again, it is a tautology or identity, right? Nobody can argue against this. The value of difference between ADP and reserve price is nearly impossible to predict beforehand. How far, how much more, whether auction determined price equals reserve price or it is more, if more, by how much? Nobody has been able to predict so far, at least, and the theory is also silent. It does not mean that humans are always too eager to know and predict future. The fourth point, this is also a very common pitfall in all public discussions, whether it is when conversation is between experts, expert to layman. Only 2 points. Something may happen. One can theoretically argue that this may happen. But from there, people take a leap of faith without having the safety of the faith net that necessarily it will happen. And there, that gives rise to all kind of confusion, bad policy making and disasters. And to presume that may happen, will occur or will necessarily happen involves a huge leap of faith without having the safety net of faith. Most of the discussions in public domain about spectrum valuation, reserve price, auction design and auction outcome falls victim of above conceptual pitfalls, generating much heat without light. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So now our next panelist is Mr. Luis. Yeah. Thank you, Luis.
Thank you for having me again. If you were here just before lunch, I was able to talk about spectrum pricing. So what I'll do now is I won't talk about spectrum prices. Of course, within my conclusion, I'll say it's important, but I will talk about assignments specifically in best practice that we see around the world, and I'll try to bring some examples of what I'm showing here. So if we move to the first slide, because I think this one is not actually working. If you're not here before, the GSMA represents more than 800 members, mostly to have the objective of everyone and everything and everywhere connected. We represent the mobile industry, but we also have satellite companies and big tech companies as our members of the GSMA. And we are present in every single part of the globe, and all operators that have roaming are part of our membership. The first slide of the conversation today, I'm bringing the next one, yes. Thank you. So I'm bringing the same one that I started with last time. that is the impact of GDP for 5G. Almost $1 trillion in 2030. But here, I'll say one thing a little bit different. We are splitting here into three different types of bands. Low bands, mid bands, and high bands. And as you can see, mid bands represent 60% of that impact in 2030. Again, not summing up to 2030, but in 2030, that's the result we see. If we don't have the right amount of spectrum, and I'll get there in a second, there's a loss of 40% of that GDP gain that we would have in 2030. And now I will answer a question that I didn't before in the other session, that is how much spectrum is necessary to be assigned. Next please. So the GSMA has been studying and has finalized the spectrum needs up to 2030, our Vision 2030 framework. And we studied low bands. There are, as you can see on the top there, bands that go up to 1 gigahertz of spectrum and represent the capability that we all know of coverage. But we cannot ignore that low bands are also responsible for digital equality. Low bands will be the only ones possible to deliver quality 5G to rural areas. It's not only about coverage, it's also about capacity and quality and digital equality. That's why, when you look at it, the demand will always be higher than the supply. So there's no exact number of low bands needed. On the other side of the spectrum, literally, we have high bands, millimeter waves. Hotspots, low latency, and very suitable for very dense areas. So lower coverage than compared to low bands. For those, we expect that 5 gigahertz of spectrum will be needed by 2030. It depends on market, it depends on maturity of the usage of the band, but that's the point. And the biggest message here is on mid-bands. Mid-bands are a great mix. They provide citywide capacity, and they have been representing the birth of 5G. As you know, here in India, that's the case as well, with 3.5 gigahertz. And for those 2 gigahertz of spectrum, and here in India even more, goes up to 3 gigahertz depending on where, of spectrum will be necessary to deliver all the capabilities of 5G up to 2030, including all the use cases that you know very well. Without that amount of spectrum and 2 gigahertz, we're not able to deliver the IMT 2020 requirements, or we would need to densify. Here in India, it would require up to 6 times more base stations than what you would do with a full amount of 2 gigahertz. That means it's not possible. Self-interference, as well as impacts to the ecosystem, as well as to carbon footprint. So the 2 gigahertz are necessary to deliver 5G in its full capacity to 2030. But how to assign that? Next, please. So I'm not going to go into this one because this was presented before, but basically spectrum is a scarce resource. It has many users, and demand for spectrum in different ranges. So that means we believe that managing spectrum and assigning spectrum and managing that spectrum assignment process is required to guarantee that we minimize interference, that we have possibilities of encouraging investment. We also meet policy objectives because it's possible to put it there whenever you are assigning spectrum. And you are bringing harmonization that brings economies of scale. And of course, you're enabling all services that require spectrum. So here I'm not talking about only mobile IMT, I'm talking about every single different service that requires spectrum, and the decision has to be taken on how we make sure that we decide which service uses which part of spectrum for the benefit of people and for the growth of society as a whole and as well as with GDP. Next slide. You'll see that we have different approaches of assigning spectrum. And I think we've been working and generally mentioning a lot about auctions, because auctions, as you can see, market-based approaches are the most common approaches around the world. And of course, as you also know, one of the most successful solutions. But we cannot ignore that administrative-based approaches, such as beauty context and first come, first served, have also been successful around the world. One, because they are faster. Second, because you can easily decide on the policy objectives that you may have, and then you can actually take decisions. But on the other side, those can lead to fraud as well as legal issues afterwards when one operator or user does not agree on the decisions that were taken. So that's why market-based approaches such as auctions or any other type of reversed auctions or incentivized auctions have been working very well because of the clear approach that is done via the auction rules. So there are problems with auctions that we talked about earlier, that is high prices. They can be a consequence of a non-well-planned auction. And also the poor design of the auction, and an auction that is not attractive enough and does not guarantee ways of investing further, will also not be successful. And at the same time, we also have unlicensed. That was mentioned by different people here. We have Wi-Fi as one good example, 5G NRU that we don't know, that we don't have applications yet, but it's one type of technology that would be used on licensed spectrum. Although unlicensed spectrum is easy to have access to, there's no need to registration. It will be affordably available immediately. There's no guarantee of service, and registration is not needed. And you cannot guarantee quality of service when those services are used complementary-wise with licensed services. So important to have that all those are possible, and they have to be chosen wisely. So, yeah. So the next one is about possibilities that are around assignments of spectrum, such as what we call secondary market or spectrum trading. Sharing of spectrum, pooling of spectrum, leasing of spectrum, and transfer of spectrum. Those are important mechanisms that we know that India has decided not to charge SUC, for example, for sharing of spectrum. But any type of trading of spectrum and sharing of spectrum should be incentivized, because you are guaranteeing that spectrum is being used the best way. As you can see on the next slide, benefits don't stop there. They also promote innovation and support the market forces to decide how the usage of spectrum is done, and to incentivize that spectrum is used in places where it was not before, and more efficiently, because sometimes you can have more spectrum contiguously done and used, and that brings a lot of benefits too. So, and to finalize, spectrum has to be made timely available, efficiently available, reasonable prices, investment-friendly terms and conditions, and other conditions related to them, to spectrum, should be the right ones. So that means that making spectrum available is not an easy job, but the planning behind and all the preparation to make sure spectrum is made available the best way based on market circumstances, and there are no limitations, and every single decision is made for the benefit of society and for investments to be made long term, are incredibly necessary. And that's my message, and hopefully I can answer all the questions that can complement it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Louis. Bharat Bhatia ji, you are in the next.
Can you put my slides? Good afternoon. I think we are running a little bit over time, but let me take 5-7 minutes to just summarize some. I think most of the points have been covered in the earlier presentations, but let me go through. Next slide. I think this is an important issue. Everybody has talked about scarcity of spectrum and the importance of having right allocation. But what you need to see is that there are 40 plus radio services that need spectrum. So mobile is not just one. There are hundreds of variety of services. Each has its own requirement of spectrum. And what we are talking about is approximately, you'd say about 4 or 5% of the overall radio spectrum That is being debated. There's a whole lot of spectrum from 3 kilohertz to 300 gigahertz, which also gets allocated under different mechanisms. So when we see the overall, we have to see not just that 1 gigahertz part or 5 gigahertz part, but the whole spectrum that needs to be allocated. And therefore, different mechanisms need to be adopted. Next. The reason we do the optimum allotment spectrum basically comes from 4 main pillars. The first, and as engineers, we always talk about interface management. The most important thing is that the two systems should not interfere with each other. So the interference management is the basic principle of radio engineering, basic principle of spectrum management. Of course, we need to optimize the use of spectrum, maximize the social and economic benefits. So there may be different ways of maximizing the social and economic benefits. And of course, we need to promote the spectral efficiency. We need to pack more and more bits into the spectrum. Next. So I think this was covered well. There are 3 different ways of allotment of spectrum. There is a difference between allocation and assignment or allotment. So you have to be very careful when we talk about allocation. The allocation is to services. The allocation is not to a specific user or particular station. Assignment of spectrum or allotment of spectrum to Airtel or to Voda or to, let's say, railways is an assignment function. It is not the allocation. The allocation is done at the radio regulations level. And the allotment is these through different mechanisms. The administrative allotment, which is still used for almost 95% of the spectrum, which is the government decides the price, and it has different formulas of doing it. And this is the best mechanisms for government users. For example, if you want to give it to police or authorities like PMO, etc., you have to use this administrative method. Captive users, again, you use the same administrative allotment. Then shared spectrum, such as maritime mobile or aeronautical mobile or satellites, etc., they all come under the category of administrative assignment. Then you come to the spectrum auction, which is what we are talking about today. It basically gives you a legal right and legal protection. And this is the best method of allotment to the commercial mobile services. I think this has been agreed as a Supreme Court judgment also. And the third, which is also very, very important, is the unlicensed, where nobody knows the value of the spectrum. You leave it to the technology, you leave it to the innovation, you leave it to the built-in mechanisms to decide the spectrum usage. You built in mechanism for providing the spectrum to everybody. So everybody has a right, nobody has a right. Everybody can use it equally. And this is one of the very important part of the spectrum assignment process. Next. With the new services, that I think this was also covered many ways, is there are a lot of new tools in the regulatory toolkit that are being used. It's not just one method of, which is the first, which is the primary dedicated licensed method. There are various other methods such as license shared access, and these have been tried out in other countries such as US and others. There are primary license shared, etc., etc. I won't go into the details of those, but a combination of all of these could be deployed for meeting the requirements of 5G and 6G and other uses. So one doesn't even have to follow only one way, is that I auction it to one operator and that's the end of it. There are new toolkits, new regulatory mechanisms that are being developed. Next. Now, good reforms have been happened in the area of spectrum. 2021 reforms really did a wonderful job, but I think we need to continue this. And in continuation of that, I have proposed some 4 things. Next. So spectrum swapping is one area where you need if I have an extra spectrum in one area or one place, I should be able to give it to somebody else at a fair value. Our government has extra spectrum, it should be able to take my spectrum and give me another spectrum. Valuation is another area which I think which has been talked about at a detailed end, but I think we need to do a lot of work in that. Lower 6 GHz band delicensing, my friend already talked about it, but I think this is an area where we need urgent action. And of course, spectrum harmonization. A lot of good work was done in this area, at least below 2.5 gigahertz, and that has paid dividend. More work needs to be done. Next. So let me talk about the spectrum swap policy. This, of course, is a way of going further from trading policy and going into the new swapping policy that will basically provide further boost to the investment, provide further promotion to the competition, and allow further spectrum harmonization. We have submitted a very detailed paper on this to the government, and I think something will happen on this soon. Next. On the value of the spectrum, I think a lot has been said. I won't go into detail, but really speaking, all the previous auctions have shown that the true value of spectrum is not what is shown as the reserve price. Reserve price and the true value are totally different. The actual value comes from not just what is the valuation done in the TRAI, but actually it depends on the preservance of the market competitiveness of the operator and protection of his investment. If you see all this, this has really come out of summary of all the previous auctions. And then, of course, you have seen the reserve prices in the lower bands. The bands 600 and 700 are very, very important for the rural areas, for semi-urban areas, for extending the coverage, for providing great coverage. I think we definitely need to do something about lowering the reserve price in these bands. They're uneconomically high. You see, the spectrum has been lying vacant for last 20 years. Crores and crores rupees has been lost in that. The spectrum has been lost forever, never to be returned. I think we need to drastically cut down the reserve price of this. Next. Coming to the satellite spectrum, this is another big issue these days. All over the world, it is administratively assigned, and the cost of spectrum varies from country to country. But it's much different than the terrestrial spectrum, because here we don't use this 10 megahertz or 20 megahertz channel. We are talking of size as big as 4 gigahertz or 2 gigahertz. At that level, auction makes no sense. Therefore, one way would be to go with a percentage of the AGR value as a valuation, but I think perhaps TRAI is the best to come out with a paper and tell us exactly what should be the valuation. Yes, I know. Thank you. This is another area which is very interesting, is how do you find the values of captive networks? And we have submitted this paper to the TRAI and to the DOT that for captive networks, we should take the value from the previous auction and extrapolate it, and on that basis, on an administrative basis, captive networks should be licensed. Actually, you need to provide spectrum for captive networks. Other day, the Prime Minister, the Honorable Prime Minister, opened 100 user centers, labs. All of those technologies cannot be implemented unless there is captive spectrum and captive network. So I think this is something that needs to be done. And my last, this one. So if you see around the world, 6 gigahertz has already been delicensed in most of the countries, and you can see around. There's no other way that India can follow. Lower spectrum has to be delicensed either today or 10 years later. But the problem is, like we missed the bus on 5 gigahertz, we delicensed almost 15 years after the word, and we lost all the export market. We are going to lose out on the huge export market if we don't delicense it today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Patil. So our final panelist is there, Dr. Rajiv. Dr. Rajiv Shah, please.
Yeah, Ashwin. Can I have the slides, please? Thank you. Slides? Yeah, okay, great. So, good evening, everyone. I've just returned from Bangalore and landed up with a chest congestion, but that's okay. Pleasure to be here. I'm glad I made it. So, what I'll do is, I've had the privilege of listening to all my eminent speakers on the stage. A lot of thoughts that I have, also are similar. Let me also, so what I'll do is, since I have the luxury of being the last speaker, I will not repeat what my eminent panelists have said, right? And as a researcher who spent my more 20 plus years in R&D labs, I will throw some insights into some open problems and open challenges, which many of you have, raised very appropriately. And a lot of so I will promise I will not repeat much what was said earlier. So let me quickly, you can go to the next slide, please. So I'll cover all three topics. Right, so I think let me very quickly start by saying that, thanks to our friend Bharat and I, my common friend, Professor Manisha Ghosh, she is the former CTO of the Federal Communications Commission. We were just together last few weeks, and courtesy Manisha. So if you look at this, look where we are today. This is coming from the US, but doesn't matter, right? Story is not too different in India. Look how little spectrum, clean spectrum is left. And so really, if you look at this carefully, there's very little clean spectrum left. It's a completely saturated world out there. And if you therefore, more and more new services that you're deploying, whether it's 5G, now 6G, and we were, speaker was talking about 6 gigahertz, you are really going to struggle as to how to find some optimal policies. So I think it's very important to figure out the optimal policies and strategies going forward. So this kind of slide is great, but it's also scary, right? Where we are in terms of spectrum, it's completely crowded across all the bands. Next slide, please. Right? Now, if you look at, again, so what is the whole objective? The whole objective of the entire spectrum / auction world is to provide quality service, irrespective of whatever band you are, at a reasonable price. Right? So I'm not talking about the ISM bands, I'm not talking about the unlicensed band, but at the licensed world, you really want reasonable price, but you also want quality. You cannot compromise quality, right, of service. So that's one. Two, come to auctions. I mean, auctions have to have a nice set of characteristics, set of properties, right? Fairness, transparency, efficiency, in fact, the list goes on and on. And it's important to quantify these. In fact, I was making my notes as my eminent speakers were talking, and a lot of the concepts need to be really quantified. I'll come to what they are. Now, it's clear that the traditional auctions do not really work for spectrum. So we've seen way back, I remember when I was in IBM research, there was so much work in Dutch auctions, right? Reverse auctions, Dutch auctions. But they may not work in the context of spectrum. If you look at the figure carefully, here's a seller and there are those n bidders. And your objective is to really maximize the expected revenue of the seller, right? So clearly the core objective is I want to maximize the E of the revenue of the seller, and there are these n bidders. But this model is a very interesting model, right? There are many assumptions behind this model. Who are the bidders? What's the characteristics of the bidders? Do bidders, of course, they don't want to influence each other, but can they communicate with each other? So it's a very interesting, I think the models of spectrum of auctions are evolving with time, and more so in the last few years, as I will elaborate in my next few slides. If you go to the next slide, I'm going to not read through all this, not required, because a lot of this has been said by, including, my colleagues over here. But I think it's important to note that irrespective of what auction model you have, whether you have the simultaneous multiple round auctions, which is adopted by FCC, right? Or whether you have the other auctions, you have advantages, but it's also important to know what are the limitations of each of these models, right? And I'll talk about that later on, but take for example SMRA, right? Let's go deeper to what my colleagues mentioned, right? The great advantage of SMRA is this whole transparency and fairness, right? So it's a traditional well-known model, which is of course evolving as my colleagues mentioned with time, but it's a model. But the challenge here is it's a single non-complementary items, right? The unit is a single unit, and there's not much, so there's no bundled service, so it's kind of completely non-complementary items, right? So great in that context. If you look at the next slide, which is about combinatorial clock auctions, for example, UK in 2007, tapped this model. Again, I'm not going to read all of it, but the big advantage here is the reduced fragmentation. So when you really want, so this is when if you have interdependent or complementary, if you really want to tap that complementarity. For example, you really have those spectrum across. You want to leverage a wide band or different bands which are close to each other. You will probably go to the combinatorial clock auction paradigm. So in terms of, so the big advantage here is the reduced fragmentation, right? You really don't want to, so the point is that you don't want, there are advantages of each of these and there are limitations of each of these. As a researcher, it's important to know what the limitations are so you can propose mitigation of the limitations, right? If you go to the next slide, Then, of course, I've already mentioned reverse auctions, Dutch auctions. The question is, are they really applicable in the context that we are talking about, which is the auctioning of the very valuable licensed spectrum, right? So, next slide, please. So therefore, the summary of this is that each auction model has unique characteristics, number one. It has advantages. It also has limitations. So which one do we in India go? Now, I'm sure our eminent colleagues and thought leaders in TRI, DOT, and various other agencies, are working on this. But when I conclude, I'll have my 2 cents of some recommendations as to what should be done in addition to what great work is going on in the country, right? Now, it's a hard problem. The choice of the auction is not obvious. You can't just say that India will go with one model and not with other, because it depends upon the context. Look at the context of India. The diversity is unimaginable, right? Whether it's, you have areas which are really underserved. You have the topology, the diversity, in every sense of the word, right? So I think there's no really one that summarizes all. So the choice of the auction depends upon many parameters, many metrics. One has to be clear. So whether it's dynamic and flexible SMRA, or as I mentioned earlier, the bundling efficiency of CCA, or maybe the cost-effective procurement. So reverse auction was used for procurement, right? For many other services. The selection really depends upon what your end objective is. Do you want to maximize the revenues, period, of the government of India or government of any country, or you really want an equitable, fair, democratic, paradigm? So I think it really, maybe you can do both, right? And that's probably the right strategy going forward. Next slide. Very interesting. I want to point this out. I've been reading more and more about that, and I've been talking to colleagues. In fact, Professor Narahari of ISC Bangalore is one of the global gurus in game theory, and there's a lot of work, intense work going on in our institutions in trying to understand this. But I don't want to read this, but look what the summary of what the Nobel laureates came out in 2020. Paul Wilson and Paul Milgrom, right? So what I really like what they said was the rational bidders tend to place bids below their own best estimate of the common value because they are worried about the winner's curse. And we all know what winner's curse is, right? The dominant player will just, right? So the winner's curse is that you don't want to pay too much and lose out later on. So this was investigated at length, and they got the Nobel Prize. And Paul Milgrom, kind of analyzed bidding strategy in several well-known auction formats. But look at the key novelty here. He said that when bidders learn more about each other's estimated values during bidding, right? We are assuming they are completely independent, right? But when they learn about each other's values, maybe you will have a better optimality, right? So I think this is a very important time to explore models in depth. Because there are many trade-offs, there are many constraints, and you want to really arrive at the optimality thereafter. The next slide, and probably I'll wind up in 2 minutes. No, I'm going to skip all that. I think it's already been shared by my colleagues, so I'm not going to repeat what has been shared. Next slide. No, next slide. I have an important, go ahead please. Right, I think the last slide is important. So you really want competition through transparency and prevention of collusion. I think these are the cornerstones of effective auction management. But how do you achieve it is $1 million problem. It's easy to say, okay, I want the objective. How do you achieve it, right? What's the solution, right? When bidders have access to information and are confident that the auctions are well regulated, they are more likely to compete vigorously and fairly, ultimately leading to more efficient and equitable outcomes. And efficiency has been defined very nicely by colleagues over here. Fair and competitive allocation is of paramount importance in telecom spectrum auctions. So we all know that. But the last slide is a lot of thoughts that I have gathered. Last slide, please. Yeah. So in summary, and I think this is the most important slide from my point of view, coming from R&D background, right? So designing spectrum auctions are always fraught with risks. There is no one model which is the best, because the model depends on the context. The context may change. So, right, it could be dynamic, it could be adaptive. So maybe we should look at that. Number two, there are several factors that influence auction items, and you know this very well, right? The bidder turnouts, the market conditions, the new services being offered, many of my colleagues mentioned, right? I mean, every now and then we are seeing new services, and how do you map it, right? So that's, the auction design is crucial, right? Which one should India follow? Maybe not one, maybe a couple of them, maybe maybe both, maybe 2 or 3 models concurrently, right? So it depends, right? We really need to understand the trade-offs better. It's very important to know the limitations of each model because that's where the open problems are. Advantages we all know, right? Many countries, by the way, use a combination of formats for auction of spectrum. So they really use a combination, which is good. The question to understand is how do they move from A to B to C? What are those triggers or conditions? I think that's important for us to understand. And striking a balance between revenue generation through spectrum auction and long-term sustainability of the telecom sector is very crucial, because I don't think the objective should be to only maximize the revenue, expected revenue of the seller. I don't think that's the only strategy. Finally, I think there needs to be a more fair, transparent and efficient strategy in auctions. I'm not saying we don't have it. India is doing extremely well. Our growth is exponential. But because the growth is exponential, and we're talking about 6G now, right? 5G is done. Standards are all done. We are in a totally different realm, right? Not just 6G, but we're talking about Wi-Fi 7. Colleagues are talking about even beyond that. So this whole space is a game changer. We need to really have very strong, intense collaboration. One of the things I'm observing is that there are great minds in our institutions, whether it's ISC or IITs or TIFR. Government is doing super work, but I think they really need to work together. Something like what FCC does, and we saw that, Bharatji, what FCC does. I mean, FCC taps almost every second academic institution in the United States and puts them under pressure. Tell us the right model. Give us the right simulators, right? And I think that time has come. So my 2 cents and my request to our thought leaders and all of you, many of you are here and were here a short while ago, the colleagues from DOT, is that it is time to ensure intense collaboration between Government of India, which includes for DOT, TRI, operators and research ecosystem with tangible outputs. And finally, there's a need for more rigorous focus on R&D in India in the area of spectrum auctions and other areas. I'm telling you, I don't think there is much work going on in India in the whole space of wireless spectrum and auctions from the academic point of view. But I think if that gap could be bridged, a lot more could be achieved, because the answers would be very, very, there'll be a lot more confidence in the model. And in this ever-evolving ecosystem where spectrum is scarce, services are more and more demanding, you will hopefully have a lot of lessons to learn. So thank you so much. But I'm very passionate about this intense collaboration which happens in FCC. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can we take 2 or 3 questions? Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Yes. Mike, please. Question, in fact, you are supposed to answer.
Sir, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Christopher. I am from DOT. My question is to Sri Kausal. So, the question is like this. While you arriving at the reserve price, you said valuation is done. There are 5 mechanisms to find the valuation, you said. And then you take the average or mean. Then you take 80% or whatever it is. Then again you are comparing it with the last auction price. Am I right? I think. I don't know.
I've heard you. Yeah, please go ahead.
So my question is, suppose we found out by 5 methods and you got valuation V1, V2, V3, V4, V5. And V1, V2, V3 are almost nearby, close by. Whereas V3 and V5 are outliers. Suppose it is very high. When you take average, the average shoot up very high. Why don't we use the most frequent mechanism to arrive at this instead of taking average? That is my question.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just say some things. Not he will answer your question, but one thing we must remember that any valuation, and especially spectrum valuation, is it's just like beauty. So it lies in the eyes of the beholder. If you can get an optimum value, which Vodafone also is thinking, yehi 2000 rupees, 2000 rupees, and even Jio says, and Airtel says, I'm sure that government will immediately decide, but it cannot. Same spectrum may be useless for others, and it may be very useful for, say, Jio. and it will be all their speculations, and they will see how it is there. It may be useful. Maybe sometimes in the auctions, I remember when very little spectrum was given and people were dying and they bid. So there are other things. Why? So and then government may have its incentive. Somebody in the forenoon said that yes, we should have some kind of estimation that okay, this much money I want and I'll go ahead with this and forget about valuation. FCC does that. We discussed with FCC and they said we are not doing valuation. We just get a demand that this much we have to get. So it is not related to value or something like that. They simply they have to get it, and similarly Ofcom also, many places this is done. So imagine that we get a message from Finance Ministry, we want this much from say auctions. Now in between sometimes Finance Ministry keeps on telling DOT, but I can tell you with my experience that TRAI has never taken any such demand that okay, they have to give this much money, whether auction fails in GSMA parlance or succeeds and fetches a lot of, and then there are of course winners curse and all, and if that is considered as a successful auction, so it doesn't bother. That I can give 100% to TRAI for that. So that is one. So when we are at best any valuation exercise, it is not only for spectrum. We are struggling with auction of our landed assets of BSNL, which government wants to sell. Now they are struggling because all the famous experts, Deloitte, KPMG, all the people, they have given varying estimates, values. They have all the data, whatever, same data, and three valuers give different, and it is varying in thousands of crores. That's the problem. So value is just the best guess estimate. And TRAI has tried to do some kind of rationale put in it, nothing else. So don't get into that this method gives less kind of thing and this will be higher. It is not like that. They go strictly as the whole method has been done, and then they average it out. So if you are looking at any scientific or mathematical formula or accuracy, it will never happen. Thank you.
Yeah. So your question, I would like to answer that at two levels, right? When we are doing valuation, mind you, we are making prediction about future, right? That has to be realized. Prediction about future based on the information which is available in present, which we have processed either as individual or collection of individuals, right? We may have left, so this is the philosophically, this is how we approach. We may not have processed all the access to all the informations. Even if we have access to all the information, we may not have processed them the way it should have been processed. So philosophically, there will be always a, what should I say, shortcoming theoretically, right? Whenever anybody tries to make sense of future, right? It is of valuation. Coming to the precise point, if you have seen our consultation papers and recommendation, statutorily everything which is done by TRAI, whether it is in the capacity of its advisory duty or as a regulatory duty, if we make a rule, the consultation process has to be gone into. A consultation paper is floated, issues are flagged. Why we have raised this issue? There is a detailed discussion. But our consultation papers and our recommendation, they are not to be tested on the touchstone of a research paper. We are not academia, right? We are a public institution tasked with public administration. Here decision has to be taken, and decision cannot be postponed endlessly because of this academic discussion. It is better to take a decision proved wrong rather than not taking a decision and then losing out, right? So that limitation of the consultation process of TRAI has to be kept in mind. Coming to your precise question, yes sir, in all our valuation exercises, all the 6 points are touched into, right? Past auction determined price, all the 5 models, past auction determined price, duly indexed, 1, multivariate regression analysis, producer surplus, revenue surplus, trend analysis, right? We have all these figures, and these figures are dutifully published in our recommendation, right? Even in the consultation, no, definitely in the recommendation, it is there. Then, yes, we do take common sense precaution. We try to remove outliers, and this is what has been done. Please read 2013, 2022 recommendation. Have you read that, sir? Yeah, so no. It is not to, it is for my benefit. If you read that, then yes, outliers are taken out so as not to disturb the mean value. It is done. But as I said, right, that inherently it is an exercise of making assessment of the future.
Yes.
So guess estimate, right? So it cannot be tested like the way you test machines, right? It is not a mechanical exercise.
Question, Ken.
Yeah.
But one thing is there, both government and both TRI, we can see from the last two recommendations that phobia that was there after, say, a failure of first come, first serve, that has gone. And twice TRI has slashed price in a huge manner, and they have brought in a lot of other changes which will reduce. So we should hope that since that phobia has gone, there will be more, say, open to reduce or rationalize, say, these.
Sir, I want to,
Thank you.
by way of...
Just 1 minute.
Yeah, I want to touch one more point.
Next question.
Yeah.
We can take it offline. Why not?
Yeah, just one line. See, when we say that this auction has failed, it should not be used casually. As I said, beforehand, one cannot determine the ADP may be greater than equal to reserve price. What will be the absolute value of this difference between ADP minus reserve price? Nobody has been able to predict so far anywhere in the world.
Thank you. See, okay. One question. Okay. One question. Yes. Give him my. Yes. So this is the last question, and then
okay.
we'll go to next session. Thank you.
So good afternoon. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. My name is Usman Mamman, and I work with a telecom regulatory body in Nigeria, NCC. I've been involved in auction for a while, and speaking to the last few points raised by the last speaker, Dr. Shore, there is this debate or argument over, striking a balance. Striking a balance between here, government needs revenue, and on the other hand, the service provider needs, reasonable pricing. Because the argument is they need reasonable pricing to enable them use the money to deploy services. Well, on the other hand, government also needs revenue, and by going through auction, definitely the price will always be very high. It goes beyond the reasonableness expected by the service providers. So you recommended reasonable pricing or striking a balance. How do we go about obtaining this striking the balance? Thank you.
Well, great point. See, what I'm saying is that there's a trade-off, right? So it's a Pareto after that. There's a trade-off. So if your objective is maximize the revenue, right, of the government of the day in the country, right? Well, then that's the objective, clear, right? But if the objective is, yeah, of course you will, have large revenues, right? I'm not saying maximize, but you will also keep the other variables in mind. You want to keep in mind, see, you don't want to, look, Ravi, you know this very well. Take India, right? We have our, operators, giant operators, right? You don't want to bleed the operators, right? Because at the end of the day, if you are exorbitant, if you only do Emax, maximization of revenue, then the operators are going to now find ways and means to charge the users, right? And then they will, so it's a domino effect. So I think the other parameters are the fairness, you want equitable distribution. So it's really a multi-objective problem. The only way you can really answer, to my 2 cents, I mean, I'm not the authority, is to understand these models very carefully in partnership with well-known academic institutions, and then which in turn will get back to DOT, try and say, okay, look, this is the right approach. May not be the best, but it's the right approach. So without that, it becomes a very ad hoc approach.
Thank you. I hope that this has satisfied, your query. Now over to you. Thank you. Thanks NICF for giving us opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, all the moderators and panelists. Before moving further for the felicitation, I want to inform you all that there would not be any break after this session, and fourth session will continue seamlessly after the felicitation of this session. Now I request DG NICF sir to felicitate our respected panelists and moderator of this session with mementos from NICF. Big round of applause. Thank you, DG sir. I request DDG sir to present the mementos from IMC to all our panelists and moderators. Sir, I request DG sir and DDG sir to be on stage for a group photograph. On behalf of NICF, IMC and our audience, I extend warm appreciation to our panelists and moderator for their insightful perspective. This has definitely been a very informative discussion. So a big round of applause. Now without connectivity in India, viability, inclusion and roadmap. I request the panelists and moderator for this session to come on stage.
Thank you very much. Can I have a card? Very good, very good. You guys great slides. Where are you based? I'm based in London. Oh, you're in London. Wonderful. Yeah, very good.
I request the panelists and moderator for our last and final session to come on stage. Our moderator for this session is Shri M.K. Patnaik. MK Patnaik sir currently works as Senior DWA Wireless Planning and Coordination Wing in the Department of Telecommunication Government of India. He is the Vice Chair of ITUR Study Group 3 and holds the Co-Chair position of the Working Party 4 of Asia Pacific Conference Preparatory Group. He has also functioned in various technology committee and participated in ITU activities as well. Panelists for this session includes Dr. Rajiv Shore. Sir, as we have already established, has had extensive career spanning several reputed industrial research labs and academic institutions in India and the USA. Our next panelist for this session is Sri Ravi Gandhi. Sir holds a doctorate in management and engineering degree in the field of electronics and telecommunication. He has vast experience of over 29 years in telecom operations, strategy and policy, licensing and regulatory affairs, and he has held various leadership roles with leading telecom service providers as well as with Department of Telecommunication. Next panelist with us is Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha. He is a veteran fighter pilot, entrepreneur, innovator, mentor, geospatial evangelist, space expert, and a national security strategist with an experience of more than 26 years. Shri Keyur Gandhi, who is our next panelist, handles space regulation and policy at Dhruva Space as Associate Director, a full-stack space engineering solutions provider in Hyderabad, India. He actively engages in legal, regulatory, policy and commercialization affairs for the company, and Sir has a proven record of having worked closely on growth and strategy verticals of enterprises in highly regulated ecosystems. Finally, Shri Anil Prakash Sir has joined us as a panelist. He is the Director General at SIA India. He is a seasoned professional with extensive experience in government relations, regulatory affairs and policy frameworks. With a robust techno-commercial background in telecom, ICT, satellite and broadcasting on digital platforms, he brings 37 years of valuable work experience to the table. A big round of applause for all our panelists and moderator. I request our able moderator to take over this discussion and let the knowledge flow.
Thank you, Reed, for making the introduction. Thank you so much. So we start the today's session. Welcome to fourth session organized by the NICF. And in this session, we are going to talk about the satellite connectivity prospects in India, the viability aspect, the inclusivity aspect, and the roadmap. These are the three dimensions we are talking about. So talking briefly about myself, I am MK Patnaik and I have given about 26 years of service to in the field of wireless, out of which around 22 years are for terrestrial services in the captive and around 4 years for the satellite. So perhaps you would know where my loyalties lie, but I would be neutral nevertheless, because I am going to speak on a satellite forum, maybe my views will be slightly tilted towards satellite issues, but I promise that next time when I am invited for a terrestrial thing, I'll perhaps return the favor by being the devil's advocate for the satellite. So that is the introduction part, and I witnessed some really exhilarating moments during the previous session, really enchanting moments. There were certain points discussed which actually touched me, and I learned a lot from them. But my 2 or 3 things that I want to point out, if you allow me, then when you make a comparison, it is very common to make comparison from one country to another. When we frame our policies, we also look at the other countries, how they are doing, but we should do that with caution. For example, if you take, for example, the country of Korea or Japan, who have a very small geographical area, do they need a really satellite? Do they need? And does India is a bigger country, do we need a satellite? So this is the point that I will not draw a conclusion, but I will ask you to think about these things, rather before you finally come to a conclusion. Similarly, a lot of things are said. China has, for example, given the entire 6 GHz band for auction, but in India we are still debating it, what to do with it. And a lot of people compare what they do, but consider this, gentlemen, that in the KU band and the C band, this comes in the C band. In the KU band, China has got 3 times more satellite than us. So they have got all the satellite bandwidth to fulfill that satellite needs. So perhaps they don't need C band as much as we need. we may not have that much of satellite capacity in the Ku band. So think about these things. I am not drawing any conclusion, gentlemen. There have been very, very informed arguments to the pro and to the cons of this. But gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I would definitely ask you to be very discerning and look at the, lot of devils might, a lot of details are in the devil. A lot of devils are in the details. So look at them. So coming back to my point, today I should speak for 5 minutes, otherwise my panelists will sell me that 5 minutes which I am supposed to tell them. So I am not going to take more time. So I must draw your attention to something that what the National Digital Communication Policy 2018 tells us. It gives us a very solemn objective. It tells us that you must provide digital connectivity to every citizen, every nook and corner of India, every citizen and every corporate. So this has something to do with the inclusivity. When you talk about giving this bandwidth to every citizen, you must promote inclusivity. And for that we naturally need a infrastructure, a digital infrastructure, supporting digital infrastructure. We should be resilient, we should be robust, and we should be reliable, and we should be secure. These are the 3 basic requirements. And if we cannot do that, then we'll be failing in that responsibility. So this is a responsibility, huge responsibility that we carry on our shoulders. And I have been seeing this, both the industries growing for the last 26 years. In fact, in 1997, when I was in Chennai, we did a noise survey for a global satellite company called Global Star, and next year they held a exhibition. They held a outlet here in the same Pragati Maidan when there was an exhibition, and we made some phone calls to our home. That was in 1997, and it was a very thrilling experience. Then we did not have the experience of a real mobile phone also. But the next year Iridium also came, and Iridium also promised the same thing. But both the companies went bankrupt. This actually shows the risk economics in a satellite infrastructure, investing in a satellite infrastructure. But in the last 10 years, I must say that satellite industry has grown like leaps and bounds. For example, you see, you have new technologies like the high throughput satellite, you have got NGSO constellations coming up who do not overpromise like the way the previous constellations overpromise the things. They talk about the fixed satellite service, they don't talk much about the mobile satellite service. Of course, there are some discussion about, like Ravi Gandhi also said in a previous presentation, direct to device kind of application, but those are limited to very texting kind of application. Like Apple is working with, say, Global Star. It's a texting application, mainly meant for safety purposes. Let us not lose those perspectives when we discuss about this thing. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I think I have given you enough backdrop and background on what the things are going to happen or what we're going to discuss. With that, I must invite our panelists to speak. And can I begin with Mr. Anil Prakash? Are you ready? Yeah, please.
Okay, 5 to 7 minutes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It was a good opportunity for me from SI India to present our views on satellite connectivity. And I think we have an eminent panel, and the previous session was very thought-provoking. I just want to draw a line that satellite is there where some services are available, not all. And it is a ubiquitous service. It is anywhere, anytime connectivity. And it has touched upon our economic very gently, without knowing us, that satellite is really happening and making our day-to-day life so easy. And I just put some time that satellites, just like water, we drink every day. We don't realize how important this water is because it's simply, plainly is available to you. So is the satellite. Then you say, why? What satellite is doing for you? It's provide you entertainment. It provide you just walk 100 meters right there and left. You will find an ATM to draw money. That time was gone when you have to go to the bank to draw or deposit money. You just ride on any locomotive which has got satellite connectivity. It's got the real time where the locomotive is traveling. Now you go outside, there are about 60,000 gas stations which is connected through satellites. And these gas stations are truly controlled by their principals. So they know when the petrol is going to be exhausted, when they have to order the next petrol tank to come to that lane. Then complete financial sector is dependent heavily on satellite. Our entertainment is already there. So 5G, 6G, now we're talking about is backhaul, because we have very little fiberization in the country. So we are heavily dependent on microwave and the satellite backhaul. So this mobile phone, each one of you are sitting and having in your inside, and it has had the satellite backhaul connectivity. Without that, I think everybody will be cursing each other. There is no flight connectivity is coming. Apart from the connectivity, see that over the period of time, the progression take place. We have seen in the telecom side, the telecom was just growing from 2G, 2.5, 3G, edge, and then 4G, 5G, and satellites has also moved, as the chairman of the session, Patnaik sir, said that last 10 years, satellites also had made move. There are high throughput satellites coming, there are large capacity, low latency, the satellite constellations are coming, connecting far-flung areas, providing connectivity to the people which have not been connected for the ages. Look at the India. India has got, one is the rural India, one is the urban India. We can say one is India, another is Bharat. So Bharat is not widely connected through satellite. So what it stops you? Satellites can immediately connect anywhere, anytime. So why not today? Chairman also mentioned about the path-breaking policy which is set by National Digital Communication Policy. The first time they have a chapter full on the liberalization. They have given ample room for the satellite to grow. And that is I think the first salvo which is started by the Department of Telecom, followed by the number of, from there 13 or 15 reforms took place from 2018 to 2023, whether transport policy, new space policy, geospatial policy, RNS policy, number of them, then there is coming one by after them. So what is happening? So, and the Prime Minister is from the Lal Red Fort is giving a speech about that. Now this is the time has to come that the private sector has to take co-traveler with the space, and you everyone enjoy when Chandrayaan gone up and 3, then everyone hearts beats up. Then they soft landed on the moon on South Pole side, and I think it has made each one of us so proud that satellite has done. Not only for the communication purpose, not only for the application purpose, they also have on the outer space. There is a new world order is going to be take place in the next century, or next century, not very near future. So I think the progression of technology, and of course India is no more India anymore. India is a global country. Why say it global? We have a footprint, our relationship with more than 90 countries, we have a business with them. And we are helping them in the trade. So some of them we have a free trade agreement with them, and we are pursuing with them. So when we talk about India is going global, then we have to act global. We can't be so local or just talking about India. So there, I think we have to honor and give what have the global treaties are, and what are the ITU or the World Radio regulations say about what is the spectrum allocation and divide of things. I think they have very judiciously for 4 years they meet, they discuss, then there's a number of conferences, preparatory workshop take place. I think we have a whole WPC being senior officer sitting here, and they go from very rigorous a process to go for that, and now we are heading for the next WRC starting from 20th next month, WRC 23 at Dubai. So there will be role set for the next spectrum location. So I think let this fight be there. Let them fight, and that arena, that fight should be close to that arena, not should go outside and kill each other. So the last WRC has given, sir, one minute. Last WRC has given free mandate to 7.2 gigahertz for terrestrial. and only 2 gigahertz for satellite in K-band. And they have given multiple bands to operate. And they have enough bands available for roll out their 5G. And so they are doing so, and we are very happy that 5G has been successfully rolled out in the country. And they are reaching out, they're spreading their network, not from from cities, they're going to urban, to cities and rural area too. That's really good. But what stops them to connect where they are not today? Let satellites be given a fair chance to provide connectivity. Where the COVID time was pathetic time for everyone has confined to their homes. We have even you can't meet your near dear people. They look at about those people. It's one way only to be connected is through your mobile phone or digital connectivity or through your internet. Think about that population, that rural population. They have not even have a digital connectivity. Their phones are not connected digitally because they are on 2G service. What about their children? They are not able to get the education classes. All our children were attending classes on digitally, but deprived. They are not getting medicine. They are not getting other things. How long this digital connectivity could keep them away? So it's my humble plea to all this policymaker and regulator. We must have a regular certainty in the country. So at least the roles go to future, because we as a global, and India has shown its soft power in terms of the G20 nation. I think we have a lot more to. Rest I will do over the point. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. So, Mr. Kevin, the floor is yours, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Keyur Gandhi. I'm from Dhruva Space, and to give a little bit of a background of what Dhruva Space is, since I think we are very new to the entire ecosystem of satellite communications and everything. We are a full stack space engineering company, which means we build satellites, we help launch satellites, and we also build infrastructure to operate satellites and give it as a service. As all of you know, space is a sunrise sector, and we are working on a numerous number of new technologies to see what can be done to ease access to space, to reduce the cost, difficulties, and turnaround time of launching a space mission. And that of course comes with a lot of new prospects of making in India, not just indigenizing technologies, but innovating on new solutions. This is a very brief background with which I think the subject matter of whether satellite connectivity is viable, what would be the roadmap, what could be the regulation, what could be the optimal use, pricing, method of allocating spectrums are topics which have been widely discussed for the past few years. So I thought I'll go a little bit deeper into what is it that us new space companies are really working towards, so that it sets a new context for how we look at allocating spectrum and how we look at managing and understanding prospects of building viability in the applications front of it. So these are largely the things that the entire new space ecosystem is working towards, not just in India, but globally. Space emerged as something of prime importance in the Cold War era. So the moment you say satellites, everyone with a national security interest, everyone with any interest in military defense intelligence starts looking closer at you. But this technology is dual use, and its use on the civilian sides and on the front of social betterment are increasing. That is why people look at sovereign constellations, solving problems relating to digital inclusion with these technologies. And to do that, what are manufacturers, what are innovators doing? People are working on concepts of building constellations, especially with small satellites and NGSO constellations, where you can launch a constellation in about 18 months and have real-time connectivity over the country. Economics of that is disputable, as market is yet to adapt, but people are building solutions around specific territories of interest, with the core assumption and reality that the infrastructure for connectivity, the demand of a particular territory, nation, or region are different. then what we are trying to essentially do is we are trying to solve the problem of economics. When we talk of viability, it is always said that satellite broadband or satellite connectivities can never match up the cost at which you get any other alternative source of connectivity, which is true, because today the cost that one has to put in building that infrastructure versus the commercialization that can happen is very high. But with small satellites, that economics is changing, and the whole global ecosystem is working towards that. Now, this gives rise to a very new challenge. The frameworks which are built globally, starting from ITU, starting from our understanding as a country, as regulators, as policy professionals, lawyers, the basic tenets on which we build frameworks for providing access to the market or valuing spectrum or looking at how to regulate satellite services, those basic tenets are changing very fast. So this is a time where even at ITU you would see a small satellite handbook being made where a lot of these key assumptions basis which frameworks were made are being challenged. So if I talk about it very neutrally, right? This is essentially what we are, the challenge that we are facing, correct? Which is many people are working on easing access to space. There are a host of innovators and manufacturers who are working on building terminals where essentially these terminals can be switchable, that can work between various satellite networks. The cost of the terminals can go down to maybe 20,000 or 15,000 rupees. And then a lot of people are also working on the applications front of it. But when we come to the fundamental question of viability, the future, where do we stand today? I think the real need of the hour to discuss, which I see the panel going towards today, is understanding what it is exactly that we need as a country in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, in the next 25 years, and maybe in the next 100 years. Because as we all appreciate, the basis of building any policy framework or regulation is to ensure that we meet our immediate demands effectively, we keep our growth consistent, we make sure that our digital inclusion initiatives do not get impacted adversely, while we also have the obligation to promote new and emerging technologies and support innovators in the country. So that is the brief background. Thank you.
Mr. Ravi Gandhi, can we hear from you?
Thank you everyone. So it's a rare occasion to be a speaker after my good friend Mr. Anil Prakash. So, because he addresses us as terrestrial operators, which is not true. Day before we launched a service we demonstrated a service called Space Fiber, which is based upon NGSO constellation. So, we are the first operator actually to demonstrate successful NGSO constellation in the country. So, instead of saying they or I or I think we can say we. So we are an industry who uses terrestrial as well as satellite. So, and the aim is to reach to every nook and corner of the country, to every consumer, and provide them connectivity at affordable prices at which they can actually take the benefit of the technology, and we can remove this digital divide, so-called, and have digital inclusion for everyone. And there is no one sure short way of building the network. Every operator has to have multiple type of networks. Okay, fixed line, mobile, high density network, built on the lower frequencies, sub 1 gigahertz band, mid band, high frequency bands, via satellite, non-terrestrial network, etc. So it is the combination of the networks which actually give them the ability to reach to every consumer. So that is point number one. Point number two is as a policy maker, we have to be very conscious of what technologies would be in say next 10 years, because typically if the spectrum is provided for 20 years, so you can't actually see 20 years from now. It's very, very difficult. Because if I want to see where I would be after 20 years, I have to actually see where I was 40 years ago. Because the pace of change of technology is increasing day by day. So if I have to actually visualize where I would be 10 years from now, I have to see 20 years from where I was. So in the year, say, 2000 or pre-2000, we were 2G technology working at 5 megahertz spectrum, 4.4 megahertz spectrum, and hardly covering voice, no SMS, no data, nothing. So if we see 20 years back, we will know where we'll be 10 years after from now. So this diagram which I showed in during last session explain that how we will see this. I still remember during 2001 to 5 in the 2G era, the whole discussion used to be who would be the winner, which operator will be the winner, the one who has 900 megahertz spectrum. It's as simple as that. If you do not have 900, have 1800, you will be loser in that circle. And debate was limited to that only. There was no other debate. Because the handsets and the coverage was whether you are below 1 gigahertz or above 1 gigahertz. But today we have handsets. And of course, just to give clarify, 3.3 gigahertz was one of the most useless spectrum given on administrative basis for some WiMAX kind of a service. Nobody was using it, nobody was ready to pay for it. That was the spectrum which was completely sold during last auction for 5G. And majority of the 5G capacity which is being used on handset, not on FWA, is coming from that spectrum, which was useless 7-8 years ago. The handsets have been built on 26 gigahertz, 28 gigahertz. So if those handsets works in a terrestrial network via that spectrum, 26 or 28 gigahertz, those would start working from satellite also. The days are not far off. I can't say that because I am not a developer of technology. I am a user of technology, and it is just an extrapolation of or say guesstimation where we will be after say 5 years or 10 years. So those are the inputs for making, while making the policy. I think we should consider that in which direction technology is going. We may not have today. Second is, can we go to next slide? The manufacturers, the people who are doing R&D, the people who are into standardization, the bodies, international bodies, they put lot of energies while making all these. So some of the things like 3GPP is the one who design all the standards for IMT, and release 17 is already on ground. So I'm not showing release 18 or 19 or 20. What is already on the ground, I've just highlighted 4 things. Satellite components in 5G architecture, IoT, over non-terrestrial network, NR is basically new radio, which is 5G radio, over non-terrestrial network, unmanned aerial system, etc. That shows that the standards itself has included space as one of the media for deploying IMT technology. That is one. One point which was raised by some earlier speaker was about interference. So the spectrum is to be assigned so that there is no interference. There are technologies which actually works on interference, like CDMA and all, where 30 to 40% of the time user is always connected to multiple sites using the same spectrum. It actually lives in interference. That's how the technologies are defined. So it is not about one technology uses the spectrum, so this other technology cannot use the same spectrum. Both can use the same spectrum together, and interference is managed from behind, from the equipment. So the system which I said, the phone actually continuously communicate with multiple sites. and keep on hearing the signal from multiple sides, and whichever signal is best, which has best signal to noise ratio, it latches to that. That signal may be coming from satellite, the signal may be coming from a macro BTS, the signal may be coming from a micro BTS. It does not differentiate between that. The only thing is that the protocol and the signal should be same. And that's what this slide shows. The protocol will be same, the signal may be coming from multiple paths. So that should be kept in mind while making the policy. Next slide, please. One more question comes, how do we auction it? Because this is a resource which is shared and globally shared. It is not true actually, it is not shared. The same spectrum, like if you buy say 700 megahertz spectrum, 710 to 715, what you sell in Haryana, the same spectrum is sold in UP also, the same is sold in Punjab also. In different geographies, the same number of frequencies can be used. The same way, in the space also, it is shared on different angular slots. So a satellite which is, because in geostationary satellite, it's practically the satellites which are stationary. So a satellite revolving at 74 degree is different from satellite revolving at 98 degrees. So if I use X frequency for 74 degree, I can use that same frequency for 98 degree. But that is not called sharing, because these are two used in a different segment. So the auction happens at 74 degree, plus minus 2 or 3 degrees. So all the satellites which are moving from 72 degree to 76 degree would be the one who would be participating in that auction. It is like the people who are providing services in Delhi are the one who are competing with each other in the auction, but the person who is bidding for Tamil Nadu will not be competing in Delhi. The same way, the person whose satellite is at 98 degree does not require spectrum at 74 degree. But the person who has satellite at 96 degree probably requires the spectrum in the same space and will be competing for that. Okay, that's where the whole allocation starts. If there are two satellites, one at 98 degree, other at 96 degree, how do you provide them the same bandwidth, same spectrum? Cannot be. It has to be shared, it has to be exclusive, it has to be reduced. Whether you do it on vertical or horizontal polarization, whether you reduce on the basis of frequency, whether you set PFD limits, those are the ways how do you split the spectrum. But spectrum has to be split. It cannot be given, the same spectrum cannot be used by more number of people at the same angular spot. So that is one side. The other side, the left side of the diagram shows what happens in case of NGSO. In NGSO we have satellites which are moving at very, very high speed, extremely high speeds, multiple thousands of satellites revolving around the earth, crossing each other at different height, different speed, relative speeds. So they will be actually, there would be user on the ground who will keep on seeing these satellites in line, and there would be lot of frequent inline events which I have tried to show in the diagram. So the moment you have inline event, you cannot use the same frequencies. You have to have different frequencies. If there are two constellations with few satellites, you can manage these inline events by having some offline jugaad or online jugaad. But if you have say 10 constellations with 40,000 satellite, 30,000 satellite each, the kind of projections which have been done by many NGSO operators, this inline event management is almost impossible. One can say that we can have AI based solutions.
Mr. Gandhi.
Give me 1 minute, let me finish that.
Okay, sure.
I'll finish in 1 minute. So we can always talk about that inline event can be managed through AI based solution by connecting all the operators, but probably the constellations are from multiple countries and all countries may not actually agree to connect their systems to manage these inline events. Because of that, you have to give different frequencies to different operators. So therefore, the exclusivity of spectrum for NGSO is must. There are two ways. You do this exclusivity before assignment and allow them to share. The other way is what FCC has done in US. They have given in a shared mode, but fallback as delta by n or f by n. So what happens is, there are 4 operators, they have decided 4 operators in whatever way. So the moment there is an interference, obviously there would be, you fall back to f by n. So the total frequency is divided by all operators equally. In India, since we don't have any incumbency, we are at the beginning of the process where we can make a new process. We can always give them that instead of having f by n, you choose whatever you want to and you share whatever you want to. So that's how this auction can be given, and there is no necessity that there is a global constellation and global sharing and all those things. Those are not required to be there, because these are competing services. And these services would actually be integrated with the terrestrial networks. So we cannot have a different policy for 2 networks providing same services. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is this microphone working?
No, it's not working. Yeah, it's working. Thank you. So, thank you, Raviji. Thank you for that discourse. And Dr. Shori, please, we need to understand your perspective. But in the meanwhile, I have got 2 seconds to say that our thrust of today's session about viability, sustainability, and the inclusivity angle. So those things, please focus on those angles. Other things we can always talk offline.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll probably not take more than 5-7 minutes. So let me, so I'll, one of my areas that I'm really passionate about is R&D and some open challenges. And I think Keyur and Ravi will also, they've been working on these areas, so I'll probably hit on that too. Let me start by satellite broadband. I think it's very clear that today, the way where we are, satellite broadband is critical for us. I don't think, I won't use the word important, it's critical. Everywhere, use cases are plenty, right? So whether it's your rural connectivity, look, there is no return on investment for our operators to really go to the remotest areas. We all know that, right? In fact, all our colleagues know that very well. So I think satellite broadband, whether it's the applications, the healthcare applications, or whether it's applications where you really want to penetrate the masses in tier 2, tier 3, clear that this will provide massive rural connectivity and will cover the entire country, even the neighboring countries. But of course, let's focus away. The other thing is disaster response. I mean, we have seen that, with this whole global climate change, hopefully, I keep our fingers crossed, but there'll be more and more challenges that we are going to see. Whether it's earthquakes or whether it's disasters to do with flooding and all that become a reality, right? So I think in the emergency and disaster response case, that's another very important use case. Which is not going to be, so the land terrestrial networks are not going to be helpful, because remember, they will not be working, right? They will completely be destroyed by and large. So who will come to rescue is broadband satellite. Maritime and aviation, I was talking to experts, in a seas coastal region, there is a dire need to have very strong, very high bandwidth. The reason is that, and the reason is becoming more and more important, and I'm not going to elaborate, but all of you know what's happening in the Pacific region, right? In our oceans, right? So in the Indo-Pacific region, that's a big challenge. But forget about that, but even in India's neighboring, the entire coastal line, right? There is a need to have more vigilance. They need to have, and the use cases are plethora, right? So that can best be served by broadband. And finally, I think the entire environmental monitoring, agricultural use cases are going to be impacted thoroughly. So there's no dearth of use cases which will be enabled by satellite broadband. We have to also figure out the cost. So we have to provide max connect broadband at affordable cost. So I think that challenge is always there. But I'm going to come to a very important point, which is research and development, R&D. In all that my eminent colleagues spoke about, I think there is a very important element in SATCOM on what are the things which are already bothering us, right? So I was talking to friends in ISRO. I think this is a few weeks ago in the, Bharatji, you remember, in the Spectrum conference that you were chairing, and there were many eminent people from ISRO. And I said, doesn't it bother you that with the advent, and now we're talking about broadband satellite, there is no space in space, right? I mean, the orbits are getting filled by each passing day, right? And of course, India, which is now absolutely, exponentially growing economy, will launch satellites round the clock. And it's not just India; it's all over the globe. So all the countries, right, including the African subcontinent, the Middle East, Americas, of course, with the growing, what we are seeing is a completely crowded space, LEOs, MEOs, GEOs, which is a big challenge. Very hard to even find the right orbit, right? To minimize, to ensure everything is, safe and long term. The other thing that really bothers me is the space debris, right? What are the mitigation? What are the policies that we are going to propose? I mean, we have great organizations in India, including startups. What's the policy for or plan for space debris? Because that's going to be a huge challenge, which is again going to impact the environment in the country, right? So I think the finding the right orbit, the crowded space has enough technical challenges to keep us busy. But let me come to in the 1 minute that I have, the other challenges, right? The other challenges are, there are a lot of technical and R&D challenges in this broadband satellite communication, right? 6G we already know. I'm not going to repeat that. 6G is a contentious band where we know that satellite services are, they're also tapping 6G, but 6G is, it's a wide spectrum. There are many other use cases, right? Not just satellite. So can we coexist? Can we have licensed band and non-licensed band? That's of course an issue that has been discussed earlier. But there are many other interesting issues. You mentioned interference, which is so correct. With more and more, the LEO is completely packed, MEO, GEOs, we have to minimize the interference, we have to maximize the capacity, the throughput, and we have to also look at satellite to satellite communication. I was very excited to know that in areas, deep in the Indian Ocean or Pacific or Atlantic Ocean, you don't have any connectivity, right, other than satellite. That satellite is a savior. So you now have a dire need for sat to sat communication. How efficient is that communication? We really don't have much idea. When do you hand over from one sat to other sat? When and how? And I think all the details need to be figured out. The last point I have is, we work in machine learning and deep learning, and 5G, all my experts here are, your 5G gurus here. We talk about 6G. 5G's core strategy, element of 5G is edge. Many of you mentioned that. We are talking about satellite as an edge. That edge is becoming more intelligent with machine learning, AI, and deep learning. How are you going to, so the day is not far that the cloud is at the satellite for reasons that are probably obvious, right? Because if there's a disaster over here, there is a backup over there, fault to all of the redundancy. So I think what we are seeing is in the next few years, there's going to be a lot of innovation going on in satellite as an edge and running my ML and DL there, which is going to significantly improve my performance of the use cases, whatever I have, because there's better imagery, there's better quality of service in every sense of because of high broadband. And finally, I think innovation is where the challenges are, right? We know many of the things, we know there are plus points, many of my colleagues mentioned that, but the innovation is really where the challenges are. And I think this is again a great time to, I repeat what I said in the last session, to collaborate amongst diverse ecosystems, not only in India, but even across with other countries, to see how these technical innovations can solve the problem that we are seeing today. I repeat, my biggest concern is the crowded space and the debris, which is going to sooner or later be a disaster for, for the earth. And the earlier we solve that, the better it is. So thank you, my 2 cents.
Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you so much. So finally, may I invite Mr. Kusama to take the floor and let us understand his perspective on the subject.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I have the difficult task of keeping you all awake in the last session of the day, so I'll try my best. I mostly agree with some of the important views that have been shared with some of my fellow panelists before. And if they are in the slides, I'll just rush through them for the sake of coming out with the meat of the matter. Could you please enable this? So one of the most important things that have happened in India is the enablement of the private commercial space activity as per the new space policy, which, excuse me, could you just, this is not working. Okay, so basically you are aware of the space policy. Basically it's enabled the space industry in a very, very big way, and nothing has been left behind. Next. Next. Okay, so go back. So as of now, the core of the SATCOM was led by the ISRO satellites, and now we have growing interest from the private players who have applied for various licenses. The key drivers and trends, as we feel, are increasing data consumption, especially the video. Hold back please. The other direction, yeah. Demand from rural and remote areas, especially those who are underserved and the unserved, and ubiquitous coverage and mobility use cases. From point of view of the viability of the space connectivity in India, we had partnered with Deloitte and NASSCOM to come out with a report. Some of the key findings are that rural broadband in-flight connectivity and broadcasting will become very important. In comparison to the terrestrial connectivity, 100% coverage in the rural, remote and areas, lower cost than terrestrial for low density areas. Emerging use cases, as I said, I have covered already, including Internet of Things and virtual classrooms. Telemedicine will play a very important role because of the quality of the broadband that we are going to see. Next. The potential for inclusion, I think the most important aspect is to bridge the rural and urban divide. That becomes very, very important. And connecting the remote areas. And I like to give you some personal examples. I used to go to Joshimath. My father was there in JP Hydro there. And despite being a fiber coming there, I could not use internet for more than 3 days because the Himalayas are young. If the Himalayas are young, there are frequent landslides. So you keep having vehicle going up and down, but it doesn't solve the problem. So how do you solve the problem? Satellites solve the problems. So this is a very important aspect. You may have fiber in an area, but it doesn't solve the problem of high-speed connectivity. And that is where the space-based communication becomes a very, very important tool. Next is in terms of education initiatives. Now coming from an industry structure in the competitive landscape, they are as flashed. I think we'll move forward. These are also well known to you. We'll move forward. A roadmap for connectivity, again, we can move forward. Hold. Now, very important thing is that beside the big players, you are all aware how the Spacecom works, so I'll not waste time on that. Startups are coming out with great, great innovations. As of now, 4 to 5 constellations are under development, especially in the ISR domain, and they will need broadband connectivity for dishing out various services also. They are important from meeting the data-driven economy requirements, which the Honorable Prime Minister has been talking about, as well as the national security requirements. Israel, Ukraine, all these examples are shown that if you do not pay attention to national security, you will land up in a situation where you will be sorry about it. And there are no undo buttons in national security. So when we look at space, we look at it from a dual-use perspective and not from a single-use perspective. And for the industry to grow, 28 gigahertz spectrum has become very, very important. They are looking for an early release of the FDI policy, licenses for providing SATCOM services, and early clearances for earth stations abroad. Next. Now, assignment of spectrum for space-based communication, some key aspects. What we at ISPA, and when we say we, I reflect the collective voice of 70 space industries, which are serious players into the ecosystem. And our view is that there is need for non-exclusivity in the space satellite spectrum. One of my esteemed colleagues, just what he reflected was more focused on the orbital slot approach and not on the space spectrum. So I just need to clarify that. Next aspect is the exclusive assignment of the satellite spectrum can have negative effects. Internationally, administration has been assigned through the administrative aspects and not much into the auction method, and there are technical complexities in it. We can have aspects of non-interfering technologies there, but can everybody have access to the technology? Space is one sector which the Prime Minister intends to develop like what we develop for the IT industry. And if India has to become a space power, it is not only because of increasing business, but because it has to exist. The kind of aspiration that India has in the last few years that we have seen, and what the Prime Minister says that what you do in the next 25 years will define your next 1,000 years. And many countries are coming up with space forces, which means control of space. Control of space means it has seamless impact on the globe. So if India doesn't become a serious player in that, then we'll be relegated as a digital slave for forever. So we need to change our approach as to how we look at space. The next very important thing is that as a study done by one of the American think tanks, it said that by 2060, 10% of the global economy is going to come from space. More and more countries, almost 98 countries across now, are investing in space technologies to develop technologies which are disruptive, which will enable them to control some part of the space, at the same time deny the same thing. I very well agree with the crowding of the space that you are talking about. Space-based debris is becoming a very, very important space. So these are very live issues that we need to be aware of as we look at deciding what you need to do with the spectrum in space. The next aspects are, you can just move to the next one. Next. Now these are some very, very key aspects which we would like to focus on, that there's a method of allocation. It needs to be administrative, and the 28 gigahertz band for space communication, it needs to be aligned to the global standards, and I'll tell you the reason now in my next slide why it is required. National security as well as nation.
Mr. Kushwaha,
Sir, I'll need just 1 minute. To make India a global hub of manufacturing, first you need to align with the global ecosystem. You cannot have a new standard made for the country, so that, because you will not have that economy of scale. We are at a very nascent level. And if you have to manufacture for the world, you have to go for the global standard. It also has an impact on the military equipment that you are going to have, because the government and the military is going to be a major consumer of this. Now, military is developing space, we are talking of servers in space, all this is going to move in the military domain also. So you're going to have if you go for the other approach which is being proposed, that means the spectrum is already not very adequate to serve both commercial as well as military requirements, and then you're reducing it by half. So how does it play? That is a very important aspect, food for thought. The next aspect is that if you change your standard, then global OEMs who are manufacturing the equipment today, they are going to charge you more for military equipment that you're going to import. Next, why you should have manufacturing? Because unless and until you have your communication backbone manufactured in India, you will always be subject to supply chain attacks and snooping. And I'm sure nobody likes to be snooped here in this room. So you need to look at how the market economics and the decisions that you take today are going to define how India is going to rule the next 1,000 years. For that, you have to put the building bricks today. And if you see the global economy, ground equipment, satellite manufacturing launch very small. But where is the chunk? It is in the ground equipment and the services that are offered through communication. So if you don't occupy this stage today, then you are going to be sorry, and the history will not forgive us for the decisions that we're taking today. Next. These are some of the important things. Our startups are becoming very, very viable, and they are moving ahead, and all of them need that breathing space. And what I can submit to all learned attendees here is that we need to take space spectrum as an infrastructure to enable India's aspirations in space. And if you look at it, then things will start falling in place. Next. I'll leave with that simple message. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kushwaha. That was replete with a lot of information. So if we have time, we can take some questions. The first question that I would like to address is to Mr. Ravi Gandhi and Dr. Shore. So this is a question that I had read sometimes, because I had read somewhere that, I had read somewhere that an economist who postpones a bad decision by 7 days has refilled his karma account is to such an extent that he has earned his pension for his life. So this is in the context of 6 gigahertz. 6 gigahertz is an important spectrum. BBC is talking about double use of the spectrum. The entire European Union is holding on to it, thinking that it can be used by both satellite, both by the 5G services and the Wi-Fi. At this decision, should we not postpone our decision and take the best of both worlds, or should we consider that any delay in taking a decision is lost opportunity? What should be the best way forward? Both your perspective, please.
So if I get your question right, the question is that the 6 gigahertz can be used by both IMT and Wi-Fi, and should we defer the decision? The answer is it can be and it should be used for IMT, that is given. Can it coexist with Wi-Fi? We can do the study. If for that some deferment is required for lower part of the 6 gigahertz, absolutely not an issue. Upper part anyway globally has been agreed for IMT, so there is no discussion in that. Lower part anyway, you may not be able to immediately use it. The reason which I explained in my slides, that this is paired with teleport service, which is 3.3 to 3.7 to 4.2 is paired with say 5.9 to 6.4. That's of course uplink, and in uplink you can still use it for IMT even and with the separation from gateways. But the moment you free the spectrum from teleport service, this lower part, the C-band basically, 3.7 to 4.2, put it for IMT, which is a natural extension of 5G, the upper part would also get vacated. So there is no question of coexistence with satellite and IMT. That question itself goes away. The only question or surviving question is whether it should be coexisting with Wi-Fi or not. I think that's a debate which we can have at a later date. But satellite would be out of the equation, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, thank you. So, we've heard ISRO, so is a bit concerned, right? Again, there is no conclusive evidence, right? Bharji knows this very well. There is no conclusive evidence from when we talk to our friends in ISRO. There is a 6 gigahertz is a very sensitive spectrum also because of satellite, right? And there is this potential, when you have a large number of base stations co-located, right, in an area, like India where the density is very high, you're going to probably have a large interference. But I also must admit that it's not a conclusive evidence. These are studies that are coming out now, number one, right? So that's the first part. Second point is I agree with Ravi that there will certainly be a coexistence between IMT and Wi-Fi, of course, right? Every friend in the Wi-Fi world is saying, 6 gigahertz will give me fantastic capacity vis-a-vis the earlier band 5 gigahertz and 2.4, right? So there is this pull and push there. But I think there certainly will be a coexistence between IMT and Wi-Fi. Finally, I think you raised a very interesting point about time. I agree. I think time is of essence today, right? And our busiest ministry is DOT today. Busiest and the most, because things are changing so rapidly. We don't have the luxury of time now. The earlier, the better. So maybe a trade-off.
Yes.
But just to again clarify, time is not because it is already being used for particular service. So you have to get it vacated. Anyway, it is going to take time.
Okay. Thank you so much. In fact, I was talking about the upper 6 gigahertz band. And one moment, upper 6 gigahertz band and not the lower 6 gigahertz band. It was very clear. I said that also. But yesterday the FCC's consultation paper result was out, and there were 36 responses, out of which 20 said that we want Wi-Fi, 8 said that they wanted IMT, and there were only 7 who said we need a shared environment. So the question is that whether we should defer a decision or we should rush to a decision, rush to a place where the angels fear to tread. So that is the point. So, sir, it's over to you, please.
Continuing with your discussion. So eventually what happens is, when you count respondents, Eventually in India, there are going to be only 3 or maybe 4 who talk about IMT. But my only, it's a non-technical kind of a question, is from the time I have seen this debate start, it is 5:7, in the sense that 500 megahertz for Wi-Fi and 700 for IMT. Is there something sacrosanct about those numbers? Or is it that, maybe if the Wi-Fi is not able to occupy its previous allotted spectrum, can it be pushed into a smaller requirement of in terms of megahertz required? And, because IMT is so important, can it be given a bigger chunk? Is that decision possible?
Thank you for bringing additional perspective, sir. Your words are always valuable as always. And so can we continue for another 5 minutes? We have got time till 5:30. So my next question would be to our...
I want to answer the question
please.
Which member of finance has asked. I think the debate of 500, 700 is arising out of the position taken in Europe. Basically reason one, which has taken this 500, 700. There is no other reason. US has anyway delicensed the complete band, so we are not comparing with them. We are in reason 3. Reason 3, if you see, many countries have taken a position that the complete 1.2 should be for IMT, and I'm not saying we have to see other countries, we have to see ourselves. Our population density is almost 500 people per square kilometer, as compared to Russia, which has around 9 people per square kilometer. Chile would have 1 person per square kilometer. The uses which we have, 26 to 27 Gbps per customer per month. It's unheard of. No other country has that kind of uses. We have wireline penetration which is hardly 3 to 4%. Our next round of wireline is also happening on wireless, which we, as Geo, we say air fiber, which is nothing but a fixed line over wireless. So the dependence on wireless is extremely high in our country, and the country cannot afford to actually lay fiber in every house for next many years to provide them the high speed or highest speed broadband in every house. So we have to rely on wireless. If you have to rely on wireless, our spectrum requirement would be much higher than many of the countries which we talk about or which we give the example. So that is why we have to have our own policy. We cannot be relying on what the policy is made by Germany or UK or any other country who do not have that much of requirement which we have. So from that perspective, the industry, as GSMA has also shown in their presentation, this industry would require at least 2 to 5 gigahertz of spectrum in mid-band for 5G, not for 6G. Today we have only 370 megahertz spectrum, and if we actually free up 3.7 to 4.2 and then 5.9 to 7.1, we will only get 1.7 gigahertz additional plus 400 megahertz. It will make it even not 2 gigahertz. So how do we get the spectrum? From where the spectrum will come? We can't import the spectrum, it is there only. So that is the problem with the spectrum, that it cannot be imported. It's where it is. And if the people are here, the spectrum of here only can be used for the networks. So that's where probably we don't have the luxury to delicense the spectrum the way some of the other countries who don't require that much of spectrum for IMT have done it. So that is, I think, the position in which we are. At the same time, we have 800 megahertz of delicensed spectrum, out of which only 150 megahertz is being used, and rest is still laying vacant. Not even a single spot would have congestion because of less spectrum, because this whole 800 megahertz is not being used. Why can't the equipment manufacturer develop the equipment in that band? Because that band cannot be put for IMT because it is coexisting with satellite. Whereas 5.9 to 7.1 would be a cleaner spectrum as compared to 5 gigahertz. So why should we waste our cleaner spectrum for Wi-Fi when we have non-clean spectrum already sitting with us? Probably, I hope I answer your question.
Very convincingly you have answered the question, but then every answer has got its own question, every question have got its own answer. So no one is expected to have a last word. For example, we have a huge population, 100 crores. China has a huge population of 100 crores. We are saying that we want the spectrum, and we also say that we also want 7 to 24. China doesn't support 7 to 24. How do they manage with the same population with the same amount of spectrum? Again, these are debates, these are unanswered questions which we must take a deeper thought and deeper look into it. I will not prolong that discussion, but it has been a very engaging discussion. And with my last question I want to ask, otherwise I will be doing it injustice. I think that any infrastructure that we create to become sustainable, to be able to maintain it, it should have two perspectives. Those who create it, they should be able to earn a profit. Those who own it, maintain it, manage it, they should earn a profit. And the user must also find it affordable. So satellite is never considered as a poor man's thing. So how do you think that the satellite cost can be brought down so that it can really become the poor man's handset? What is your take on this, you and Kushwaha?
Yeah, thank you for that question, sir. In fact, I would say that question is a very beautiful summary in itself of the classic economics problem that us, all enterprises in the space sector are dealing with. Will this become a poor man's solution or a retail market ever? I think we are at least a decade away from it. Because when we look at satellite today, the cost of getting access to that technology to even establish a space asset is so high that even if I assume that on operational costs every government is giving me a waiver, it would still not become as beneficial for a retail consumer or for a poor man to get direct to device access to a satellite, which means applications for backhaul would continue to dominate. It can complement terrestrial services. But having said that, there is always a very important component of doing incremental innovation to improve quality of service, to improve the number of choices that any consumer has, because a market truly becomes competitive when people have more options and more choices, and you have a solution that suits your requirement much more. To put it down in a very, for the lack of a better word, in a very dumb way, if I only have a truck but I don't have a car or a bike, if I use that same truck to drive to work, and use the same truck also to go to the house next door, it's not the most economic method of transportation. Similarly, if a space asset is built, if a constellation is designed at a end user terminal and applications around it are built, suited to a very specific need, where it is a permutation and combination between the throughput, between latency, and between reliability of the network, then that really defines what kind of a device I would manufacture. For example, if a constellation is specifically focused only on being able to send, say, 2 messages a day from a remote site to a certain location, maybe the smallest of the satellites, which does not even need a redundant satellite present in its place because it is a non-emergency service, would suffice. That means that could be a service being given for 2 or 3 paise per message to everyone across the globe. But if we benchmark that with a cell phone today, where someone needs to have near real-time and real-time connectivity for internet, for calling, for being even on intranet for strategic users, that becomes a service where we have to optimize a lot on even the best technology available in the world today, because even the best of the constellations cannot deal with the kind of population density that we have today. So answer to say, sir, there is no specific answer to it. The answer is yes, only incremental innovation, a lot more adoption, and a lot more commercial exercises by operators and service providers themselves to find the right market fit with the consumers will define. It's a long way to go, and we need a path for it. Thank you.
Mr. Keyur has put out the technical dimensions quite well. I'll try to see it from the other and the application side. If you look at India, the kind of diversity we have in terms of language, terrain, demography, it offers a fantastic test bed where different solutions covering different communities in a different way, which may have an overlap. So that is where I think space technology helps in a way. And I'll give you some examples. To have a data-driven economy, what's most important? You need For a businessman, I need assured, accurate, reliable, dependable data flowing to me so that I reach a stage where I can depend on that data for real time. Now, let me give you some Chinese statistics which we analyzed. We found that in some areas in remote sensing, they have an update rate of say about 15 minutes. That is the rate at which they are giving data to power that economy. When we compare ourselves at where we want to reach 5 trillion, 10 trillions, we also need to see what are the enabling factors that are pushing that economy, and data plays a very, very important part. Now, how will that adoption happen? There's a lot of stress on Make in India today. Let me tell you that Indian Space Association has been deeply involved with the MOD in creation of the Defense Space Challenges, 75 of them which were launched last year. Now what's happened? It's a full stack program with 23 technologies specifically being focused only in the communication domain. There are a lot of things happening in the ISR domain. The combined impact of this is going to come out in the next 3 to 4 years. It's a $1.6 billion program. And with an assured buyback likely to happen once these technologies mature. So in a 5 to 8 year period, it's a 80,000 crore program that they have given out in various sessions. Now this is a huge amount of money ever being pumped into this space ecosystem. Now what will be the impact? The focus has been the dual use areas, that is PNT, ISR and space communication. Because no other ministry was initially coming forward to support once the opening up of the market happened. Because earlier it was ISRO driven, so it was all push mode that we made 10, 20 reports, now given it to you, ministry used to consume. But the moment it came to support the industry, where was the market? So I think MOD played a very important role in being the seed enabler for the defense space innovation, or the space innovation I'll say, because they are dual use technologies. Now when these technologies start taking shape, and that is where the real innovation will start happening, of reaching out with different types of solutions, both to serve India as well as the globe. Most of our innovators today have a global view, and that is how the space economy runs. It does not only run on what you are doing in India. So I think adding to what Keyur has said, if we add this layer to it, then you will get a much more larger perspective of what's happening in India and the kind of innovation that's happening. I can say that what's happened is the entire galvanization of the academic, the technical and the market management ecosystem. The 75 challenge, that is what they have done. And when you go specifically to how it would happen, I think when the Make in India solution starts happening, because so far what was happening is space was used to be considered as a very elitist kind of an ecosystem where you needed huge amount of infrastructure, huge amount of computers and experts to analyze the data, edge coming inside. It's something like Uber. You order, I want to see just this data at this place, and you get it. Meteorology is going to play a huge impact. When you get precision meteorology into play, people can play a lot more, attention to their improving their logistics and the quality of logistics that we are used to. So when the combined impact starts coming in, then the demographic power of India starts coming in, which is 1.4 billion people, how they are consuming this data, and how the availability of data and the requisite policies, like the National Geospatial Policy. Before that, nobody could own data. Now it enables companies to own data, play with data. So when all these things start coming into play, then you start feeling the impact. Right now we are at a very nascent stage where policies have come out, people are yet to get adjusted to the guidelines, procurements are yet to start.
We take your point.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, satellite is nowadays for the terrestrial is playing a complementary service, and it is known very well. And it is also obvious that it will soon be competing in India. It will be terrestrial, and both are in competing. So I think our policy and regulatory framework should be enabling to allow competition in the market. So when the competition is there, leave this, don't see that this you will able to provide what price, this price, that price. Leave it to the market forces. Let market force works on it. First of all, you have to enable it, that satellite service, satellite broadband is available, and it is available at par. Those who wanted to have a service of satellite broadband, they can go for it. What price? That market forces will define. And of course, and we should embrace the competing technology. Wi-Fi is also a competing technology, and Wi-Fi has done wonder, where the Wi-Fi network has served people on the same network. I think it has created. We required at least TRI said about 8 million Wi-Fi hotspot required in the country, and just at where we are not even 100,000 Wi-Fi hotspots. So we need to go leapfrog in that dimension. I think that will be a game changer. So I think that's all I wanted to say to him.
Thank you. That was a very engaging discussion. And I thank you all for participating, and let us give a big hand to all our panelists.
Thanks a lot, sir. It was an in-depth discussion and provided us with key insights on satellite connectivity. I request DG NICF, sir, to present mementos from NICF to all our panelists and moderator. Shri M.K. Patnaik, sir. Shri Anil Prakash, sir. Shri Keyur Gandhi, sir. Shri Ravi Gandhi, sir. Dr. Rajiv Shorey, sir. And Wing Commander Satyam Kushwaha, sir. Thank you, DG sir. I request DDG sir to present mementos from IMC. I request Member Finance Sir, Advisor Finance Sir, DG Sir and DDG Sir to come on stage for a group photograph with the panelists.